train forever delayed. Afraid for all the things you got, the little things you got. Don't wanna show, don't wanna show. Life is not fair. Pain, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. You don't want to show. Are you kind of my type? Fool, probably right. Confused by all the tiny lights and all the things you bought. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. 'Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. That dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come on, come
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to said good things we harder said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light, where something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light, where something tells me that if we keep singing a song,
hard times. So tell me, brother, can we make it through the dark? Let's try to be there for one another, though the road seems very far. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark. Look for the clear skies, it's getting better. Just believe it in your heart. Let's try to hold on, it's now or never. We can make a brand new start. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, 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 let love be the spark. We are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, 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 let love be the
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I'm meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We
could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free. What a precious moment. We will always be young. We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh,
各位亲爱的召唤师，阿南我又回来了，听说有人想我了。临近夏季赛尾声，复活甲的争夺也是愈发激烈。首先，我们 TES 没有惹你们任何人。滔博哥的夏季赛与过往光景可是截然不同，小分第一，稳居榜首。评论区里让我不要放松警惕的粉丝们，咻咻喂！我打了一辈子就不能享受享受吗？
中肯的，一针见血的。
紧随其后的四大天王 JDG、RNG、V5、WBG 都是这个周末的主角。哎，奇怪，怎么这里面有人没有 G？ 哦，原来藏了个肉鸡呀！至此，老 IG 3C 成功会师季后赛。我去，这都是我前队友。周六首战 ，RNG 面对 IG， 物是人非事事休，曾经的春晚再也回不去了。接下来的 FPX 对战 WBG， 涅槃之后的小凤凰渐入佳境，有翔哥在，咱啥也不怕。至于 WBG， 帅哥除了平时能扛能打，除此害也是有两把刷子，一手草丛电蚊拍，直接治好了我的精神内耗。
你看嘛，这绝对是草履蚊子啊！
再看周日的 UP 对阵 V5， 上周的黑暗势力以下克上，打碎了传奇，故事主角变成了山鸡，屠龙者终成恶龙，笑屁憋了一肚子气。我钢铁的屠龙刀就给我拆开刃了，都什么年代了，还在玩传统屠龙？我爱你呀，你这个小可爱啊！周日的最后一场，江湖侠客战千金，您还别说，这个节骨眼上什么都有可能发生。JDG 建立，无剑也未尝不利。总之，这个周末，阿南将会伴随诸位一起见证更多的精彩。看观赛指南，后悔2分钟；不看，后悔一辈子。每期都看，领先其他观赛者20年，少走80年弯路。话不多说，敬礼。
Hey everyone, welcome to the LPL. We're going to be bringing ASMR style podcast to you today. I'm going to continue with this for a little bit because Jordan dared me to do. Welcome, sorry, I'm being a bit
sorry.
weird.
I did tell him like if you do it, I won't mind. And here we are.
Welcome one and all to the LPL. Sorry, that one was a bit weird. We're trying to be a bit more fun and friendly, a bit weirder. You know, trying out new styles. You never know. And we even said it. I was like, it's like $600, but like I could get an ASMR mic one time and just try and make this one work. It'd be interesting. It won't be enjoyable, but except for me,
It won't at all. But yeah, I'm Lyric. That's a Sheen. I think you already said that.
I did.
Lyric
I
is
did.
Sheen. Yesterday we had games. Ooh,
I
I know
love how like off like kilter that star has put you. You're just
I didn't think
completely
you'd do
like,
it.
how
I
do
didn't
I
think you'd
how
do
do
it.
I like transition from this? How do I move forward? But we can move forward by looking backwards. As RNG, honestly, a bit of a rough time. Yes, they got the 2-1, but it could have been a 2-0 to IG. And then Weibo kind of just slapped FBX into the ground.
Look, Sheen, the important thing about yesterday is the fact that Mole was on the Rift, and he should have 2-0 to RNG. It was extremely close. RNG almost lost that game 1. They pulled it back. And then game 3, I'm guessing Coach Kenju got very angry about the first 2 games, whipped the boys into shape, and then IG got stomped. And I mean, Weibo beating FPX, kind of expected. FPX wanting that win for playoffs so bad. And I think, Asheen, we're going to have like 20 teams sitting on 7 wins fighting for that playoff
I thought
spot.
you were going to say 20 teams in playoffs, so it's just like, well, maybe someday, but but yeah, like, and we can see with the standings as well. Like you said, FBX losing that game makes it so that they can only really get to 7 and 9 as their best case scenario. That is not ideal for FBX coming into this split, and they're going to be fighting alongside of, like, look, BLG are now officially in the picture. I kind of had them as a dark horse off to the side, but they have dragged themselves right back into the light. Honestly, looking at all these teams between AL all the way down to BLG, TT have the best chance just because they have more games.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy that TT right now looking like the best, considering they have 2 teams that they're even favorites over to be able to go, 2 teams who are in the lower end of the standings. And then from there, like, I have no idea. It would not surprise me if TT's the only team to reach that 8-win mark, and then LNG, OMG, BLG, FPX are all battling it out for those last 2 spots.
Yeah, well, we do have a pretty important game for one of our playoff hopefuls in AL. They are going up against JDG later on today. That is our second series of the day. But first off, we've got V5, who are looking to try and continue to get themselves back up into the standings, because they had Weibo kind of broke this team, to be perfectly honest. They lost the game, and they haven't looked right since, Lyric.
No, they've definitely been on edge. Ultra Prime sadly can't even compete anymore. And like you said, that second series, super cool, super important. AL wanting to get to 8 wins. JDG have just been on fire this split.
Yeah.
And assuming if AL could, find a win, upset them, get that playoffs locked in, that could even be a potential like dark horse run from AL, meet JDG in playoffs down the line, and we get it again.
Leaking the script, man. What the hell? Like, you can't just tell people what we're doing for playoffs. That's not all right. But yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. We'll talk a little bit more about that series a little bit later on. We're going to bring ourselves in to our first series, which is, of course, Ultra Prime versus V5. And we got to be a little bit pessimistic, but also optimistic to the future, because we are looking towards the future for Ultra Prime. And for me and you specifically, we were Ultra Prime believers. We were Ultra Prime enjoyers. Looking at this roster, it just didn't work.
Sheen, I don't know anywhere out there that has a recorded statement of me saying I believed in Ultra Prime.
Minimum playoffs, top 8, never.
I never said that. But you're right. Ultra Prime, when they lost their last series, did end up being officially out. They are just kind of looking towards next year now. And it's kind of sad, right? Because on paper, I feel like this team should work. They have like a very clear style of playing for their bot lane, mid-jungle roaming together. Zoom, even when JDG would give him resources back in the day, it looked like he didn't want them, so even more reason to go down towards that bot side. But it hasn't worked out. Cryin has really looked like the only piece of this roster that's been able to show consistent signs of life. That's when their last series against FPX, we kind of saw the strengths and the downfalls of Ultra Prime, right? Their bot lane getting punished a lot in recent series, but Cryin still being one of those bright spots.
Yeah, again, I really do like that you're bringing up Cryin, because he has been, honestly, in my opinion, he's broken the stigma as this one trick can only pretty play, Galio and Twisted Fate. That's kind of all he did when he was on RNG, when he won MSI, and really is showing a massive amount of growth throughout this split, regardless of how the rest of his team has been performing. And it has been mainly on things like this Azir. He's tied for the most Azir games in the league with Scout, which, as a Azir enjoyer himself, is a pretty big feat to be getting himself into yourself. But it's just been hard. And like you said, Zoom hasn't really been performing. I think Hacker has, myself and Dagda, coined him in 2 different ways, either a hacker on your team or a slacker on his own. So it depends on which one you end up getting. And it does feel like it's a bit of a toss-up in the bot lane. So very, very unfortunate there for Ultra Prime, not able to bring it together. Because I think if you bring this roster together 2 years ago, this roster is probably a top 6 team.
Yeah, I mean, it's really telling, right, when Cryin, who was a phenomenal TF in Galio, is kind of like hard forced to just pick these late-game scaling carries because he knows there's no one on his team he could rely on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But we can all look out towards Ultra Prime. We'll see if they're able to kind of show any improvements again. Because at the moment, as I said, you're already out of playoffs. You're looking towards 2023. You're fighting for your own individual spot within the LPL. So much competition coming domestically and even internationally as well between the LDL, LPL, LCK, and beyond. So you have to try and put your best foot forward. And on the other side of this one is we're looking at a much bigger and brighter star in V5 that's been dwindling just a little bit. They've had a bit of a moment or two now in the most recent of weeks where they haven't looked as dominant as they did in the first 7 or 8.
No, I mean, it's like you said earlier on in the day. Since they've lost to Weibo, things have been just a little bit off kilter. I mean, their last 5 series, 3 losses and 2 wins, right? Not the same V5 we were seeing earlier on in the split. They do still have a couple games left. You can hope teams like JDG drop games or like Top Esports, who they play next week, to try to find a better slot, a better seeding going into playoffs. But for V5, it has to start today, right? They're coming off a win. They were able to take down BLG, and Ultra Prime should be another team that gives V5 the ability to show off their prowess.
Absolutely, and coming up towards the end of the split, this is the day 7 of week 9. This is their kind of last 2 matches. Week 10 is going to be the final match as well. You need to build that momentum. You need to be finding yourself in a position where you are looking scary. You are feeling confident to go for those teams. And I think confidence is the big thing we look at for V5, because their playstyle is just throw everything at you, try and bulldoze through your opponent, and then, again, kind of look towards Rookie as your shining light if things need to go a little bit, go a little bit skewy.
Yeah, and sadly, that's how that worked for most of the split, right? It was like, okay, most people are performing, but even if they aren't rookies there, it feels like so many things have gone wrong with V5 recently that everything right now just leading straight back to Rookie. Rich not really having a great split so far. He's been getting targeted and abused by a lot of teams. Karsa was having, I think it's been the worst split for Karsa in LPL before being subbed out for Xiaolong Bao, who I think individually has shown like a better kind of form than Karsa. But with the team still looks so disjointed, especially in the mid game without Karsa on the Rift. So this guy on our screens right here, he's gonna have to go back to those 2020 and prior days where he was just like trying to hard carry that IG team across the finish line. Sadly, back then he couldn't even do it. But this V5 team, they should be able to do it and get back in form.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, they're still sitting at 11 wins. They still are looking exceptionally strong. And I think that we always kind of look towards Rookie and look towards V5 as these big playmakers. And even here, we can see it against BLG, like you said, building that momentum. It was off of back of Rookie making these roams, looking for these plays, and just finding great outplays, and individually as well.
Oh, he just had a great series. I mean, even right there, right? Holding his time to engage to be able to lock so many members of BLG down. Even if he isn't on the carry, the damage dealer, he's the one finding these opportunities. Yeah, exactly.
Oh
this Silas moment was huge for Rookie, just completely taking over this team fight against BLG. So it's good to know that even when V5 are struggling a little bit, that Rookie is still showing he's an S+ tier form.
This clip is literally like, when you're craving something and you finally get it, and it's just like, that is hitting the spot. That is exactly what I needed to see. And I think it shows why we rate Rookies so damn highly, why we put him into the upper echelons of top 2 to ever play the game, right behind Faker. And I think why we're all so desperate to see V5 go to Worlds. We're like, please, for the love of God, don't mess this up. Don't be on my WE like we saw in 2021. But we'll have to wait and see how it ends up kind of going for. And I think the thing that we look at, as we mentioned, great things about Rookie, we can talk about holistically V5 being just straight up not performing. I think, like you mentioned, people getting targeted, picked off, it has led to just, they're ripe for the picking. They are a team that have shown flaws.
And it's in context, right? Because, I mean, you've already said it. Like, they're a top 4 team right now. And they are going to be one of our top teams, I think, come the end of the split. But when you're a team right now who realistically has the roster to be able to win the split, it kind of sucks to see their recent form. And I think a lot of it is coming down to the fact that they're giving over a lot of isolated deaths early on to a lot of teams because they're extremely aggressive. They're a lot like teams like JDG and Top Esports in that regard. You can see their kills at 15-6 in the league. They're fighting for early objectives. But unlike teams like Top Esports or even like JDG to a degree, they're giving over a lot more deaths. When you're first blood since 14th in the league, that means it's the other teams finding those first bloods. So definitely feels like V5 gonna need to clean it up a little bit, but could be hard when, again, your jungle situation isn't working out too well. And jungle typically is the role that links lanes up early, that is having it so if you have push and bot, you're moving to mid and you're not just leaving yourself open to be targeted by the enemy team yourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it comes down to just, like you said, just cleaning it up, just making sure you're not being over-aggressive or just straight up disrespectful. A couple of times we've seen in the most recent series from V5, it's just been disrespect, not really paying attention to who's going to be there, or even just assuming that they're not, rather than checking to see, with wards or just face checking, or even just kind of assuming if we have priority bot, I probably don't have priority top, all that kind of stuff like that. Very much your League of Legends basics or your foundations coming in today. And honestly, it is going to be about how V5 push themselves forward. They are the expected victor. I think they're definitely the favor coming into this particular best of 3, but it's kind of like yesterday with RNG. I'm not super confident with RNG, even though they won yesterday. I need to see V5 really come out and just honestly just look like they're having fun and just playing with their food.
Yeah, and right, because it's kind of funny that thinking about it, we've been so negative about V5 when it's like they're easy favorites coming into today's series. Like this should be a quick 2-0 if V5 are looking to recapture that form, recapture that magic, and go into playoffs, or at the very least go into your Week 10 matchup against a very on fire Top Esports with some momentum.
I mean, the big thing is, like, they still have to play Top Esports. Our best team in the league have lost one game, which was JDG right at the start of the split. Top Esports are currently 13 win streak in terms of series. So they are monsters. And honestly, the patch just seems to be favoring them more and more. But we can't really overstate how important these standings are when it comes to playoff placings, because remember, top 2 gets you into an immediate double elimination. We saw it in summer 2021. RNG got 3rd place, got themselves up against WE, lost, knocked out. You have to wait for regional qualifier. That's just how it is sometimes. So it is going to be very curious right as we come down to the last few games of the split. these matches are important, and honestly, I think for V5, if they can beat Top Esports all of a sudden get into the mix again, we're starting to look a lot more favorably at these teams. They're going to say, right, who is our top 2? Who is going to end up having that extra lifeline?
That's the thing, right? Even if you don't, like, you know, first versus second, third versus fourth, like, whatever. It's just about getting those buys, in my opinion. That should be the most important thing to any team, is making sure you can make it that round further. Luckily for V5, I mean, they're already locked into top 4, so they're at least right outside of double elim. And them even making it further kind of requires, I mean, it requires teams like JDG and Top Esports to make mistakes. So it's not all in your own control, but might as well still position yourself as well as you can to be able to get there. And again, for V5, it seems like they're all inning on Xiaolongbao being that recipe for success.
Yeah, again, we'll see what they're going to go for. I think Xiaolongbao, like you said, has definitely shown better form than Karsa, but there are small little bits of, I think it's the best way to put it, inexperience, a bit of a greenhorn, you know, like little small moments where he's not quite syncing up as well as we maybe seen with Rookie and Karsa in previous seasons, but or previous series, I should say. But again, it is a learning experience, and I think that this is the big thing now for V5. You're coming up against Ultra Prime today. This is a time to try some stuff out, see if that synergy can work. Look to try and maybe get those gank path things where you're opening up Rookie, where you're opening up that 3v1 in the top side to, you know, make the most out of your particular setups. And I think the big thing for me is, I mentioned it, you know, about RNG. I need to see domination from V5 for me to go, cool, they're back, they've gotten out of their flunk, and they're feeling good.
Yeah, you're gonna need to see that statement series from V5. And for Ultra Prime, we kind of already hit it, right? Since you're looking towards next year, just kind of seeing that Krine can keep up his form, that's seeing Miao Nyo, whose name I'm sure we're going to butcher, which, because it sounds like cat, cow in Mandarin.
I was going to say, it's kind
actually
of
hilarious.
cat, cow.
Yeah, I do kind of love it. But seeing if we can get any growth out of him now that they've decided to put Xiaoxi on the back burner. Even Elk just kind of stepping up, because coming into this roster, Elk, in my mind, was the big player to watch out for still, considering what he showed on WE over so many years. So Elk and Krine, if they can step up and have good performances up against Rookie and Photic, to standout performers this split, I think would be a quote-unquote win for the side of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what you're looking for. Looking for improvement. I think, again, I'm the only person who I honestly believe has proven themselves LPL worthy, if you will say that, is going to be Krine. I think Krine's had an exceptional split, and I really don't think we can. It's always that thing. You look at, like, I think of, like, all the different teams who are already out of playoffs. I think of IG, and I go, cool, look, Shun, pretty exceptional, not really need to call much else about him. Ultra Prime, I'm like, yeah, awesome. I think Krine's been pretty good. Everyone, apart from maybe WE, no offense, has always had a member of their team that I'm like, they're all right, they're doing decent, and I'm happy to see them kind of move forward with that. But unfortunately, you have 17 teams. There's just going to be a couple of not great rosters. That's just how it goes. There is a definitive list of, like, this team is better than that. That's why we have a league.
I was going to say, right, like, for a team to win, someone has to lose. And I think that's right. And I like what you said about every LPL team, I feel like, having a player or players you can look at and be like, hey, this is a hope you can believe in. For WE, maybe some skill vampires there, because Shanks, Beishang, these guys still very exciting players. But I can't wait to see what they do next year.
I've never heard that term before. That's amazing.
I totally stole that. I totally stole that from Monte Cristo, was saying it back in like 2014 or something like that.
Vampire. Oh my lord.
Because players don't just get worse, right? They don't just get worse
100%.
overnight out of anywhere. Typically, it's things behind the scenes. It's motivations. It's what's going on within the team. And I mean, heck, I guess that has been one of the things for Ultra Prime. Once you start losing, it is very hard to pull yourselves out of that hole, which is why it is so impressive when teams are able to do that.
Yeah, well, we're going to jump straight into picks and bans. Always good to see the players on stage here in Shanghai. Is V5 on the blue, Ultra Prime on the red. I like the Azir ban coming out here from V5. We mentioned a little bit earlier, Krine is the shining light. Krine has played almost as much as Azir. Actually, has played as much as Azir as Scout, and is at the top of the table with that. So get it off his hands. Make sure they can't make anything use out of it. And I'm loving the Draven ban from Ultra Prime. They're kind of saying, cool, Photic, when he gets ahead, is just a monster.
Yeah, the thing being left open, there it is. I didn't even get a chance to say it before V5 lock it into Leah. Being the standout, especially for Rookie. I mean, Rookie's Talia, absolutely monstrous. I'd expect for Ultra Prime to just lock in this Wukong, and then Zeri being on the table as well. Kind of sets up for, I'd say, a pretty easy first rotation for the side of Ultra Prime if they want to keep it stock and standard.
I'm curious, though, to see what Ultra Prime want to go as second, because we have seen as a bit of a counter into the Zeri, if you don't take away the Yuumi as a Zeri-Yuumi combination on your first 2 picks on red side, you will just see the Sivir Yuumi being picked up on the other side. And I think that kind of style does fit up very well with what, V5 want to go for. You've already got the Talia. We've seen Rookie. It's so funny to me as well, because Rookie is that kind of guy where every other region or every other team, I feel like, outside of our top 4, plays Talia, and it's just like, they're fine, but it's just not that big of a deal. And then you see Rookie or Xiaohu or Knight on it, and it just looks absolutely, completely broken. But there's the combination I was just talking about. It is just the answer you cannot give over the Yuumi and the Zeri. It's just too powerful.
Yeah, the big thing about taking this lane is you can just perma push in pretty much any Zeri lane there is and make it so, sure, maybe you're not finding like 2v2 kills or anything aggressive, but it's just a farm fest where Zeri will never have the ability to move. So we'll see if Ultra Prime's bot lane going to be able to do anything about it, but feels like enabling your top half of the map to have something strong for Zoom, something strong for Crying, and look for skirmishing there might need to be the play when this bot lane is just going to be a little bit of a farm fest.
Yeah, and we are starting to see a little bit of a shift as well. We talked about the changes a little bit. Obviously, we were the first region to move on to 12-14. We have seen a couple of days now from Wednesday to now about what the meta is kind of moving for. We are starting to see teams adapt to those enchanters, to those more utility-based supports. And I wanted to kind of pick your brain a little bit as to why. Why are we seeing that? Why is the shift now compared to 12-13?
I feel like the big shift is just these laners that pairs so well with the Yuumi and like the power of Yuumi, because Enchanters coming into 12-14 actually been hit. Like all Enchanter items losing like ratios on their ability to shield and heal allies. And I feel like the only time we really see Enchanters outside of against Yuumi is when someone wants to pick like a set bot lane, right? Like a Lucian Nami duo coming on in. So definitely a lot of it right now in my mind centering around the Yuumi. We've had tons of bans coming into the second phase, and I'm kind of surprised if Ultra Prime don't decide to lock in this Ahri. LeBlanc being on the table as well is something that Crying has played quite a bit, but I'd like if they leaned into one of these mid laners that not only have the ability to roam like a Ryze, but also present kill pressure like an Ahri or LeBlanc. But Ashin, we don't always get what we want in life.
No, you don't get anything, all right? Life's tough and unfair. Get over it, all right, Lyric? You got to just move on. We got Ryze. He's back in the meta. And as much as so many things change, they always stay the same, and we get Ryze coming back in. I will say it does give that global to the side of Crying. Talked about how he's moved away from that stigma, but at the same time, he is still a good roaming mid laner who can affect the side lanes. If he can work with Hacker on the SwoopCon to get maybe the Zeri going, or depending on what they choose for Zoom up on that top side, this can be a very, very potent combination. But I will say V5 have built themselves an absolutely terrifying teamfight composition. Great front to back, great engage, and just great ways of disrupting what Ultra Prime want to go for. And Ultra Prime has said, cool, we're going to step to you, toe to toe. This dance, we know how to do it.
Yeah, I actually really like V5 going for that Sejuani in the sense of Gwen's already banned, and the only other like true blind pick top laner, right, is typically that Gnar, which Sejuani does well into. So V5 take that, they say, hey, if you want to go for this, we're just going to gank and dive you over and over again, and forces Zoom to go towards the Ornn, which also can lose out trades early against Sejuani, but ultimately, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Both compositions, very similar. Both can front to back T-fight. Both have the ability to move post 6 with the global ultimates coming out from their mid laners. And I think this one's going to be very scrappy, a lot of movement, but still going to be ultimately down to those skirmishes around things like Dragon and Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the big 5v5s. Of course, with the changes, of course, to Rift Herald and Dragons, we, ourselves, every other bloody region has been talking about these so much. They are incredibly important, but they have just moved everything to those big 5v5s. So we don't see as much action early as such in the first 5-6 minutes, but we definitely see it ramp up towards that 15 to 20 minute mark. That's when teams start to feel the pressure coming down. You can't make as many as effective trades because Dragons and Rift Herald in general are just too damn powerful.
Yeah, and when we have the strength of those objectives, when we have two compositions that are very similar in terms of what they want to do, I'm looking at things like V5 being heavier indexed into some stronger early skirmishing with the Xinjiao, with the Sejuani, with Pry on bot lane, to where up, if the game can go the distance, when you have AoE CC like Wukong and Ornn, and then Azeri with the Lulu, I think that's when Ultra Prime should be able to skirt out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a Zeri. How many pentakills have we gotten with Zeri in the last few weeks? It's been kind of across every region. It's been pentakills across the board. But Oh, we'll see how they're able to kind of do for it. And again, I still feel like Elk is that kind of carry that has always been, has the ceiling to be able to step up when needed most. And again, we'll see what they want to go for. The expectations is V5 should be comfortable, but let's see if it is as comfortable as they want it to be, because Ultra Prime, they are still a fantastic team. They are still a team that you need to fear coming into this game. But we're going to wait no more. No more theories, no more hypothesizing, Lyric. We're jumping in onto the Rift. Talked about those early skirmishes. We're going to see now where the junglers start and where they want to prioritize those pressure points.
I think for Xiaolongbao, I'm looking at him playing towards his top side, playing around mid lane, playing around top is maybe going to get a skirm. Nope. Disappointed, baited once again. Ishine.
Game over. Your win conditions are incorrect.
Yay!
Yes! I love this new meta of people holding hands and roaming in the jungle. That's my favorite new thing.
No, like, I'm waiting for the betrayal. It happened once the split between top laners. I'm depressed that I can't remember who it was. But I love when you do it, and then one of you just autos the other at the last second and walks away.
I think it was Wayward. I think it was Wayward and someone, I believe. And someone betrayed Wayward. I think that's how it went down.
Yeah.
That feels correct in my head.
To be fair, Wayward has been a part of like 70% of those dances that we've seen. So that's a pretty good guess. But going back to, you hitting on junglers earlier and seeing where they're going to path, a little bit surprised XLB actually the one heading down towards that bot side and Hacker going up towards top. Maybe just wanted to play around your prio, try and get those guaranteed scuttles that can come through. But I think it could be quite hard to find any kills in that bot side when you don't have any engage to be able to start anything off. We can already see the inklings of what we predicted, right? Photic and PP God getting the early push down in that bot side.
Yeah, it's actually interesting as well. We actually saw the permafrost start there for Rich to help out Xiaolongbao in the jungle to get a better kind of clear or something like that. So he's not starting off with the Winter's Wrath. He's not going with the W start. He went with the E. So very curious to see how you kind of, knowing that he's into an Ornn, there is no kill pressure really on either side. But you can see already in the CS numbers, the Ornn does have push because your E is a passive. It's not really something that you can kind of push with.
Especially when you factor in, that ability start and then starting on buff as compared to the Ornn who just got the start on the wave, right? So V5 doing that consciously, knowing the fact that Xiaolongbao's pathing down towards that bot side. You're right. Zoom so far, bring it to Rich, and we already hit on. I feel like one of the biggest weaknesses of V5 in recent series has been Rich has been struggling heavily in some of these 1v1s in topside. And when Zoom's finding these heavy trades, it opens up for what Hacker's doing now. When Rich is this low, it can open up dive opportunities.
Hacker or Slacker, that's what we've been kind of dubbing him right now, and the wave will crash the next time around. Rich is very, very low. He does not have a flash. Remember, he does have an ignite, but the knockup does not land, but it does not matter. And it just stems from that early start we talked about, going with the buff start, not getting the push priority, and just not having an ability to help you with the wave.
No, kind of disrespectful from Rich. We obviously didn't have the Observer hovering over the wave, but by the time we got there, Rich already chunked out quite low. Means he was probably trying to contest the wave level 1, level 2 when he got back in and giving Zoom those opportunities. So far, Ultra Prime already off to a really good start when we said that V5 probably want to be the one looking for these early advantages. Xiaolongbao going to be able to get some vision, but you definitely don't have the ability to look to dive Elk and Meownu in this lane, especially since Photic and PP God not really having a great way to get a lot of heavy damage off the sticks.
That's the thing as well. You're against a Lulu and Azeri. Like, if Azeri gets near a wall, she's out. You're just nothing you can do there, and you probably already have to commit splashes and such to try and make that one work. And great for Hacker as well. He's on a Wukong, which can do exceptionally well with those early kills. And you talked about how V5 will have the early skirmishing power, but that power only really comes post level 6 when you have the Crescent Guard, when you have the Weaver's Wall to be able to move yourself around the map. And Ultra Prime kind of noticing a moment where they had the advantage and just capitalizing very, very smartly.
Yeah, for the side of V5, I think the one thing they do have is, right, having the double melee topside that can set up for the Sejuani quite well. Sure, you're into an Ornn, but those first few levels is typically when you can look to set him behind before he starts getting some resistances under his belt, and he just becomes too hard to gank, too hard to dive, and you need to look to play around the opposite side of the map. But Xiaolongbao actually looks much more concerned on making sure his bot lane can keep up prio and just keep a strong side of the map that he's constantly playing down towards his bot side. Looks like we might have pings into the enemy jungle now to change things up, and that's what I want, Ishine. I want things to change up. A different flavor. I want some violence.
What did we talk about? You don't always get what you want, all right, Lyric? You ain't.
I feel like we never
didn't learn. No, we never get what we want. But that's why we love the LPL. It's so unbelievably inconsistent.
Spontaneous.
Spontaneous, yeah, a positive.
Oh, here we
over
go.
this.
Here we go, Sheen.
Yeah, look and see it crying. We're going to see Xiaolong Bao getting jumped on, but the flick back is good, but only onto Hacker. Crying with a good flash. No other summoners were burnt, and both junglers there kind of hovering each other, shadowing, making sure that both mid laners are doing all right.
And we kind of got the hint of what V5 can do in terms of this 2v2. If any of Rookie's damage had been able to connect and Crine didn't flash, I feel like in the early 2v2, V5 bring more bursts, they bring more lockdown to look for these kills. But still, good flash by Crine. And topside still
Realm
winning
Warp.
so heavily with the Realm Warp. Ultra Prime might get this again.
Realm Warp and the minion wave not quite there just yet, but they don't even need it. Crying will tank up 2 shots. Absolutely perfect. And this goes back to exactly what you talked about earlier, Lyric. Rich is being targeted, and Rich is the weakest link.
And we got to see if V5 can look to answer on the bot side of the map. But Elk and Meownu have wards available. Ultra Prime just winning out everywhere. Sure, Crine's going to lose a wave in mid, but it doesn't really amount to anything. And look at the minimap. Even the amount of vision that Ultra Prime are being able to keep up is quite nice. V5 have at least been able to match that in their own regard. But when you're the team falling behind, that vision's not gonna mean too much, because Ultra Prime should be able to just clear it out.
But that's the big thing. Like, yes, amazing V5 vision on the top side of the map. That would be awesome if you were trying to dive the Ornn and do exactly what Ultra Prime did to Rich. That would be awesome because you have full information. You've no doubt where anyone is or what's going to be happening in that particular skirmish. But when you're trying to hard force bot side, you don't really have the vision. You don't really have the priority. It's just not quite working out. And this is, again, the similar issues that we've been seeing from V5 in the last few weeks, and it is a very tentatively kind of uncertain time for this roster, for this team, because yes, they are still 11-3, they are still looking very good at top of our standings, but losing momentum this late on, it's almost like the LNG effect from last split and even last year, where they go almost sudden amazing and start to lose momentum towards the end. That's not really what you want to be doing, considering the playoffs are quite literally around the corner.
Yeah, this is a weird one, right? Because I think there's an argument to be made that it's better they hit this wall now than in playoffs, right? Because that's what we saw them happen in spring. Once we got into playoffs is when V5 really started struggling. Teams had kind of figured them out and were able to play around their aggressive early pick strategy very well. But still, this can snowball very fast into, again, momentum being lost, fights within the team, just not being able to figure out your weaknesses in time before a best of 5 comes on through. So we'll see how V5 decide to figure it out. Obviously, on 1K gold behind, they're still not, it's not all doom and gloom. But now we need to see Rookie with the Weaver's Wall, if they can find some impact, because Crine still doesn't have his Realm Warp back up.
No, not quite yet. So the skirting around the vision almost perfectly there as Hacker as he gets himself right on top of the Rift Herald, though it should be spotted out now by Rich, who kind of smells something. You got a boar, a hunting boar, if you will, and now Rich actually going for a roam, and I don't know if he actually saw Hacker. Now he's going to realize it there. I think he's actually just going to see if he can maybe make something work into that mid lane. Like you said, the burst damage available to the Talia is good, but V5, they're just not in position. The resets came in on bot side. Xiaolong Bao had already reset as well. That's a free objective 8.5 minutes into the game. I'm not saying that V5 are looking bad, but I'm saying Ultra Prime are looking good.
Ultra Prime are doing a great job of taking advantage of, I mean, just V5 not being in a position to capitalize, not being in a position to answer what's going on the top half of the map. I mean, you said it, Xiaolong Bao's reset coming in at the same time as when Hacker's starting up this Herald, not able to get deep vision down the enemy jungle, not able to start up a dragon, not getting anything. Looks like they're trying to find something around mid right now.
No flash.
And I mean, PP God has ult.
Yeah, PP God has ult. Crying to be exhausted. They flashed it on top of him from the flick back. Rookie gets a kill, and if you want to get anyone with resources, it's definitely going to be him. Trade of ultimates on the top side of Zoom, immediately and correctly going and saying, look, no one's top side. I can take this 1v1.
I also got to say, Sheen, I was wrong and blind. PP God did not have ult until after the play came through. But you know what? In my heart, Xiaolong Bao running in by himself, well, I guess not by himself, he's PP God on it, but running in as a Xin Zhao, he's as strong as a Yumi ultimate. I'm going to stop talking before I dig myself deeper into this hole.
Here, have a shovel. Keep going, man. Dig up, stupid. That's how you get out. Like, but yeah, you're coming back in, and I see Xiaolong Bao without his flash, but does have his ult, and then Rookie with the Weaver's Wall might try and just cut off Meownu. That should be the target here. Yep, that was exactly it. Ooh, Elk. Interesting interaction because he tried to dash over the ground that obviously Rookie had put down. He couldn't get over the wall and got stuck between it.
Not able to go with that dash. And V5 hoping to run them down. shouldn't be able to. Ultra Prime showing the respect, but at least getting denied the wave, won't be able to walk up. And now not having those summoners, you know they can look for the rinse and repeat. But this sets up for Ultra Prime to make plays elsewhere. We see the Herald dropped in mid. Only one plate left, so Up can very easily look to recapitalize on this, especially if they're able to get that second Herald. With Zoom winning in topside, should be something they're looking towards.
And I mean, this is a very interesting... Oh, going to stop myself here. So we're going to have a Crescent Guard that may be available here, but the final chapter means that Meownu has a final second of life before he gets sent to the gray screen, but now the Realm Warp's coming in. El trying to use his ramped up auto attacks to make something work here. They're not really in a position to flash Rune Prison, and that means that's a bit of a waste there for the side of Ultra Prime. V5 finally waking up in this game and coming a little bit of life.
Victory 5 spent so long around that bot side to make sure that Elk and Meownu couldn't walk up. I mean, Shallingbell was able to get the Gromp as well, I believe, but overall just waiting there, trying to find that opportunity to punish once they got the Summoner Soul. So great job coming out from V5. And Up, I mean, they did have a good response, right? They dropped Herald in mid, they got it down to one play, but not able to do anything else since they had to respond to bot side.
Yeah, it does feel like V5 were done losing on the top side, and I was actually going to make a point that it was interesting how you said, like, you know, the top side skirmishing for V5 was a little bit stronger. You have all that kind of thing. It's kind of been the opposite of the way, because of the way the start of the game went. Yes, they technically would have had a be an even game state up to level 6, but because Rich has just been hemorrhaging gold on that top side and priority, they had to change up the game plan. This is good adaptation coming out from V5 as well. Kind of saying, look, we know we're not going to have priority top. We know we're a little bit behind on the item spike, so we're just going to try and move our position and our priority down towards that bot side.
And it makes sense to just double down on it even more now that we see Kraken Slayer coming out for Photic. So incredibly strong, much stronger than Elk would be in any skirmish right now. But once again, we're kind of in a state where V5 losing out on another neutral objective, not having any vision of it going down. You look at the minimap, wards littered for Ultra Prime throughout the river to where V5 still having that ward that they got placed very early on around Ultra Prime's red buff, but no real information beyond that.
All right, 2 minutes next until the next real neutral objective. Like you mentioned, the Kraken Slayer finish up. I would imagine we will have first items for pretty much everyone else across the board as well. Come that, what's the play here for both these teams? Where are you looking to prioritize, and where are you looking to try to extend either of your advantages?
I think for V5, they should be the ones having first initiative on making a play, because Rookie is Weaver as well. Once again, Krine's still not having that ulti. And you could look to rinse and repeat bot side, because you know those flashes still shouldn't be up. And for Ultra Prime, I feel like it's a lot about covering down towards that half of the map. We can already see Krine leaning down here right now. You know Photic and PPGod are going to be pushing in, and your top side's already fine. So for Ultra Prime, cover your bot lane. For V5, look to make use of this Weaver's Wall and keep snowballing Photic.
Something able to make work with as I set up a question there for you about what they wanted to do, even though you just literally said that V5 should double down on bot sides. So, you know, sometimes active listening is required, Jordan. Sometimes it's needed in order for the synergy of the cast to work out.
You asked me what they wanted to do.
That's my point.
Go bot.
But that's what I'm saying. I said what I wanted to do, but you had already said that. I'm just saying, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, you had already basically said that, and I asked you to reword it, basically, going into it. But,
well, no, you're giving yourself not enough credit. I like that you ask things like 2 or 3 times, because then it makes me feel like you care about my feelings, Rashid, and I love that. I respect that.
Respect. And also, just, you know, I have to kind of put down. Oh. Stop myself here and this little bromance we got going on for ourselves. But Photic gonna recognize that Hacker is there, and Hacker gonna recognize he's on a ward. But you know, sometimes I like to think that, you know, much like Twitch itself, I don't listen. You know, I want to make sure that I am 100% on the right path with whatever.
Are you throwing shade at our viewers?
I would never. We have only the finest of viewers. Only real OGs are watching this game right now. That's all I know for sure. As we're gonna come back. We're gonna move away from this topic very swiftly.
Wait. Actually, no. I can
on.
tell you what game real OGs are watching. We're gonna pull up the schedule. We're gonna look at week 10.
Is it Monday? Is it
no
BLG or WE?
It's probably. Oh, well, actually, no. That one's a good one as well. Oh wait, actually, it's the last day. It's Ultra Prime WE, which is gonna be Mean Asterix, but it's gonna be the day of the Golden Ricks. So you know what? It actually
yes.
is worth watching.
Oh, I'm glad you guys are still doing that. Golden Ricks is always a fun segment. If you don't know what the Golden Ricks is, check out next Sunday. Week from today. You'll be able to see it. But we're going to see a fight maybe back, you know. Oh, an engage comes out. There's the Ornhorn coming out as the Crescent Guard is used to fully disengage. Elk has actually been the front line in this particular fight as he loses about half his health bar. But that's 3 ultimates for very little gains. And Rich is kind of saying, cool, on PvE bot side.
I mean, they got Rookie's Flash, which is important. Rookie having an instant spellbook, you can already see now, just swapped over to the Ghost. So we'll still be able to have some utility and some movement to be able to get out from there. And V5 just trading up with this turret on the bot side. And now for Rich, you can even start leaning over towards mid to allow V5 to set up for this Herald. And I don't know if they have the timer on it, but Zoom still not having teleport would be really hard for Ultra Prime to go for a contest.
I will say, though, that V5 are very aware that they haven't got full control around this pit just yet because, of course, that the Sejuani is in bot side. So they're waiting just a little bit. Zoom should have his teleport up very, very shortly. So sadly not able to capitalize on that window. But this is the push you were talking about, the Sivir. Why you pick this combination is that you just get priority. Level 9, Kraken Slayer, maybe even a couple of daggers in there as well. You're just going to be perma-pushing into a Zeri who's just exceptionally short range.
Yeah, not able to do anything off of it. V5 should be able to get this. I'm kind of sad that Rich didn't hover over. Felt like it could have given over an opportunity for Ultra Prime to look for it. They didn't have certain ults up, so it would still be unlikely of them to fight. But we're in the LPL. A lot of teams look for fights and skirmishes even when they shouldn't. V5 will get the objective in the end. And, I mean, they're positioned perfectly to use it to break open this mid lane turret. Dragon's coming up in 35 seconds as well. You could even lead them to getting that objective.
You can come back into reality. 2 items actually on the Ornn. Zoom's actually a very rich man. I didn't realize how rich he was, but he's definitely richer than rich. And richer than Richie Rich, which is an old, I think, like 1990s movie. Did you ever watch that? Macaulay Culkin?
Sounds right. Yeah. I can't remember what it's about, but I know I've seen it.
I'll give you a clue. He's very rich.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's that rich kid who, like, has to, like, figure out, I don't know. I can't remember, man. I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what it is, but I'm going to talk about the synopsis of Richie Rich later on, as we do have a TP coming in here from Rich. So Rich joins in to talk about our discussion of Richie Rich.
Here's what you do. So obviously they're dropping the Herald now, trying to set up for the Dragon, like we said. You just have to use the plot of the movie to like explain this team fight is engaged. Not going to come through.
Not going to happen just yet, as we can see them now on top of the mountain that they have at the final scene of Richie Rich, and there it is. They're going to put down some Weaver's Wall. That's going to be the rocks you use, but they've already broken a hole in it there, and they're going to try to turn back onto the Wukong, who is dead. The Ornhorn will be good, but Xiaolongbao's got his Crescent Guard, so he's not taking any more damage. The Rune Prison onto Rich, not really the person you want to be going for right now, and V5 doing what V5 do best, run at you and just hands dip you.
And, I mean, even the setup was there, right? They had, like, a very clear game plan of what they were going to do. They were able to execute upon it with that Rift Herald. The resets were coming out nicely, and Ultra Prime with no real way to respond. So despite the fact that V5 giving up those early kills on top side and kind of struggling, bouncing back into the game, having a gold lead getting the Dragon, we'll see how this one goes down. Rookie uses the Weaver's Wall, tries to get them off, make sure they get it. And then with members like Hacker, members like Zoom, separate from the rest of the team, sets up for the seismic shove to come through, and V5 to be able to find the kill with Xiaolongbao.
Yeah, really well played there by V5. Not only did they get the Dragon and, of course, the kill, they actually cracked open the mid lane turret as well. So it is going to be traded back. So the gold actually not a million miles away right now. Ultra Prime still keeping toe. It has just felt like, as you mentioned, apart from that first few kills going in favor of Ultra Prime, the momentum has been shifted back in V5's favor. It feels like it's V5 dictating the pace, moving around the map with a lot more confidence, and just feeling like a lot more in control.
V5 now as well. I think doing a really good job of kind of keeping Xiaolongbao and Rookie synced up. That should be your kind of two-man death squad roaming around, looking for picks on sides if Crying overextends, or even making your way over to mid. Then you can lean towards the bot side as a four-man unit and play for your Sejuani. Which, surprisingly, right, Rich has been able to catch up. Not behind in farm anymore. Even went for the more expensive mythic that we don't see all too often, Sunfire Aegis, so indexing into a bit more damage, a bit more power than what something like the Frostfire Gauntlet would give you. And gonna be interesting to see how it works. These team fights are very short range, right? So he's gonna be right in the middle of everyone kind of applying that damage.
Absolutely. I actually really like that you call out the short-range team fights, because you look at the AD carries and the mid laners right now. Like, there's like 500 range on Sivir, probably a little bit less, if not, you know, onto Zeri. I think maybe a little bit more. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Definitely around the 500 mark. Rise is going to be very close as well. So, oh no, Hacker is going to get caught back, put down. Final chapter of his autobiography, and it just says death, and that's all he's got for him there. Double kill come out for Rookie, and this is why we such amazing high hopes for Rookie. The guy is just so damn good at creating those moments. 20 minutes on the dot, 2 people dead, get yourself a Baron.
Like, Tika, isn't this game crazy? We come in, Ultra Prime are dictating the pace of the game, and just out of nowhere, V5 out-macroing, out-maneuvering Ultra Prime, and should be able to set up for a Baron is Rich. Tries to find the engage.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Elk is putting down some significant damage, though. He's trying to turn this one back around. Elk, though, put himself over the wall, not really position you want to be in. And yes, you did lose a lot of your health bar, but V5 are still on the Baron. Rawmorph going to be brought straight into the pit. He's going to put himself there, crying, trying to see if he can make this one work. There's about 1,500 health on the Baron. It's going down. Oh, the smite was bad, but it does not matter. They were able to secure it at the end of it all, down to about 100 HP. Hacker dashes forward, and Rookie, he's dancing with them right now, Lyric. Rookie is just keeping everybody at bay.
Rookie has been a standout for so long, showing it here once again why he is the guy we always look at for V5. I gotta give kudos to Cryan, goes in with the Realm Warp, tries to find the steal, almost gets it, because like you said, looked like the smite a little bit early from Xiaolongbao. But you know, we don't have to guess, as we're gonna get a replay of, okay, I don't know why we need to start this far.
They died.
Okay, we're going extremely far back for the replay. Yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate, right? V5 have the cheeky brush play set up incredibly well, kind of abusing the Hex gates, right? I mean, they know it's a Hex rift, and knowing that members of Ultra Prime will look to use those to get on the map faster. So nice cheekiness coming out from V5, and might even be able to find another one if Hacker isn't too careful.
Yeah, and I mean, Baron is so powerful for V5 as well. Very difficult, as you can see, for the side of Ultra Prime. As we mentioned, being very short range to clear these waves, the sieging power that this Baron will give you is actually just exceptional. And now Hacker, he's going to be thinking twice about taking those Hex gates again. Trying to see if he can burn down the spot wave, but it's just too big. There's just no way they can defend this. So all of a sudden, we only talked about it as a 1,000 gold lead. I'm going to stop myself right here, right now, because we're going to have a full fight coming in. They've already taken down Rookie. He's the biggest member right now. The Lulu will be sacrificed back on top of this. Look at Photic, though. Double kill coming in here for the Sivir, and he's just burning through them. They can't get on top of him. He's untouched, unafraid, and triple kill comes in. We talked about the Zeri getting pentakills earlier today, but this Sivir is just as good when left alone.
Photic running them down. They're going to be able to get more damage onto this turret as well. I don't think Hacker or Elk have the ability to stop them, so kudos to them for stopping this. I don't think they should be able to end it. Miano coming up now. Cryan's only 10 seconds away. I gotta say, I would respect the oomph if they went for the end, but it would be really risky.
The oomph. I like that. I like that term. You know what? Is that the technical term for what you would be doing there? So I'm excited to read about its full definition. But yeah, 22 seconds till the next dragon spawns. It is a Hex Rift, like you mentioned, so we can see Hacker trying to see if he can go for something, but curious to see if he's going to find anything. Everyone should be going bot side, but let's have a look at this. Look at just Photic here. He's literally untouched with the Yuumi on top of him. No one goes anywhere near him.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? You see Hacker try and find the knock-up on the 2 members, one of them being Rookie. They find that kill, but Photic is left untouched the whole time. Everyone walks by him to start autoing people like Rookie or Xiaolongbao. No one even going on top of him. He has the Yuumi. He has the heals on top of it, on top of the speed from his on the HUD. So yeah, that is rough when you're just letting a Sivir throw those ricochets, getting value out of the double bounce, out of all the shred it's providing. And it feels like now the gold lead might just be a little too steep. 6K gold on the side of V5.
It's important to know who that gold is on. 3, 0, and 5 for Photic. He's got 3 items. He's a full item ahead of his counterpart, and we're going to have a full final fight coming out here. Yep. There's not really a lot to be said about it. Yeah. Is it a fight, or is it just straight up a massacre? That's what you got to ask yourself. They won't have a minion wave, so they can't end the game just yet.
Ultra Prime are doing their best lyric impression from earlier, just seeing if they can dig themselves a little bit deeper into the hole.
Yeah, you got to give them their shovel, see what they can do with it. But we're going to see them now try and defend, but without your AD carry, these minion waves are going to become harder and harder. You're going to have Cryan on super minion duty on the spot side, and Yeah, getting flicked back, getting most of his health bar taken out. This is not looking good for the side of Ultra Prime, but it is looking great for V5. They are just constantly getting the harass out, and this is so difficult to deal with. Zoom, how do you live from that, my friend? He'll go back, but my lord, is he going back with some bruises.
And, I mean, Ultra Prime is the squad now. 2 inhibitors down. That is going to hurt them tremendously. For V5, they can just group up towards this top side, utilize the pressure of double supers in other lanes, and very soon Ultra Prime are going to have double super minions piling in from all 3 lanes.
It's always that question. What do you do? How do you come back to this? How do you end up, bring this one back? Honestly, it's going to take a massive mistake, because even if hypothetically, in a perfect world, you get the engage, you kill off Photic, well done to you. You still have a Yuumi that can jump onto the likes of a Sejuani and a Talia that can just make them the carry. Yes, the Sivir is fantastic, but it's not the only option you have. So for Ultra Prime, 6,000 gold in the hole. They're starting to dig. They're starting to think there is no treasure right now. They've been digging for a while, and they're saying, hey, we might have been lied to here, Lyric. There ain't nothing here.
Here's what you do, Sheen, as Ultra Prime. Maybe be careful, Hacker might die. As Ultra Prime right now, pull out one of your phones, order McDonald's delivery to the Victory 5 training facility, and bam, they got some food, it's at their door, they'll be distracted. I'm just saying, back in the day when I was a coach in the scrims, like, fast loser, fast win to eat was one of the big motivators.
Was it literally just the guy like, all right, guys, we get these scrim blocks done and we get KFC and we're golden? Like,
funnily enough, right? I was coaching Asia. It was still always KFC or McDonald's. It was still always one of those two every time.
Always KFC or McDonald's. It always is, no matter what else is there. But
Hacker!
We're going to see Hacker get on the backside here. You've got Photic. This could be a decent start now for the fight. You can see that Elk is just kind of running through these people. The Realm Warp just to bring minions as part of the team to make sure they can work it. But Elk got flicked back there by Rookie. Rich trying to move forward to get that damage down with that Sunfire Aegis. But look at the base. The picture-in-picture is showing you this. They did take down Rich, though, which means there's no teleport available. They should be able to get the resets out. They should be able to get people back into the base to survive. But honestly, you can see Ultra Prime, they're conflicted. They don't know if they need to go for the base or if they need to go for the Baron, because it's kind of their best opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lose-lose situation, right? There's no winning. If they stay, they lose the game. If they go back and clear out the minions, well, they're giving over Baron, and they'll probably still end up, giving over the game. So I understand what they're looking for, trying to stay around the Baron, trying to get that flip right, because all you need is V5 to run it down a bit too hard or present the opportunity for Hacker to find a smite on Baron. And that's still not enough to bring Ultra Prime back in the game, but it would be enough to buy Ultra Prime another, let's say, 3 minutes. And in that 3 minutes, you're just hoping that V5 makes a mistake. So Ultra Prime, at this stage, are just playing for time. V5, though, playing with their food still. Hacker will look for the engage, gets a bit of a knockup, and they're able to bring down Photic with the damage coming out from Elk on the backside. Problem, though, is V5 still just so large. You look at the mini-map in this replay as well. It's dissuading Ultra Prime for wanting to continue running down members of V5. But hey, at least Ultra Prime able to get those 2 kills.
And the big thing as well, you lost a Nexus turret as well from that last play. So there's a ward, though, on this Baron at the moment. So Ultra Prime actually not aware that's going down. Didn't see the pink ward actually killing it off there. So you see now Rich looking to try and see if he can catch out Hacker, who does end up getting the decoy to tank up a lot of this damage. The Baron resets. I don't know if that's what V5 really wanted. V5 trying to see if they can force Ultra Prime to take the longer route. You have still got super minions in mid lane. Don't have them in bot lane anymore, but it's only a minute and a half until that inhibitor respawns, and you're relying on Rookie for these flickers. They're trying to play with Fog of War to see if they can catch someone out. In 15 seconds till Dragon spawns. I feel like V5 should be able to take that for free, but Ultra Prime, they're not going to be too unhappy with it because it's not sold just yet.
I feel like V5 were just too quick to pull the trigger. I mean, Rich pretty much throwing out a max range Sejuani ult gave time for Hacker to have the clone tank up everything, right? Like kudos to Hacker. He didn't take any damage from that play, but for V5, when you're so strong, when they have to come closer because you're doing Baron, I feel like could have been a little bit more patient with the play. I get the fear is if they're coordinating, they're walking up as 5, you only have 3 over the pit. Like, that could be a little bit dicey, but should be pretty easy for both Xiaolongbao and Photic to join from around the pit. I mean, Xiaolongbao could literally just jump over the wall, W into E, and then Photic pop your ultimate, you get there very quickly, and then bam, that'd be a winning fight for V5. But taking it a bit slower, now on Soul Point. I'm curious if they'll look to go for the rebate before the next Dragon comes up, or if they play it a bit more tempered.
I mean, you don't have any super minions now in mid. They're gone. They're officially no longer a thing. Yes, it's still 40 seconds till the inhibits respawns, but in case you were not aware, between the last minute, of course, you do not get any more super minions, because by the time it would reach the actual inhibitor, it would just be ridiculous to try and defend that against 2 more waves. So you don't have that pressure point now available to you, and we're still waiting for a Elk. He could have had an Infinity Edge, but he's decided to go a slightly different route right now. Looks like he's gone half between the Last Whisper, or sorry, Lord Dominic's Regards, and half between an Infinity Edge, so he's not quite at either spike.
Yeah, and 4v5, I mean, they're at critical mass. Even some members had stopwatches in inventory, which could make it a little bit more annoying for Ultra Prime to be able to find these fights. Luckily, though, I mean, even if he isn't necessarily on that spike just yet for Herald, we've seen his W's land, still able to do a tremendous amount of damage. Xiaolongbao gonna run Zoom down.
Yeah, we're going to see Rich there. Eat a W as Xiaolongbao still wanting to go into Zoom here. Not exactly the highest priority target that you want to be trying to maybe chase down here, but it's just that, again, you saw the vision being highlighted by observers. It's just to make sure that Ultra Prime are just in the dark. There's nowhere they can really go without there being at least 3 or 4 members to try and back themselves up. Still 5,000 gold lead for V5, and they have 2 Hex Dragons ahead of Ultra Prime, so they are still feeling pretty good. Extra attack speed and extra ability haste. The Weaver's Wall comes out to secure the tier 2, but you still have an Orange, so the Orange actually able to do that. This is a little disjointed, like you mentioned earlier about V5 pulling the trigger too early. They seem a bit antsy.
And, I mean, giving Ultra Prime more time when they have things like the ornaments coming through is nice flash from Photic.
Photic does flash to try and keep himself safe. Xiaolongbao almost goes down. There's the ultimate Sejuani, but it lands on the Zoom. Again, not a priority target, but look at Rookie just putting out the damage, and this is why this Talia is so good. Yes, you got so much out of Photic, but Rookie's still a monster. Rookie still needs to be respected.
And, I mean, the fact that the Cyclone couldn't land onto more members, right, get a few more knockups, kind of sucks for Ultra Prime. There are 2 big tools in that, in the Call of the Forge God not finding any value is Rookie. Still looking to play keep away, but needs to show some respect.
Hacker looking to try and see if he can get into the pit right now. He's not going to be in time, though. And that's Baron finally secured here by the side of V5. And we're coming up to 32 minutes in the game. We are starting to get that super late game. You have got the Lord Dominic's Regard already picked up now for the side of Ultra Prime's Elk, but also the ornaments are coming in. The upgraded items are starting to become very relevant. So that 5,000, 6,000 gold lead's not as big of a difference as it used to be.
No, I mean, right, we're getting the value from those ornaments. And even things like V5, their comp scales with their damage, right? Like both Talia and Sivir especially able to put out a tremendous amount of late game damage. The thing that I think Ultra Prime have going for them is, again, just the AoE abilities to lock people down. 2 huge ultimates for them. 4v5, they do have PP God's ultimate, but still, for Ultra Prime, keep buying more time. You'll be in a good spot. The problem for them, Dragon up in 1.5 minutes, Machine. Ultra Prime don't have any more time. Clock's running out. That'll not only give them soul, but that would put them all the way to 3 Drakes. And I mean, heck, now that Hextech gives 9% attack speed and 9 ability haste, I mean, that would be huge.
I mean, yeah, you're looking at 27 attack speed and 27 ability haste with 3 Dragon stack. Not even including, like you said, the soul. That is just an absurd amount of kiting and damage to come out. So we'll see what they want to go for. And like we've seen in the last few fights, Ultra Prime, they need to get on top of Photic. They need to try and kill him off with the Wukong. It's just very, very difficult to really make that one happen. Ultra Prime, they're happy to let this inhibitor go down, but Baron's still available for V5 now for the next 1.5 minutes. You got to see what they're able to kind of make work here as Hacker absorbs a lot of that damage, but he's been caught out and taken down. The Sunfire Aegis finally doing the damage we knew it could. Xiaolongbao just tanks up absolutely everything with that Crescent Guard, and it just feels like you mentioned earlier, we're at critical mass. You don't have the damage, you don't have the tanky stats. It's just a little bit too little, too late, and finally V5 will be able to take this game.
Yeah, V5 incredibly dominant once they got going. They've been in control of this game since the 10-minute mark. And Ashin, we started the day with you saying we need to see a statement win come out from V5 to get a bit of that confidence back. And it feels like this game 1 is definitely going in that trajectory.
Absolutely. It was a bit of a rough start for sure. The 2 kills on top side in favor of Ultra Prime definitely added a little bit of shakiness to that start of the game for V5, but slowly but surely we saw the likes of Photic, the likes of Rookie just having much more impact, much smarter play, and even just the way they were able to do it as well. Just having the knowledge and the ability to be able to say, cool, they're probably going to take the Hex Gates. We can use this to our advantage. Yes, it is a fantastic tool for the other team, but if they don't know that we're here, they're just going to walk straight into our trap, and we saw it do it multiple times.
And in my mind, that was one of the things that set V5 apart from the other top teams in spring was like they had a lot of, I'd say, clever plays. Not necessarily like, hey, we're going to like out macro you here, out rotate you here. They'd go for like these small brush plays or like path and wrap around and find picks in interesting ways that the enemy team just like you can expect, but it's very hard to try to play around these like small nuances of like, well, what if V5's here? It's like, what are the chances, you know? But V5, at least still keeping that semblance of their play, even despite some of the issues, even despite, again, keeping Xiaolongbao now as seeming more of their main starter coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the big thing, again, is, like you said, it's just a momentum. Trying to build that back for the side of V5. You have a massive series now, and I think it's next Tuesday. A random Tuesday, we just have V5 versus Top Esports coming up. And it is going to be a massive moment for them, because at the moment, yes, they're secured for top 4. No one can beat them out of that. But you need to be trying to go for top 2. You need to be putting pressure on these guys, because these are the guys you're going to most likely be facing. These are the guys you're going to be fighting for the championship. Yes, Worlds is the ultimate goal, but at the end of the day, you still have a summer split to win. That's what your goal should be.
And also something that I don't like to go on about too much, but even like the mental effect of it, right? I know if I was on a team and like if I'm Top Esports, I just lose to V5 going into playoffs, like that's going to give me more nerves facing V5 in that best of 5 when the time comes. So even just the mental edge over an opponent that you probably will have to face again, I think is incredibly good. But yeah. I mean, we said it right. We said it all leads back to ...
Yeah, all leads back to Rookie. Rookie is no longer a rookie. Has been playing since, I think, 2013, maybe 2014. Not quite sure when his full debut was, but yeah, man's a monster. Man has been exceptional.
2014 OGN days.
Yeah, that's what it was. The good old OGN.
Days.
Yeah, the good old OGN days. But yeah, it wasn't enough. I will say Zoom did exceptionally well in that top side. Honestly, I was just about to say how well he did. Makes sense that he did the most of his damage. As an Ornn, I'm not saying that... Okay, I'm not going to give credit to Zoom. I'm going to give flack to Elk and Cryin right there. That should never happen. You should never be being out-damaged by like 10% by an Ornn.
God. Like, that just makes you wonder what's going to happen when you go backstage for the team conversation, because you're right. That is something that is a little bit ridiculous, but hey... I don't know. We'll get to find out what happens. After you throw us to break, Ashid.
I'm going to throw us to break. Thank you so much, Lyric. We're going to send it to a break, Lyric. And when we come back, we're going to have picks bans for game number 2.
G'day again, everyone. It's Hysterics here, your favorite LPL English shoutcaster, here to bring you yet another Speak in LPL. Maybe you guys know the meaning of this word already. That's pentakill. When the enemy finally gets that 5th and final kill, the casters shout, "Woo-sha!" The emotion that comes from it is the builder of the anticipation. Woo-sha! In addition, words like first blood, 一血, double kill, 双杀, triple kill, 三杀, quadra kill, 四杀, pentakill, 五杀.
拿下了1血，再拿到一个双杀，拿到一个3杀，收获了一个4杀，一比哥拿到5杀。
If you see a play that is absolutely bonkers, then you can type a series of 6s in the chat, the comments, or even the barrage. Can you remember all that? If so, I want you to go 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 for this episode of Speak in LPL.
下场对阵 V5，然后最近他们打野选手在轮换嘛，然后对上卡萨的话，他算是一种那种打团比较强的选手吧。然后小龙宝的话，算是前期比较打得很激进的那种选手。然后对上他们的话，就主要把自己的前期打得更好一点吧。V5战队，成绩很好，然后我们的话，感觉跟他们打就是要把心态调整好吧，然后不要犯很多的失误。
They didn't make many mistakes in the early game. They did have the right game plan for the first 15 minutes, but it started to unravel after that. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I am still Ushi, and I am still joined by the absolutely gorgeous Lyric. We're going to be bringing you our Game 2 picks and bans very, very shortly. But we got to talk about our MVP from game number 1. And we were only just talking about it. It puts himself on 7. It is Rookie coming in here with a Talia. But 7 MVPs for the split. He only played half of it. If he was playing from the start of the split, he would be a million miles ahead of everybody else in terms of MVP standings.
Yeah, I think there's no one who is winning more for their team than this guy is. Like, again, the MVP standings, like, obviously deserved. Kanavi, 369, all these guys. But for V5, like, it seriously does feel like you take Rookie off this roster, probably still a solid roster, but would they be in the top 4? Definitely no way in my mind. Rookie, just so insane this split. And we said it. If you give Rookie the Talia, Rookie, one of the best Talias there is. Ultra Prime definitely should not leave this open for him going into game 2. And I believe sides will be the same as well. I think V5 is still going to be on the blue side. So for Ultra Prime, either going to have to give open that Draven or that Gwen. Poppy, definitely a pick that has to be banned. Feels like we've seen the Poppy just be way too oppressive. Feels like you could give over one of those. The Draven, you know, you're going against Photic. Photic and PB God have shown that they can play a wide plethora of 80 carries. What's leaving open one more to make sure that Rookie doesn't just absolutely take over a game?
Yeah, it does feel like right now you're kind of at a point where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Catch 22, if you will. You don't really have a win-win in either side. You just need to figure out what is the lesser of several evils that you want to kind of go for there. But the Gwen is an interesting one as well because yes, we obviously do see Rich play it, but he's only played 3 times the split. Gnar has definitely been more his go-to, even the Gragas as well, so then it thinks about my head. That feels like the go-tos for him. So the Gwen is something I feel like is definitely to keep Zoom on a comfort on terms of the tank matchups and top side. Definitely feels less like a targeted ban and more just kind of like a general holistic, like we just need this so Zoom doesn't lose in 10, 15 minutes of the game. So we'll see what they end up wanting to change back. And for V5, honestly, I just need to see a better early game. I want to see a slightly bit more reservedness maybe in the top side, maybe a bit more kind of smarter. Well, I suppose I can't even blame Rich for how the thing went, but just more kind of a smarter play. I feel like taking the permafrost to start out and helping with the jungler is great for Xiaolong Bao, but it's not very good for the Sejuani. So just little things like that I feel like are definitely going to start to hinder you in those early stages. So maybe clean that up, and honestly, this could have been a 24, 25-minute win without that.
Yeah, right, because one bad trade in top side kind of led to those dives continuously coming through on top. And then the mid game feels like could have been a little bit more maybe tempered in terms of they were getting the vision enemy jungle. They're playing around that Baron. Let them walk in a little bit deeper, commit with that engage, and be able to close out more realistically. But we're in game 2, and so far Ultra Prime keeping their bans the same.
I mean, yeah, I suppose if it's broken, you don't have money to fix it. Well, don't fix it, but we'll see what they end up being their last ban right now. They're going to go to Poppy, yeah, Talia. But why would you change this? Just go to Talia and see what Ultra Prime got as an answer.
I feel like for Ultra Prime, you could try and look for a more aggressive route. Potentially, we hit on things like the LeBlanc potentially still being open in the last one. The Ari, Lissandra, what they're highlighting now, they're just going to go for this. So, going to give Cryan something that's definitely in his wheelhouse, his 3rd most played pick of the split right now, and gives him a lot of onus to also be another form of engage. Sets you up at level 6 to potentially just start ganking Rookie non-stop and not giving him an avenue to leave. But Xiaolong Bao, incredibly excited about something after locking in that Sivir.
Yeah, but you know what? He's just very excited in general. Look at him. Oh my God, he's just going for it. He's like, yeah, boy. Yeah, boy, the team's feeling good right now. So, apart from the Lissandra, it is almost identical bans or picks coming in here. You still have the Sivir and the Yuumi in the bot side. Little bit of trivia here for you now. Talia has been picked and played by Rookie 5 times. It's his most played champion. He has an over 8 KDA on that champion and has yet to lose when he's been able to pick that. I honestly, when we come into playoffs into the best of 5s, if this pick is left open for V5, I'm calling straight up like shenanigans right there. You just cannot let this open. I just feel like Ultra Prime, they're just left between a rock and a hard place. They're going to try and deal with it with Lissandra, but I just feel like Rookie on Talia is just an inevitability at this point.
Yeah, and for Ultra Prime, since you can't do anything about that, I'm curious because they're banning out junglers. I wouldn't even hate a Sejuani ban and just kind of open up for that Gnar pick to be able to come through. And, like, sure, we've seen Rich play some of the other good matchups into it. Heck, even in spring, right, we had... Actually, even this split, I believe Rich has pulled out the aerial and has been willing to go towards some of those heavier, more aggressive counter picks. But, no, still just going to all in on those jungle bans coming through. They could opt into looking towards something like that Xin Zhao themselves and leave Xiaolongbao searching for answers.
Yeah, you'd imagine the first pick here for Ultra Prime will be the jungle pick, leave counter for Zoom on the top side, just because you are putting a lot of pressure into that jungle position right now, so you want to try and get the better of the picks that are remaining. Still plenty to go for, of course, but we'll see what they want to go for. Lee Sin going to be on the way, so it feels like the Xin Zhao has to be picked up here, which does mean in my head that maybe we might see a Pantheon coming out for V5. A kind of similar style of that early game skirmishing, and does have a pretty big impact when you combo up with a single target CC of something like the Talia.
Yeah, so the only other thing Xiaolongbao has played that isn't picked or banned is Rek'Sai. That would be the only thing that doesn't play yet. I mean, he's played the Talia as well, which V5 have, but you know that's going to go towards the mid lane. Pantheon's a good shout, is probably the only jungler, like meta jungler, that comes to mind. But Viego, which we've seen kind of fall out of presence a little bit. We've been seeing a lot more of these like hard CC, like frontline-esque junglers coming through. But no, V5 just going to go straight back to the Viego. You have a ton of bursts coming out with the Talia, so it can hopefully potentially set up very easily for the resets to come through with that ultimate. And I think smart play, just going back to the Sejuani top side once again, I think it's been the pick that Zoom has looked most comfortable on, and it also prevents him from being able to easily go towards that Gnar pick.
I mean, for V5, it's a very almost identical team composition, apart from the jungler right there. They're swapping out the Xin Zhao for the Viego, so still able to get engaged, still able to get kind of run down. And honestly, it just feel, in essence, these are the exact same team comps. Yes, there are slight differences here and there between the junglers and the mid laner, but Ultra Prime have basically got the same thing of wanting to engage, wanting to try these team fights, look for a front to back, and try and get Elk roaming. Because again, if it goes the same as game one, where Zoom did most of your damage, it doesn't matter what team comp you pick as Ultra Prime, because you're still not going to win. You need to make sure Elk is doing some DPS.
Yeah, for Ultra Prime, it's all about Elk. It's all about those 5v5s later on. Zoom, Hacker, and Cry and creating space for him. For V5, I mean, the fact that they have the Viego, a little bit less engaged, right? Just because Xin Zhao having a bit more range from the W into the E, being able to get on targets. Gonna have to rely a lot on Rich for that to be able to come through, but still the same potency to look for some of these plays that we saw last game. Once they get the Weaver's Wall online, that's when it feels like V5 are really gonna start ramping up.
Yeah, it does feel like, again, once Rookie gets access to the ultimate, that's where the game kind of gets taken over. Of course, the Viego, with those resets, the Heartbreaker can just be just that, heartbreaking for the side of Ultra Prime, but they do have plenty of tools to utilize. I will say, crying on something like the Lissandra has much better options in terms of engage. You can go in, of course, with the Ice Claw, get yourself that Ring of Frost down, and of course the point and click Frozen Tomb can just be exceptional to try and deal with, or to try and catch out people like the Talia or the Sivir. But it's all about how and when you're able to execute, because at the end of the day, if V5 just get themselves a decent start, this game could be over very, very quick. This game could run away from you. When Ultra Prime, they've got to be proactive. They've got to be the ones bringing the fight to them.
Yeah, they need to be bringing the fight to them. But I do got to say, for Ultra Prime in this draft, I feel like they do have a lot more options in the early game coming out from their mid-jungle. You can just look to set up on Rookie on repeat. You know, go in with your E, lock him down. Xin Zhao able to follow through. And I love it. They're already starting off with a bit of a cheeky level 1.
Love this. No one's warded just yet here on the side of V5, but they are ready for it, sort of. They're going to get slowed down by the Glitter Lance. That's going to force a flash from Rookie. The knockup will be spell shielded from Photic, so they gain a flash, but this early on, not too significant unless we see Hacker make a visit down that mid lane in the first few levels.
So we'll be able to try to do something. And I mean, it just sets up for the plan that we just hit on, right? Just kind of looking to punish potentially Rookie in the mid lane of not having that. Like, he will have his cleanse, so maybe you could try and escape, but if he's overextended a little bit too far, does it matter if you cleanse the Ring of Frost coming out from Crying? Because hopefully by that point, Hacker will already be on top of you and the kills will be coming through. So Ultra Prime setting themselves up to a bit of a good start. Won't have to worry about the Ignite coming through in the bot lane 2v2, but we already saw the spot lane 2v2, right? It's going to be a lot of just Photic and PP God pushing Elk and Meownu under turret.
Hacker doing well to recognize the commitment on the bot side. Most likely going to see some vision coming out on top of him here. He will be spotted out by this ward, and he won't know that the ward is there because he hasn't walked over it just yet. Now he knows. Now he knows he's been caught out. So we're going to get a replay here of the bot side, as this is why, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know why you don't level up a skill before you need it, this is exactly why it is. Photic saves himself a flash because he's able to level up his E and keep himself safe.
A nice spy Photic to be able to not have to burn anything and not really sacrifice that 2v2 from being able to come through. But we see now with Ultra Prime's bot lane actually able to start on the wave that they're contending in that early 2v2, actually getting the push early on. So both junglers potentially going to meet up around this bot side, and Ultra Prime's bot lane might be able to move and assist their jungler first, which could set themselves up to find an early lead. The problem is we need to see Ultra Prime actually able to carry that on into the mid game, unlike they were able to do in game 1.
I'm actually curious to see as well with the 80 carry stars to see a longsword there coming out for Photic, recognizing, look, I can get up to my Krakatsair far earlier than Elk can really put any damage down. Speaking of putting damage down, nice little trade here for Crying. Proving again why we should be keeping him in the conversation of some decent mid laners within the league, and seeing if he can make that early priority work against him. And right now, not really sure where we're going to be seeing much of the action. Like you said, the early skirmishing, we talked about this a little bit because of the changes of, you know, the dragons, of course, very hard to take those very early. So we are starting to see less and less skirmishing happening here in the early game, and it does feel like that's just going to continue on as teams just kind of keep putting down vision, because it's so important to keep on track of these junglers, especially if you want to just try and, as you say, get up to level 6s, get up to those big power spikes for both sides.
And for Ultra Prime, they're trying, right? Like, they know they have an advantage. They have Prio on both mid and bot. They have no summoner on Rookie, so they know if they got to fight, they'd potentially be able to find that kill. But Victory 5 for now, at least dodging out on it. Xiaolongbao going to the opposite side of the map. Might even find some counter jungling, or even just look for a gank onto Zoom, because Zoom is very far extended in the lane.
Yeah, you do have an Ignite as well for Rich, so the Sejuani lane prowess shall be pretty big against them, as we can see Hacker now looking to see if he can land some counter jungling of his own. So the counter jungling shall be countered, which makes it just jungling, really, as Photic and PP God need to be a little bit careful, but it's so difficult to do anything here into the V5 bot lane. You're not only dealing with the fact that it's a Yuumi, the fact that you have a Yuumi means that there's always 2 combat summoners. There's always something else to be dealing with, as we can see now. Hacker gonna have to abandon the last few of the Krugs. That's actually a little bit more significant than you think it is. A lot of the XP in that camp is actually front-loaded into those smaller Krugs to make sure you finish them.
I do gotta say, though, just going back to that dive point, it's even I feel like you rarely see dives these days unless heavy trading is able to be forced or come out first. Diving like full HP targets this early in the game with, like, sure, the turret isn't as insane as it was when we came in the summer split, still is buffed from where it was before, and that ramping damage can still just really take you out very quickly. So I like that Ultra Prime opt into just trying to get the counter jungler themselves, but V5 might actually be able to find a gank of their own. Ultra Prime, they don't spot it.
Oh, they don't spot it just yet, and they're going to go aggressive thinking the heavy trading. You mentioned it, then Ultra Prime thought they could make something happen with it. They're going to jump onto the Lulu, who gets taken out and burned away. First blood, and Elk is not doing much better either. He will get hit by the front side of the Boomerang Blade, but that is a great start for V5. Much better here in game number 2 than it was in game number 1.
Xiaolongbao even just following a similar plan, right? We saw in game 1 him just constantly pathing down towards that bot side, enabling them to have that push. And then once Weaver's Wall came online was when V5 started diving that lane. So getting a bit of a stronger and earlier start to that same plan that they were able to deliver on in game 1. For Ultra Prime, though, like, nice by Hacker to recognize the play comes through and find some counter jungling, but not in the same position to be able to capitalize on top lane like last time without that Realm Warp.
Again, just not having that extra little bit of, it's not having that extra little bit of, as I say, roaming about, not having that extra ability to move and be free with your team, and V5 just making the most out of it. Rookie's not really going to be caught out here. Yes, there is a Glacial Tomb available, but Hacker might have found Rich.
Oh, Zoom!
Oh, very nicely done there by Zoom. The Ignite not going to be used. That was honestly quite clean.
Yeah, flashing to make sure that Rich can't get away with that Q. Sets up for the gank to be able to come through. I thought Rich would probably be fine, able to throw out the ultimate and get away. Maybe still potentially, you know, could have. I don't know in a scenario there if he ult Zoom, if Hacker would then be able to try and block out on the Q of him being able to get away. But nice play coming out from Ultra Prime. V5 going to capitalize and get themselves a dragon. Early dragons. Let's go, Machine.
Let's go. Let's go. You get yourself the dragons. In fairness, it's actually very significant early on in the game, especially a Hex Dragon, which is just base stats really with the ability haste. So not scaling like a mountain or anything like that. So yeah, you're not waiting for this when you see now Xiaolong Bao. TB did come in from Zoom here. He does have himself to call the Forged God. He's going to try and use it here. Xiaolong Bao getting healed up by the Yuumi. God, it's so annoying to try and deal with. All 5 members of Ultra Prime are here as they really want to get these 3 kills, but Rookie has made himself known and will protect PP God right until the end and says, no, PP God, I'm a firm believer in your faith and I shall keep you safe, my lord.
He keeps him safe, but Ultra Prime still find 2 kills. They do have to commit all 5 members down to the bot side as Rookie playing on a knife's edge, but gets some good damage down. But my God, like 2 plates over to Elk. He's the one that we said needs to step up and get that damage down, unlike in game 1 where Zoom was the top damage dealer on the Ornn. But consolation prize being Rich getting a bit of gold onto himself. We'll go straight into the replay here. V5 take the dragon, which with more HP on this patch takes longer to do, gives time for Ultra Prime to come down. Zoom TP's down, Krine has time to move over. Call the Forge God forces the flashes, but I love that Ultra Prime still just commit. Krine flashes over the wall, he gets the kill immediately with his Q, and then able to buy time with his ultimate so he doesn't go down to turn himself.
I will say, yes, it's great that you got that on the side of Ultra Prime, but Hacker's basically lost his entire top side. You saw a lot of plates going over to Rich. I think he picked up 2 as well, so they're going to try and jump on the Krine here. Who was that 2? Like, that was like a Hail Mary, but you completely threw the ball out of bounds. Like, I don't know where Rich was looking.
So, he was trying to predict, right? I don't know if he didn't know about the flash or what, because he saw what direction Krine shot the Ian, so...
Yeah.
Does get it down. I mean, they still force Krine back. They will be able to get this Herald, and Ultra Prime going to try and equalize by getting pushed in mid, and I think then you hover down towards spot, force Photic off the turret, get even more plating onto Elk, and try and make this a bit worthwhile.
You know what I just noticed? You know the way when we say like an ultimate from a Sejuani goes wide, it's called an X-Midi? Wasn't
that just hurts?
I know, but it is what people call it. All right, I'm just saying what I see in front of me. But wasn't X-Midi like voted like the best jungler in NA history?
He was.
And his most iconic play in terms of most people's mind is that.
I do gotta say, I've actually said.
I think X-Midi's great. I think X-Midi's a great jungler, by the way. I'm not denying that.
Well, to me, it's just hilarious, right? Because it gets mean for that ult. But think about how many times we flop ult in LPL. There was one game where I remember Wayward did not hit any of them. And it's like, you're just like, just another day in LPL. Next game Wayward will hit him. Like, who cares? You move on. But X-Midi.
Yeah, it's like
sorry, my dude.
If it's done in LCS, it's like, trolling. Never mind. Hey, we're going to meme on this person. And it's just like LPL. It's like, you miss all the shots you don't take, man. Keep going, champ. Like, it's such an obvious, like, bias that most people have in their region. It's always very funny.
It's just smart because when you just always do crazy stuff, it just, whatever. It's just another day in the office. So good job, LPL, for adopting mistakes or craziness as your own identity. But point is, Rich in this game, it's only happened once. And we like to look to the future. And so it's about the next ult that comes through. He has that ult up now, but we might actually have a lot of play towards this bot side with the level of aggression coming out from Elk and Meownin.
Yeah, I think that they're getting some decent chip damage into that turret, so they're getting some decent gold as well. They actually have a bit of a CS lead on the bot side as well. And actually looking holistically, as I keep saying it as well, because that seems to be my word for the day, it is about 1,000 gold lead now for Ultra Prime. So they are very much getting themselves advantages despite the proactive plays coming out from V5. And honestly, it does feel like V5 are still having a little bit of a scrappier early game. And I like this from Hacker. Hacker kind of saying, look, we're going to use this early game to the best. I got 2 kills early. That extra little bit of cost nerf, shall we say, is not going to make that big of a difference. It's now Rookie going to have to cleanse, but that damage still goes in. He loses both his summoners before this dragon spawns in 50 seconds.
I mean, nice to see Ultra Prime finally threaten this play in mid, right? Because we talked about this coming out of draft of just Lissandra Zinjao and the threat that that's able to put down. We never really saw that capitalized on, despite the fact that they blew Rookie's flash at level 1, but finally able to just kind of show presence in mid lane. Rookie a little bit too far forward, has to respect the engaged potential coming out from Ultra Prime, and potentially sets Ultra Prime up to either look for a dive bot or even just have prio for this dragon.
We have Prio. Zoom is taking a lot of damage here from Shalambao. The Sheen proc does very nice things for the Viego. Used to be a mana item, no longer a mana item. Now it's just a item itself, actually. It doesn't actually build from anything, which I'm not quite sure how I feel about. I also don't know how I feel about the fact that Triforce doesn't build from 3 attack damage items. That's another thing I don't know how I feel about. But we'll wait and see as Rift Herald. A lot of opinions, a lot of things in my mind.
To me, it's just about color. Since Sheen is blue, the fact that it
mana.
Exactly, right. That's actually my only qualm, is just the color. Is Zoom might actually go down.
I was going to say he has no mana right now, and he's got nowhere to go. The flash and the wild growth. And that means Shelly gets to do her second favorite thing, which is bonk a second turret after the first. So it is a bit of a bad situation there for Ultra Prime. They will get themselves a dragon here, as Elk and Hacker are already on the position. But V5, they're not to be outdone here, and the trades are starting to come in. We're seeing a lot more cross-mapping this game. No more just sitting there and waiting for stuff to happen. Both teams looking to make plays.
Both teams making plays, but despite the fact that V5 gave up Dragon and traded for a turret, Ultra Prime still the team up in gold. I mean, they already have a turret from the bot lane, and also looked like Elk having a little bit of a CS advantage. I believe it was about 10. And heck, even now, Krine breaking down more plates. You can see in top lane, Zoom was able to get a plate for himself as well. To where no plate in the bottom lane for V5. And I don't believe there was a plate taken for... Nope, no plate taken for Rookie in mid either. So Ultra Prime being up in gold, largely being down to those plates, and that small lead for Elk in the bot lane.
They're being up in gold, down to the facts, you know, up and down. It's life. Sorry, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm kind of
I don't know
waiting.
where.
I'm being a bit strange right now. As you try to keep us on the straight and narrow, I will bring us right back to reality, as we can see now with the Drift Herald spawning in a minute 30. We are starting to see first full items being coming out. I will say it's a better position for Elk this time around. He has got his Immortal Shield Bow alongside Photic, who does have his Kraken Slayer, so you are on a decent enough spike. I will say the Kraken Slayer does have a little bit more to offer in those big extended team fights. Of course, those Ricochet Blades will just do so much for you, but it is going to come down to execution. I feel like if Krine, with this Everfrost now, the pure amount of single target CC he has, those cleanses are great for Rookie and Photic, but you got to cleanse one thing.
Yeah, it's going to be rough with the amount of CC coming in from Ultra Prime. I'm more surprised by Hacker. I mean, having the Kembank Chainsword already, but actually sitting on a Balmy Cinder, not signaling he's going to go towards that Gore Drinker, which, I mean, I think we've seen it a few times this split, but considering you already have such a large front line in Zoom, I'm kind of surprised not just going to opt into, you know, with a bit more damage and sustain to come out from that item. We'll see how it works for him, as now, Sheen, we look at the timer, top right, 25 seconds until aggression.
Honestly, it did take me a little while because I was like, there's 3 timers. Which one am I looking at? I was like, wait. They're all on the top left or top right. I gotta look at this. But yeah, it's good to see aggression. Then we have Unleash teleports as well, as we do hit the 40 minutes. We look at the middle timer and they kind of combo up those 2 timers into the game. And we'll see now with the teleports available, do these top laners want to try and split push? No, they want to try and be a part of this fight as soon as possible. Photic does have to deal with this wave in mid lane before this Rift Herald spawns. And Zoom doesn't have flash, remember. He lost it out in that last skirmish up top side, but not great vision here for V5. But with the Weavers well available to them, they could cut off a fight.
And Rookie's flash, luckily, about to come up, because that could have been a sore point that Ultra Prime could have taken advantage of. V5 are going to get prio on this first. And like we said, Rich really being their only engage. Keep your eyes on Rich if V5 want to find a fight.
Oh, Rookie, he moved backwards. He was ready, though, with the seismic shove. You know he was. As we can see, there is the work round coming down. Ooh, nicely done. Going to force back a crescent guard from Hacker, and Hacker's in a little bit of trouble. Rich is just so trigger happy with these ultimates. At least he hit it. That's all I'm saying. But I mean, the final chapter has to be used as well. Yeah, I mean, they got the flash out of Elk because of the seismic shove, but his play is not quite over just yet, Lyric. They're still moving forward. Photic does have enough mana there to get the E off and spell shielded out. And despite this being incredibly scrappy and doesn't feel like V5 should have came out on top of it, they are coming out on top of it.
I mean, V5 come out on top, but also utilizing a bunch of ultimates to get a little bit of damage out on the turret. I mean, they also did walk away with Elk's flash, like you said, but I was kind of surprised at the follow-up, especially from PP God and Fotic throwing out their ults. Rich, you're throwing out his, you're kind of fishing to see, you lock someone down, you find an engage, I get it, even if he is under turret, but the other one's a little bit haphazard, but still gonna default to a normal map state. Ultra Prime, since they did get those resets off first, actually will have tempo coming back onto the map, and can try and reclaim some of this vision, because right now in River, especially around bot side, largely is in V5's control, and Dragon gonna be the next thing we're keeping our eyes on.
Yeah, Dragon's going to be the big point of focus right now. It is an Infernal Rift, it is an Infernal Soul, and that's the big thing you got coming into this one right now, is that when you have things like the extra AP and AD coming out, so powerful, even just from a single Dragon. We're going to harp on about this until the next patch when it becomes so ingrained in our memories that it's just relevant no more. It's just part of the game. This is kind of becoming a big issue now for the side of both these teams, because it is going to be about who gets those dragon stackings. If you're to get 1 or 2 dragons now for Ultra Prime, or 1 or 2 dragons for V5, that could be game changing, because that burst from the Talia could be huge.
Like, think about it, right? The fact that they got 1 apiece means to set up for 3, which would be 18% bonus damage coming through. I mean, you think, we already see the Zeri now, 125, like, AD. You would be getting, what, about 20? 21 maybe?
Yeah,
like
20,
extra AD able to come out from that, so definitely going to be significant with the way that the Dragons panned out, because always more valuable to stack multiple rather than like if you get the first 2 and then you can only get 2 as compared to how they can get 3. But TP coming out from Crying, oh, just flashes in.
Wow, look at the single target CC though. Rookie's gonna have to flash over. The cleanse was used as well. Crying just going Giga Chad right there and saying, all right, you got nothing left, Rookie. You're gonna have to play this even more exceptionally than you normally do.
Yeah, Rookie did have to blow his summoners, but still, no one else Prime looked like they were ready to follow up, but they are now.
There's the Ornhorn coming out. They're going to force out more summoners here. Ultra Prime bringing the fight over to V5, but V5 are just not falling down just yet. The Weaver's Wall going to stop the retreat, but they found themselves a little tunnel. They should be able to get behind enemy lines or back into their own safety after going a little bit into no man's land. Shelly did get a bop in the mid lanes. That's going to open up a bit more of the map. You still have a TP here on Zoom. No TP on Crying, but he needs to get a bit of a reset. No mana, no health, and the Dragon's still yet to be taken, Lyric.
I'm really interested to see what they do. Oh my god! Meow,
yeah.
Just gone! Just gone!
Support. Just gone. He got caught by the seismic shove, and this is what I'm saying with Rookie, man. When Rookie's on Talia, he can be his own carry, his own setup, and his own team fight. He is just a monster right now, and he hasn't even reset. As Rich is going to find Elf, who's going to be forced to go over the wall. He's not quite in safety just yet, but does have a blast cone, and despite all the great heroics from Ultra Prime, it's V5 who get a kill, and V5 who get the Dragon.
And all once again coming back to Rookie. I mean, even in that initial fight, I was surprised that it just seemed like so many ultimates from both sides not able to connect, making it so people are able to get out. I'm sure we're going to go all... Oh, no, we're not going to go all the way back to Crying's engage. Could come to the second half after the Rift Herald is dropped. Ultra Prime.
Oh, this ward's not in the brush. If that Scryer's Broom is not in the brush. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
You know,
they thought they had safety.
I just love how they don't show the fight and we only get him deleting the Lulu, but
there's only 1 kill, and that kill was the only important thing. Yeah,
Ward slightly out of it, but hey, even despite going down, I mean, game's still incredibly even. We can see in terms of gold and Ultra Prime keeping up the pressure in the top side of the map. No TP on Rich, so if we do get any action towards this top side, we'll be a 4v4. Zoom potentially will have a window to move over as well, considering we already see him having pushed down a bot side. But it looks like V5 won't even be able to contend with this turret pushing top.
Yeah, they're not really in position. You can see Rookie having to try and put down abilities to make sure there's nobody in the brush waiting for him to walk up. He is very aware that he is summonerless at the moment, and that Ultra Prime are probably very, very aware of that. Baron is live. Won't be taken straight off a spawn like it was last time by V5, but you see now that Ultra Prime starting to get a bit confident, starting to get a bit, more bold with their pushes up towards this top side as they start to try and maybe make a mark, because they see a weakness now with V5. They've seen it in the team fights. If they can get the engages off, it can go their way. They just need to make sure they kill somebody, which is just so much easier to say than to do.
But we can already see the difference in terms of like having the Viegos compared to the Xinjiang before, or if the Wukong was open, right? Another ability to be able to get you on the enemy target easily. So it's still depending a lot on Rich connecting with that ultimate and being able to follow up. Looks like it's been where V5 has really struggled. And like, sure, Up haven't really been able to connect with kills yet either, but Up have been the ones forcing out summoners from the sides of V5.
Yeah, Ultra Prime have been doing very, very well to make sure they're in the right position at the right time and getting themselves the most value out of those fights. But this is why you have the summoners. It's why the summoner spells are so valuable, why they have such exceptionally long cooldowns, because they are fight changers. They are game changers in that regard. You think about it, the difference between a kill onto Rookie and not is a cleanse, is a flash. The fact that he had a heal in the Summoner Spellbook coming out after that as well was the difference between what was right or wrong for the side of Ultra Prime. So for V5, they're still in this game. They're still looking like they're in control. Ultra Prime, though, they are starting to push the narrative that they can take these fights. They can make these better for them. They do need a couple more small moments, though, as both AD carries hit themselves with the 2 items. Zeri would love to get up that Infinity Edge as we start to move towards another big fight in 2 minutes' time.
And I actually feel a lot better for Ultra Prime this time around, because had there not been that 5k gold difference last time, we talked about the ornaments coming through, the tankiness on the side of Ultra Prime and their prowess in these front-to-backs, kind of even adding more engage with crying on the Lysandra. I think if the game keeps going at this pace, at least for composition, Ultra Prime should consistently be the ones deciding where the fights are happening and what fights are happening.
Who, what, where, when, and why. And how. We'll throw a H in there.
We'll say 1 minute 35 seconds for Dragon. Zoom opening up Call of the Forge God and Crying either Eing or like E then flash in on top of multiple people. You lock them all down. And I'll predict no one from V5 goes down. Just like last fight.
Wow. Okay.
Just like last fight. They'll all cleanse, they'll all flash, they'll get out of there, and then Rookie will make a hero play. So I'm actually just predicting the same thing that happened before happens once again.
But with more damage because more items have been completed. It's, you know, as we have always said, I love to say this thing, but the more things change, the more they stay the same. And sadly for Ultra Prime, we talked about how, yes, it's positive they were burning summoners, they were getting off some of these, you know, flashes away from the side of E5. They didn't use that moment or that opportunity to make anything happen. And in fairness, there wasn't really much for them to go from. So there wasn't really much to drag V5 across the map without putting themselves into a terrible position around Baron. So you're not really going to have that same advantage. You are looking now at all summoners being available for this next fight. And this feels like Ultra Prime's final chance, because it feels like now we're at the point where if the Sivir gets the 3 items, if the Talia, the Viego start to get themselves into the reset moments, that's where this game starts to become so much harder for Ultra Prime.
It's going to be so much harder to find those moments. But I like what you're saying before about Ultra Prime not capitalizing on the summoners being down, because they're once again already back up 4v5. And I feel like that could have been a time where Zoom has kept up pressure in bot, could have rotated him over and found the ultimate to come through and at least try and capitalize. Still on objective first. V5 having no wards in River. They at least have Rich who can try and brute force his way in, but you open up yourself to take a lot of damage from Elf.
Yeah, I will say Ultra Prime have not done their homework. Look at bot, look at top. They're being pushed in favor. Actually, bot might just about be equaling out towards Ultra Prime. Hard to tell from this side, but top is definitely pushing in V5's favor. And now Hacker kind of separated away from the rest of his team. There's the Weaver's Wall, but it's only just really to get the inside track onto mid lane. So actually, I like this from the side of V5. They're saying, look, we don't care about Dragon because we can turn for Baron. They actually have some decent damage on it, and they can get some serious work done if they're left on it for too long.
Still, they're actually being spotted out by a ward from Ultra Prime that is in that brush right next to Raptors. So not threatening the Baron. They even have a ward on Baron, but going to be able to take this top lane turret. So saying, hey, Ultra Prime only going to be their second Drake. We're fine trying to trade up for gold.
Yeah, Zoom immediately was like, I need to run away from this. But the Dragon does go over to Ultra Prime, so in terms of the grand scheme of the Dragons, it's very, very even. In terms of the gold, finally V5 have got themselves a bit of a gold lead. It's not, it's only a couple hundred. Not exactly exceptional to be coming into this game, but this is very, very close. And honestly, I've got to give massive, but that's a lot of zombie wards. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's more wards there over the top. Ultra Prime wanted that Dragon a lot.
You know, this feels like a good time to you know, expand on your feelings on wards and bring it back to just your feelings overall. Because I want to set you up to make people think you hate V5 by saying, you know, we said, you know, give a confidence, dominant performance in the series. How you feeling about this game so far, Sheena?
You want my genuine hot take for V5?
Oh my God, I don't know.
V5 will come. V5 will come third in the LPL playoffs again. I do not I do not see them beating top esports. I do not see them beating RNG. I think we will have a repeat of spring. That's my hot take, and I genuinely
I'm just surprised you're disrespecting JD Gaming.
Yeah, true.
That's to me. That's the hot take. The hot take isn't V5
We'll
third.
hot take
the hot
them
take is,
later. They're playing after this. We'll do a
the
hot take
is
then.
where's JDG?
JDG, I'm not saying that JDG always choke in playoffs. I'm just saying that JDG haven't done exceptionally well in the last 2 years when it comes to playoffs. So
Spring was solid, but you're right. Actually, maybe getting a bit ahead of ourselves, considering that JDG are playing up next. JDG AL. This will be your ad for people watching out there.
Yeah.
Gonna be fun. AL.
if we had
top
a
team.
thought about this, we could have done like the LEC, like the lower third that comes up and kind of goes coming up next. You know, just like boom, boom. Oh, we should totally do that. Why did we not do that? That would be so much better. We should do that.
Because
do that
we
more
like
than the random
we like to
stats.
give the verbal advertisement. Everyone loves a random stats as hacker.
Well, speaking of random stats, we're going to see some random fights coming out here. Rookie flashes away. He does not want to get caught out by the Ring of Frost. Brian goes into his own frozen tomb, and it's going to be nice and cozy for the moment, and comes back to hell and destruction as V5 have now finally recollected themselves and brought themselves back into the fight. The final chapter is good, but it's a trade of top laners for the moment. The resets are coming in for Xiaolong Bao, but look at Elk. He's kind of firing for free as Elk goes forward. Elk's trying to make this one work. 1v4, trying to make this one go for Ultra Prime, and he's getting them all. It's down to the 80 carries, but Photic, he's not quite there just yet. He's still gassing out. It's the 80 carries looking to make this one work. They don't have vision, and Photic should get himself away. It's a 3 for 3, and my lord, was a close lyric.
How is every fight so close? Either on both sides no one dies, or on both sides I guess 3 people die. Photic managing to get away. I guess we're going to instantly go into the replay to see how it happens. Ultra Prime, once again, they have the tools to find fights, right? But the flashes are there for V5, so they're able to kite out the initial engage. But Ultra Prime going a little bit deep opens up for Rookie to bring out the Weaver as well. Very coordinated re-engage coming out from the side of V5. But still, we have Elk just constantly putting out that DPS to make sure the Sejuani goes down on the opposing side. And then Elk just going crazy. Amazing flash to go forward. And then somehow, Photic managing to escape on a sliver of health, using his flash and cleanse himself to make sure that he can get the job done.
Well, minute 30. We're not going to wait for the Dragon because we're going to have another full-on fight coming in right now. The Ornhorn has been used. Oh, Xiaolong Bao with the Rue. That was cheeky there onto Zoom. Doesn't quite get the Orn to go for the knockback, but Ultra Prime now recognize that they have a priority in mid, and not only do they have priority in mid, they're going to have priority over this Baron.
I'm just happy that they tried to use Call of the Forge God there to find a pick, because that's something Ultra Prime haven't been doing enough in my mind, is forcing out these summoners and then recapitalizing. Because that's when you want to fight. That's when top LPL teams fight, but they're going to try now.
Gonna try. Rich does have a TP ward just in the back of Red Pit. They could be able to look to try and make that one work, but he's already joined his team. He's already at the front of this front-to-back team fight. There's a little bit of a ward, or a little bit of a placement there on the left-hand side. We're seeing a bit of a flank from Brian. Frank will be joining us later on today on the broadcast, but the Weaver's Wall going to be used to try and separate them away, so the Baron should reset. Really nice placement there from Rookie, and it kills all momentum from Ultra Prime. They got to build back this health bar, and V5 are just waiting for time.
Yeah, they just get pushed out mid so they can look for it now, but Tool's still not exactly there.
Oh, nice buffering there. You do get the Frozen Tomb coming out there from Prime, but Xiaolong Bao getting the Heartbreaker, and now Ultra Prime don't really have that point-and-click engage anymore, and V5 might fancy the chances, but no, they don't want to go too risky. They've got 13 seconds till the next Dragon, and they know they're going to have first push on it.
Oh, Sheen, when are we going to fight? When is something going to connect? Always some CC landing. No one close enough to be able to follow up. And V5 now in a position where they're on river first and just going to start up this Drake. With Zoom coming on the side, Zoom's Call of the Forge God is back up. So this would be an opportunity for them to force it. And heck, whichever team can get this Dragon, right, that's going to be sole point. It's going to be 2 Infernals on the board. It's going to be quite a nice little buff for them.
Still no summoners onto the supports or AD carries on either side. You're not going to have a flasher. You're nearly going to have an exhaust here for PP God, but already an exhaust for Rookie as he has that cleanse as well. So, Summoner Spellbook really helping out the side of V5. But you can see that Ultra Prime, they're a little bit late to this one here, but the extra health on the Dragon, like we've always mentioned, makes this a lot harder just to try and take. Zoom is off to the side here. We will see the Shirelia's Battle Song used. Try and just disengage a little bit. Dragon down to 3,000 HP. There's the Call of the Forge God coming out, and Sejuani ultimate on the other side goes completely wide. Crying gonna put himself in danger as he gets knocked up immediately. The Dragon is secured there by Ultra Prime to get himself to the soul point. The Yumi was separated for some reason as the Viego and the support of V5 have gone down. Ultra Prime now running forward with momentum. They've got the electricity in their veins, and Elk is styling forward. Wants to try and take this 1v1, but in fairness, he's gonna win it because he's able to crit as a Zeri's 1,000 gold shutdown and the triple kill, but Rookie is still here. Rookie has a Weaver's Wall, but Rookie's just gonna walk away. He knows he can't do anything, and Ultra Prime are right in this game.
And once again, we're seeing another game where the difference maker is the Zeri. What a surprise. We're gonna go straight into the replay because V5 initially start up this Drake, but Zoom opens up Call of the Forge God, forces the disengage, which allows them to get the Dragon. Another Sejuani ult, sadly kind of falling a little bit flat. But when you have this Ornn level 14 ornament starting to come through, the stats there, Rookie not able to join in the fight because he's kind of zoned off to the side, it opens up for Elk to start taking over. And then, I mean, once they get the lockdown coming out from Hacker and Zoom, it just allows for the mobility to shine through, get the damage in, and sadly, Photic gonna give his best try, but not enough in the end.
This is just becoming a bit much now for V5. It's still only a 2,000 gold lead, so Ultra Prime not a million miles away from 4 items onto the Sivir, but if Photic just can't put out the damage, you can see how limiting it is on the Sivir. Such a short range. You really want to try and put out those boomerang blades and those ricochets to just chip away at that health bar before you fully commit. Crying, honestly, I can't give this guy any more praise because he is just doing such exceptional work at finding carries, figuring them out, and getting them locked down in place for Zeri to do the work.
I even like the priority of upgrades coming out for Zoom, like having both ornaments on their front line so you're able to absorb more damage than the opposing side, which is really just going to be rich, and then also making sure Elk has more damage able to come through. So, nice as you're making on, and Call the Forge God.
Call the Forge God onto Rookie. He does get a Weaver's Wall, which stops absolutely everybody. Crying went a little bit too far forward, and Zoom has to flash because he was on top of the Unraveled Earth, so not quite able to make this one work. But look at Elk just pumping out damage right now. I talked about a 4-item Sivir and a 4.5 item with an ornament, so let's call it 5. But a TP's coming on the backside of here. Ultra Prime, their 5v4 is there's going to be Xiaolong Bao getting knocked back and hit by the crit as well. Rich is there, no ultimate just yet, but has got an ignite. He's trying to corral them, herd them like a dog with sheep. As there we go, they're going to go for the Heartbreaker. As you can see, Ultra Prime trying to keep Zeri alive. The health bars are low, but this Zeri is huge, and now Rookie finds them on the backside. It's Elk versus the world, and Elk shall be shut down, and V5 should be able to end the game.
Oh, and B5 actually get the game win off of this. That is absolutely ridiculous. Skirting around one fight perfectly, pinging hard, trying to get the end. And I think you're right, Ashin. Maybe they get it. Crying's up. 30 seconds left on the board on most members.
I mean, he's got a Zhonya's, he's got an Everfrost, he's got a hell of a lot of CC. It's Crying, the star player of Ultra Prime, looking to try and keep them in this series. It's a dead even gold lead as he goes in. He gets himself the Zhonya's as well alongside the Frozen Tomb, so should be able to clear out this wave. And that's all you really need there as Crying flashes away. He's doing so much right now. Xiaolong Bao, though, will not go down. He does lose his life, but he did his job, Lyric, and that's all that matters.
Great to keep the game going. Death timers weren't long enough to where it wouldn't be a dicey situation for V5. But I gotta say, here, really nice by Rookie. Throws down the Weaver's Wall, and it funnels them all into this small corridor, which works perfectly for the AoE coming out from Talia and Yumi to get full value out of their kits, which is really why V5 are able to take this. I'm surprised, though, they found so much value in running down Ultra Prime, because despite the low health bars, I mean, Elk is still going at 100%. We could see now, when he landed that W into Xiaolong Bao, how much it did, but still, V5 aren't committing enough with other members to where they're at too much of a disadvantage, and then once Rookie joins in, it's enough damage between him, Xiaolong Bao, and Photic to finish him off. Also, kudos to Photic, because I believe he was able to dodge out on every Zeri W at the end of that.
I mean, you saw that the game plan from Ultra Prime around that back of the Dragon Pit was that keep Elk as healthy as you physically can. That was the entire game plan coming out, but we're going to have to go straight back into this one right now. It is dead even in turn to goal, but this is Soul Point. This is significant now for both of these sides, and you can see V5, they know if they can just delay this one a little bit longer, they can just get super minions going on the top side. There's a Weaver's Wall to try and stop them, but I feel like that was a little bit trigger happy from Rookie, not quite seeing Ultra Prime fully commit.
I feel like the problem right now for V5 is just the more stats coming out for Up. I mean, even Elk being full build compared to the opposing side.
Ooh, rookie flashes very nicely done there. We'll have the ultimate used by both top laners, so they don't have that available, but look how quick those cooldowns are coming out. You have actually got the Glacial Prison coming out very, very shortly here for Rich. He's going to have it in about 30 seconds.
Look at Up's base, Machine. It's already being contested with supers.
Here we go. We're going to see them look for this one here. That's going to be the Infernal Soul. Maybe secured as they jump in. They're going to try and take it back. No! Stolen! Xiaolong Bao gets it, and they're all funneled into the pit. He may lose his life, but he gained the dragon. It keeps V5 ticking. And like you said, their base is in tatters. You can need to see Rookie right now trying to stop some backs right now. It's actually going to force a TP from Crying because he knows if he doesn't get back, he's just going to lose the game.
Yeah, like that turret already almost down, and this might open for V5 to be able to find these picks because now they have the numbers to match Ultra Prime.
Oh, the flick back. Oh, Zoom is still very tanky though. He's still an Ornn. And V5, they get the adrenaline, but they calm themselves down. Deep breaths coming in. As Ultra Prime, they surviving. Would you believe who saved the game again but Crying?
The fact that here we are, V5 Ultra Prime, 36-minute game, 11 to 12 kills, 3 dragons apiece, I think is absolutely crazy. Nice by Ultra Prime to be able to put up this much of a fight. And now it just feels like we're going to come down to one team fight, right? One team fight to kind of decide it all, probably that last dragon. But we'll go here. Ultra Prime feeling a lot of pressure because of those minions, but Xiaolong Bao starting it off, closes the distance with his ultimate, and able to get off the smite and win that battle out. Does go down for his troubles. But then with that pressure of the minions, I mean, Up having to commit that TP to stop the backs and kind of allowing V5 to try to push and try to fish for a pick.
Here we go. Baron is live. The inhibitor is still dead on top side, but you only have about 2 more waves of supers. The longer you stay away there, it's actually the best inhibitor for the side of Ultra Prime to have down because it does mean they can still maintain. Whoever goes up for it, be a Crying right now, can still keep themselves relatively close. Rich gonna have to Arctic Assault over the wall. Doesn't actually have it off cooldown just yet, so was holding that one fairly nicely. There's the Weaver's Wall, gonna knock Xiaolong Bao away from this one. This is the inside track. This is great from the side of V5. They're just out macroing right now and saying, look, with the Talia, we just have more options available to us.
And, right, having the Talia with the Weaver's Wall, having the supers pushing in top, they can try and just use those small windows where Ultra Prime have to split up and double down on them with that ultimate to try and find those, like, small tempo leads to get damage on turrets or to find and engage onto a member first. But Ultra Prime, I think, making the right play, staying as this 5-man formation. They are going to have to send someone back up top to deal with those minions, though. And as more minions build, it's going to make it harder for Crying to come join this fight because Crying doesn't have his TP up.
Rich did pop his, ooh, okay, Elk loses QSS, still has a cleanse, so plenty of CC burning there. Rich loses half his health bar, and you can see even though Rich is technically a super tank on this Sejuani, he doesn't last very long against the Zeri. The Zeri gets about 3 or 4 auto attacks down, and he's going to be about half HP alongside everyone else, so we'll see them now zoom, seeing if he can maybe just get some vision control right now, and with the Baron not taken just yet. They will have full vision though on the side of V5 as everyone did take a bit of a reset. So Ultra Prime, they're going to take this as an opportunity, Lyric, and I think V5 got themselves with their hand caught in the cookie jar.
It's the best time too because Crying's flash just coming back up can try and lock down a key member like Rookie.
Oh, that's going to separate the fight. They know it's a 3v5, and Crying's been caught out. He got flicked back. The Baron will be secured, though, by Ultra Prime. Can they take the fight after this one here as Elk does get the cleanse off, and he gets himself over the wall. Nobody from V5 has died just yet. I think Ultra Prime, you're trading 1 for Baron. You take that.
And for Ultra Prime, I mean, Elk just having too much mobility to be able to lock him down at this point in time for V5. V5, though, can try to get this push in mid, get another turret down. But Elk being full build, we've seen he's hitting like a truck at this point. So V5 gonna have to be careful with these full health bars.
Here we go, the W. Fight landing, and it's always going to be about these skill shots. The 2 things you need to be watching out for is the W from Zeri and the seismic shove coming out from Rookie. They are the key abilities in these team fights. One small move, one mistake is all it's going to take for either of these sides, and whew, it's getting close. I did not expect this game to be as close as it was, but my lord, Lyric, it's turning into a little bit of a banger.
It is, and I mean, we can see now, both AD carries full build. 2 stopwatches on the side of V5 as well. Xiaolong Bao actually going towards the Anathema's chains to try and reduce some of the tenacity on Elk.
No
so
boots
they
on
can
Elk.
find a way to lock him down. You're right, actually. Just been 6 full items so far. Wanting to maximize his goal to get as many stats as possible.
All right, no inhibitors down for Ultra Prime, despite them losing 2 inhibitor turrets. Xiaolan Bao
Oh,
would
both,
love-
actually both sides, Ashin. No boots
Yeah.
for both either. Both completely maxed out.
Yeah, both maxed out. Both have themselves a QSS and Mercurial Scimitar. I will say Rookie is a little bit ahead of the curve. You don't have the Rabadon's Death Cap here. So 1 Q from Elk just brought a load of health out of Xiaolan Bao. And he's not exactly like a squishy target. He's got pretty much full AP or full health and armor right now. So we're going to see them just kind of pushing forward. There's the Weaver's Wall. It's going to separate Cryan from the team as we're going to try and maybe look for a fight, but they don't really have vision to go for this one here. The final chapter onto Hacker, who gets flicked back and put into the team. There's going to be the Ornhorn to try and maybe separate this fight. It's scrappy Lyric, as we can see the minions in bot lane actually finally take themselves a turret. Now you have the inside track here as V5, and you're just going to try and push those minions in. They won't be able to end the game, but the Dragon's already been started. Xiaolan Bao is in the pit. He's not quite there. Cryan gets himself on the backside, but nobody's gone down just yet. The flick back is good. Zoom is going to be the front line to try and deal with this. He's not quite gone down just yet. Xiaolan Bao is the first casualty, as we can see Elk now running forward. Elk is feeling the electricity of this game as Bota keeps his PP god alive. They are going to try and turn this one back, though. They don't know exactly where he is. Elk is looking for him. He needs to be very careful, though. This is a 6-item Sivir. They're all starting to back away. The Dragon was taken by the side of Ultra Prime. That's going to be Soul, but you can see now Elk is trying to be with Hacker. They're going to try and push in top of this so the TP's coming in. They want him dead. They don't want him to be able to survive. Rich is now here as well to try and get his president out of danger. He's not in a good spot right now as PP God tries to do his best, but V5, I think they might have been taken down. I think we're going to 3 games, Lyric.
Yeah, Cryan making the hero play, going in, finding the engage, was able to set up enough damage for Ultra Prime to be able to follow up and take the rest of the fight. And Zoom is so tanky. Ultra Prime don't care. So Rich actually going to try and stall the next wave.
I love this because you're going to have Rookie up in 4 seconds, so maybe he doesn't even want to go for it right now. He's thinking about it.
Oh no,
they haven't got
Rich
the
is going
wave.
for the recall.
He's going for the recall because they haven't got the wave right now, and they know they have Rookie, so he doesn't need to risk it. He doesn't need to put himself in danger because he knows if he dies anyway, there's not really a lot he can do. So Elk's going to try and maybe look for him. A 2-man knockup, though, and this Zeri's getting revved up. This Zeri's doing damage, but so is Rookie. They've got the minions coming in, and now you've got to try and defend. It's going to be Rookie and Xiaolan Bao, the mid-jungle combination. Elk has the Immortal Shield Bow as we got finally the Yuumi coming in. This is not over just yet, Lyric, as we got the final chapter not quite landing onto Elk. The Weaver's Wall is going to stop the Lulu from joining this fight for a couple more seconds. Elk is so incredibly low, but they just can't kill him.
No, this would be the time V5 need to capitalize if they want to be able to take the game. Sadly, not having the damage to do it. And I mean, they can't really put themselves in harm's way of like Xiaolan Bao just committing by himself, because still Elk and Cryan would be able to deal enough damage to just take him down. Now with the resets coming off, I'm wondering if Cryan can afford that Rabadon's and then be at a bit of a stronger a point for Ultra Prime than they've already been. On top of the fact that they already still have that soul and the extra damage coming through with that 18% from the 3 individual Infernal Drakes.
Oh my lord, V5 being tested right now. Are you good enough to take down a Zeri? Are you good enough to try and make sure that this Talia pick keeps its 100% win rate? Remember, Rookie has not lost this split on Talia. He has a 100% win rate out of 5 games and is usually banned against V5. And this is why we have question marks about V5 going into the playoffs. It's like, yes, they are an exceptional team, but it's these kind of games that call into question how good are they really when you're looking at the likes of top esports being so dominant against any and all teams. Oh no, Xiaolan Bao, you're probably gonna have to lose your Heartbreaker. No, never mind. No one else was ready to capitalize, but V5 going to game 3 here feels like you should be able to win. You 2 inhibitors left. They have 2 turrets left on the side of Ultra Prime. That's it. That's what they have. And honestly, now nearly only 3 now on V5.
And I mean, sadly for V5, it's been all these fights around Drake where we hit on it earlier. I mean, we even hit on it in game 1, right? When you're bringing the Zeri, when you're bringing things like the Ornn, it just feels like if we go this far, Ultra Prime have a little bit more. On top of the fact that they just have so much more, I'd say, like, easy lockdown. You don't have to commit to open Call of the Forge God. Cryan has guaranteed lockdown. Same for Hacker. And now, like you're saying, a little bit of a precarious position.
Held it not for 2.5, but Baron in 2 minutes, or sorry, Baron in 5 seconds. And you can see Rookie actually just bypassing the fight. He didn't want to be part of this, saying, give up the Baron. We can deal with it as long as we get the inhibitor. But Xiaolongbao is thinking about it, and Xiaolongbao has vision. So now he's going to look for a 50-50. They haven't dealt with this one. It's all over the place, and oh, he doesn't quite get it. He gets over the wall, and he goes ult back out to safety. The inhibitor was taken, but Rookie sacrificed his life for it, and now Xiaolongbao thinking about going towards this mid lane, but Ultra Prime, they need to make a decision. Honestly, I think they should just go top. Yeah, exactly. Do this. Go top and try and end the game.
Yeah, they already have a wave available. They have Cryan answering in mid. Cryan's TP looks like it's just about to be up in 5 to 10 seconds, so we'll be able to join a fight, and no one on the side of V5 can do anything about it. Honestly, Ultra Prime potentially could just end here with how long the dead timer is on a Rookie.
You're such a short-range AD carry as well. Don't forget the Sivir. Yes, exceptionally good wave clear, but only if she's able to walk up to the wave. And now with a TP coming in from Cryan, he's dealt with the mid wave. He knows they can go for this one right now as they finally put their eyes on the final Nexus turret. Cryan, Hacker tries to jump in with Cryan as they try and take down the Sejuani. It is killed. Exhaust comes down and Cryan goes golden. It's not gonna matter as we go to a game 3.
You always know when it looks like a 2-0 on paper that there is a high chance, honestly I'd say a higher chance, that it ends up not being a 2-0 and going all the way to 3 games. This is one of those series. Ultra Prime bring it all the way with the team fighting, right? They're able to be stable in the early game. They go into mid-game on even footing, and that's when we start to see the value of their composition. We start to see the value of things like the Call of the Forge God and the fact that Cryan's on the Lissandra, and they just have so many ways of threatening V5. I feel like they were a little trigger shy in the mid-game, or maybe they could have even won a little bit harder. And like V5 did have some nice like hero plays. We obviously saw Rookie, I remember having one around the Dragon Pit, able to find the knockups to be able to guarantee some of these kills coming through, but still not enough in the end to contend with how much CC, how much damage, but something got late that the Zeri brought on the table. And I feel like almost every time now that, like, obviously game 1 the Zeri lost, right? But just so many performances these days where Zeri, the amount of damage he does in the late game, just completely taking over.
I mean, it does feel like no matter how much they nerf her, she still needs more nerfs. It just feels unfair at these points.
I guess honestly, she also did have 3 Infernal Drakes this time around as well, so maybe that. But I mean, to be fair, I guess the Sivir had 2 Infernal Drakes. So
I mean, I mean, like in terms of V5's positioning, yes, you lost Infernal Soul, but you did have as good as a deficit as you possibly could have. You got 3 dragons for yourself, so not exactly the worst of situations to be in. But yeah, honestly, for V5, this is a bit of a common occurrence right now. We were talking about, like, they only lost 1 game at the start of the split. It was to RNG. They were 2-0ing pretty much everybody. And then since Weibo, it's looked very rocky. They went 2-1 against Weibo, which they lost. They then went 2-1 against OMG. They now have to go 2-1 against Ultra Prime. These are not awe-inspiring moments here for the side of V5. And for Ultra Prime, honestly, it's exactly what we expected from these guys, to be able to go to toe-to-toe. I think this was honestly the best game we've seen from them all split. And finally, Elk, my lord, my son. That is, I'm 99% sure he did more damage than everyone else on his team combined. Like, I'm willing to put that out there.
I am just happy that after game 1 of if you didn't see the game one damage graph, it was abysmal. It was horrible. Zoom on Ornn did the most damage on his team. That should not happen. Oh, this time around, able to get into those fights, playing a lot better.
What? I knew it was more, but like it's still upsetting. Like, he did literally over half of the damage of his team. And finally, Zoom does 10%. That's better.
And look at that. Look at that as well. 90% kill participation on top of that. Like, really was just able to skirt around and not get long. I mean, and we talked about it, right? That's like, hey, okay, you have Sejuani ultimate, you have like Yuumi R, you have the W coming out from the Viego, but I mean, Sejuani ultimate, a skill shot, like you could miss that, and we saw him missing many times. Viego W, it feels hard to get close enough to his area to land that when she has such a good front line, and you're kind of just left with hoping you can lock him down with Yuumi's ultimate. So I definitely feel like coming out for team fights, that Ultra Prime's comp just had more tools to be able to skirt around fights or lock people down.
Yeah, we got to literally ultra late game where ease of composition, ease of execution became far more relevant. We are, though, sending it to a break. When we return, we'll have our third and final game of series number 1, and pick bans are happening right around the corner.
Yeah, put them in a good position. And Caster caught out.
Safeguard though, as Rich gets a barrel train, he's buying time. Barrels are gone as he's eaten up. Oh no. Unfortunately, inside of missing is Rookie! Rookie! Every time! He's exhausted, but as he goes golden, JDG waiting for him with a hostile takeover, saves his life. A good ulti though from Yagao. Mid laners coming up clutch. Rookie's bailed out, but can't get a kill. Yagao versus Rookie is stepping up huge.
Sort of response to come in here.
Oh, never moves great. Tarzan's here once again, the fracture beautiful, but the impale! There it is! Orcs, it worked beautifully because now he's under turret!
There's a lot of back and forth this top lane matchup.
Oh, that's all.
By
Hang on.
Bin.
Someone's about to go to Mega now. Remember that Bin has flash though, so waiting as he walks in, he out flashes it. The ulti's not against the wall. Bin now has the leap onto Summit. You stand at Orcs in the reverse matchup. Bin is gone.
Trouble here. Kanavi flash forward from 369 though. Breathe, nice little sidestep there. Won't dodge just yet, but Kanavi comes in and seals the deal.
A lot of damage though when Wei is in the area, so can he find the monkey?
Oh, he's smited. He's got a lot of healing there, but the Cyclone not going to be enough just yet.
Wait a second,
doesn't
Kanavi
get
wins
the
this.
back into it. Kanavi, can he find it? Kanavi! Solo for the king of the jungle!
Oh, it's too late. It's too late. TT into the pit, but BH1 left alone. There goes the jungler, and TT in full retreat on the wrong side of the map. Yao Yao gets onto Jagulov, but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jagulov will clean up. Look at it go, as Jagulov takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction.
free. I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. We're free in love with life. With me, perfect night.
下场对战 UP 的话，对于黑客选手就是他的前中期比较厉害，所以呢，我会前中期会尽量跟他去碰撞。常规赛已经快要结束了嘛，然后后面还剩几场比赛，我们就努力赢下来就好了。
The matchups are few. The games shall be tried their best on. And I am just summarizing what was said there in the interview. Welcome back, one and all, as we come back. And I want to apologize to our channel points, users who bet on V5 in this particular one. Wasn't for you.
Nope.
I think it was like an 80-20 split or something like that. But for the Ultra Prime believers, the Ultra Prime enjoyers who bet on Ultra Prime, it's a good payday for you guys. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going to be coming into our third game of this first series. It was a long one in game number 2. And if you thought anybody except Elk was getting MVP, you'd be wrong.
I mean, the fact that we're already 2 hours into the LPL, still in the first series when it was V5 up on paper, that is crazy. But Elk making sure this goes to distance. We highlighted this after the game. 53% damage and 90% kill participation. Absolutely nuts. Actually, first MVP for Elk, which is also a little bit surprising. Again, thinking back to spring, when a lot of Ultra Prime's wins coming out from them enabling their bot lane, from us pointing to that as one of their strong points, been a little bit exploited this split, but able to come into the mid-game strong. We saw the point. I mean, we got the 6 items, right? Elk didn't even have boots. Elk picked up GA. We are so far into the game, he's able to sell that. He's able to pick up a Runons. This game went the distance, and those games are the perfect opportunity for an AD carry to strut their stuff.
Yeah, again, look at even those moments here, just constantly being in the face of Photic and just being a little bit more agile. Like we mentioned it so many times, but the ease of execution on Ultra Prime's composition just made it so much easier for them to be able to set up these fights around Dragon, to put themselves in winning positions. And it meant that, which we did see, V5 had to be creative, and there was some good Weaver's Wall, but there's only so much Rookie can do. And honestly, it kind of speaks volumes to Ultra Prime coming into this game, because for me, they left the Talia open and they won against it. The first loss of the split for Rookie on Talia, Ultra Prime were able to give it to him, and we are starting to see the picks and bans for game number 3. We're going to have 3 games in a row where V5 are on blue, Ultra Prime are on red, and we'll see if V5 want to go with the exact same picks and bans. We'll wait for that final pick, but honestly, the Zeri was such a problem. I wouldn't be surprised to see them swap it up, maybe take that first pick.
And let's remember that V5 were jovial. They were laughing in pick and ban when it ended up being the same composition. We were questioning that as well. We're like, how could they let this through? Now for V5, I think you're right. Kind of questioning and no.
Wow.
Valuing the Wukong first. And it going to what we were talking about, those late game team fights, right? That it just felt like Ultra Prime had way more lockdown, had way more threats that the members of V5 had to worry about in comparison to what Ultra Prime had to worry about, that I can understand wanting to gravitate towards this pick. 4 up, I think it should be a no-brainer to just go back to that Zeri since you had such a great performance with it in game 1. They will have to change their second pick, though, considering probably don't just want to go for a blind Lissandra. I mean, you could, but right, they took it knowing what Rookie had in the mid lane in game 2.
I think that's the thing. They don't have to take the Talia here if they do not want to. I think for Ultra Prime, you can still lock in your jungle. If V5 want to go for the Talia now on the second rotation of picks, that's when you can lock in the Lissandra. You get that counter pick going for yourself, or you're able to pick the, whatever you want in terms of the mid lane and then go for bans if they do not pick it on the side of V5. So Ultra Prime, despite obviously staying on the red side for 3 games now in a row, they are starting to pick up the tricks of the trade, if you will. They're starting to see that, honestly, right now, you have to pick the Sivir Yuumi. You can't let this one open, so they're going to be able to ban away the Talia on the second round, or pick it for themselves and ban away the Lissandra, or even things that they feel can counter it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I like Ultra Prime kind of sticking to their guns, going towards jungle first, and also kind of making sure they have that same team fight tool, yet still have the engage options available. And now, I'm curious to see which of these pools gets pinched. I mean, for Ultra Prime, you already hit on the Talia. Could be something you ban, but it's also been one of Cryan's go-to champions. And we were talking a lot throughout the split that other than Rookie, Cryan actually has looked like one of the players to excel on the pick. So maybe leave that something open that you yourselves could look to go towards.
Absolutely, and honestly, I'm just loving the confidence from Ultra Prime. They've come in with a game plan. This feels invigorating. Of course, it is a little bit too late in terms of the season standings, but you can make V5's life a living hell right now. V5 lose this, then they're very firmly out of the conversation for top 4, excuse me. They're already guaranteed top 4, but definitely out of the conversation for top 2, because they'll be then 11-4 with 4 losses. They would need JDG to lose later. Actually, they wouldn't even be able to catch JDG, so yeah, they would just be in top 3, top 4. That would be the most they could hope for.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, V5 would kind of have to be accepting their position in terms of buys, most likely, and where they end up. I like that V5 are actually the one to target the mid pool, because I think when you look at what each side could be targeting, I think out of the pools, Cryan much more limited than Rookie is on the opposing side, to where for up, you're kind of concerned for Zoom. I don't think you're necessarily concerned about Rich himself, but if you can set Zoom up for success and you know that you can't ban Rookie out in the mid lane, that kind of mixing the pool is a little bit better. We still do have the Lissandra open, which is something that Cryan could go for, and I like that V5 take that away. So not too many findable champions. The Ahri being the one that stands out to me, probably the best thing left open.
Yeah, I like the Silas ban, though, from Ultra Prime. It has been something that V5 have been putting into top lane and, of course, into mid, so can't keep that guessing game going. Even though you're on blue side, it's hard to keep that guessing game going, even with the 2 picks. But something that Rookie is exceptional at, but something that hasn't been picked up right yet has been the Sejuani for Zoom. And we talked about it in game number 2 when we saw Rich constantly taking this base. It has looked like Zoom's best pick so far this split. Still look good on the Ornn, but the Sejuani has definitely been the preference for him, and we're going to see a swap in the top side matchup.
Yeah, and I also think it does 2 things. Since you're not going for R, I think if you go for Ahri there as Ultra Prime, it opens up Rookie to go LeBlanc. And I think you don't want to face Rookie's LeBlanc. Rookie's LeBlanc is one of his most terrifying champions. They will just do the reverse. You give over the Ahri, you go for the LeBlanc yourself. And now having some ability to go aggressive in this mid lane matchup. I mean, both mid jungles have some power. I think Ultra Prime definitely bringing a little bit more burst to the table with the LeBlanc as compared to the Ahri on the opposing side, and kind of flipping the script to where I feel like Ultra Prime coming out with a little bit of the stronger top side earlier on with what they're able to do, but V5 having a bit of that scaling, coming out with the Ornn ultimate, and having those same AoE team fighting tools that we praised Ultra Prime for having in game 1, now on their side.
Yeah, I will say that the Ahri is still a pretty scary thing to go up against. It is 21 games of Ahri for Rookie in his career. He's 16-5 on that particular pick, but did pick up a loss against OMG in his most recent series. So
1-2 out of the split overall.
Yes, not having an exception. I think both of those games were against OMG. I think it was 1 win, 1 loss. So definitely something to be looking into, see if Rookie's able to have that kind of stellar performance that we all know and love from him. But honestly, I love what Ultra Prime have brought to the table. I feel like Ultra Prime have kind of said, look, we know where our strength lies. It's going to be on Elk on this Zeri. We feel like that's where we can carry. And having Hacker on top of the Xin Zhao just worked wonders for them as well. So this is feeling like a little bit more comfort from Ultra Prime. And for V5, they've got answers themselves, but they're going to have to make sure that their execution's a little bit more on point.
Yeah, and even looking towards the mid lane, right, for Cryan, people might not associate this pick with him because of his tenure in RNG, but you think back to 2020 on E-Star, and this was a pick that I believe, had a 100% win rate on in 2020. Was only 3 games, was something that he was comfortable pulling out and finding wins on. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do it here again against you know, probably the best mid laner to ever play in the LPL. I don't think that is I don't think that's an understatement. We have some great mid laners.
We do have some great mid laners. I will say the conversation for Xiaohu probably in my head. Oh, Rich, he's here, but they must know the rest of them are here as well. This is a repeat of game number 1. They look to try and maybe take this ward. I don't think your life's worth it, Rich, and he's going to take a lot of damage. It is still very early on in the game, but they're still kind of running in on top of this one here. Still putting down the damage. The Ethereal Chains lands. Xiaolongbao, he's ignited. He's dead, and it goes on to the Zeri. What are you doing, V5?
Ultra Prime starting off with a lead after level 1 once again, getting it on their prime time carry who can look to take over a game. That's going to be feeling good. The silver lining for V5 is the fact that they didn't burn any summoners, which can look to be repunished. But still, up going to start with a bit of a lead in terms of what they're bringing to lane. And I mean, I like how we get the instant replay of what happened. They walk in, they don't put the ward down, they do just try and face check and then try to contest it. And it just opens up for so much poke damage to come down onto Rich. The members have to start running away. And then the lockdown there onto the Wukong. Tough start. And now look, Cull plus Longsword for Elk.
I was going to say, like, Longsword and Cull, Elk's delighted with this early game start. Not only that, but it also forces Xiaolongbao to start with his decoy. Not the greatest at clearing. It's fine. It's still good, but it's like you definitely want to try and get a little bit more damage, I feel like, in the start of this if you're clear. But now you just don't have the priority here. You don't have the damage. You're going to be losing out in the trades. And it's just, yeah, this is the perfect start for Ultra Prime.
You can already see both junglers pathing towards the bot side as well. And with Up having that prio, it's going to open up opportunities for Hacker to play around. Both mid and bot, I think, are prime opportunities for Ultra Prime. I feel like if you're playing with bot, a lot of it might still just be enabling Hacker to try and invade the enemy jungle, because as we've seen with this matchup, now getting it 3 times in a row, right? We haven't actually seen a lot of, like, trades that are able to force enemy bot lane low enough health to where dives look feasible. So I feel like a lot of it's actually just going to be playing through Hacker and trying to see if you can get an advantage onto your jungler.
I will say, look, we had a lot of criticisms, I think, for Zoom. I think Zoom's definitely felt the pressure of going from arguably one of the best top laners in our league in 2020 to not really having a great time at the moment. As you can see, Hacker and Xiaolongbao going to have to go a nice little dodge back at you there by XLB as he puts down the decoy there, and Hacker's going to have to be forced to flash, you would imagine, but he's got his teammates coming in, flash in, the shield is there. Still burns a summoner, and Hacker, that's, I get it, the adrenaline's there. You got yourself a bit of momentum on bot side. You're not that strong. You're still, you know, the Wukong's still pretty good.
I think the idea is coming from what we just hit on about, like, hey, you have this prio on bot, like playing through Hacker, using that prio, but you're invading through mid, you're immediately running into Xiaolongbao. It's not going to give the opportunity to where you have that security in your bot lane. And I mean, heck, even V5's bot lane looked more ready to respond than Elk or Meownu coming in for the save. So overall, just a nice response from V5, and you hit on it, kind of Xiaolongbao being able to dodge out on some of that damage with his clone really seemed like the true MVP.
I like what they're trying to do here, Meownu and Elk trying to see if they could maybe make something work there. So we might see Rich getting a little bit in. The Arctic Assault doesn't quite land, and they have got the Ignite here as both top laners going down. Tick, tick, not gonna boom. But this, again, this is showing that Zoom is honestly just got Rich's number right now. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, before we had that move down the bot side, Zoom's had a great series. I think we've had a lot of criticisms for him. He's definitely looked very uncomfortable in terms of the picks he's been on. But this has been a much brighter, much fresher start for him in this series. And we have probably seen them all split.
And I think part of it's also him being left on an island. One of the things that perplexed me about Ultra Prime early on in the split is that you looked where Hacker was playing, and actually a lot of it was towards Zoom. A lot of prio being into him. He had the highest jungle proximity on the team, and that really just didn't fit with the way that you imagine Ultra Prime winning games, through how aggressively their bot lane was playing, especially when Xiaoxi was on the roster. So, you know, Xiaoxi's absolutely bloodthirsty as compared to Meownu, who looks a lot more content kind of playing this enchanter role.
Yeah, it does feel like the stylistic change in the supports has definitely helped out Ultra Prime. I feel like Meownu has fit better in terms of how they want to try and play this one and how they want to try and make their advantages known, but it is going to be curious to see now. Again, we talked about it in the last game. We talked about it pretty much all series because we've seen it all series. The Ornn has a much easier time of landing his ultimate. It's also AoE, so we can get much more value out of it. So it's going to be about more how Zoom is able to make this one work. As we can see now, you got Photic He's kind of being harassed down constantly right now. You can see Elk and Meownu want to go for that early reset, and they should be able to get themselves back out on the map. I will say, though, in that brush, they might get paused out, but V5, they're not willing to stop the back just yet, but Ultra Prime, they want to stop their own.
Yeah, they're being a little bit sneaky. Might even wait a second to show on the wave to, like, give V5
the waiting for the
false
recalls,
sense of security, to go for that reset. Doesn't actually go through. But Ultra Prime's bot lane's so safe. Look at the minimap and how many wards Ultra Prime have around the bot side. They're sitting around mid. They're sitting in bot tri-brush. Looks like Xiaolongbao finally getting clear some out, but they're opening up these trades to come through.
Oh, the Ignite came out, but the heal had to be used there by PP God. He actually lost his exhaust as well, not quite up on that. So this is the problem when you have these two combat summoners. They're great, but if they're not in sync with each other, that power loses itself. It doesn't really give you the same level of control as we can see now. Ooh, Rookie going toe-to-toe with Cryin, and Cryine's kind of finding the best of him right now. Cryin actually did get the reset off because Cryin does have himself a TP, as you do have the spell book here and the cleanse for Rookies. So Cryin making the most of this early matchup.
Really nice seeing him piloted as well. This is something we hit on earlier when we thought this matchup could come out. Just LeBlanc having some better trade patterns in VR. You have the mobility, so you're able to dodge out on a lot of this damage. You can interface. If you can land the chain, you just hard win out. Of course, also having the electrocute as well, so having that damage rune as compared to the spellbook coming out from Rookie to find that utility in team fights.
All right, we're kind of slowing down a bit now. We obviously had the bit of skirmishing towards that bot side. It is just slowing down a little bit more. So let's have a look at how both these teams want to try and work themselves up now that we are getting level 6s. Now we are starting to see big power spikes. I'm going to have to stop you, though, straight away, Lyric. Before you can start, I'm going to have to stop you because we're going to have a skirmish because XLB is looking for an invade, but it's been called here by Zoom, and they just want the red buff right now. I think this is going to give level 6 to either of the junglers.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go for it. And Rookie having the ult available, they're going to have to be careful with Zoom. How's the lockdown?
He has the lockdown. The smite comes out. That's going to go over to XLB, but he's not quite able to survive. Now you're going to have yourselves another bit of a fight here as Rookie's got himself a Spirit Rush, and Zoom goes down. No flash to keep him safe. Meownu is there, but it's just way too late. And that topside skirmishing power has come to fruition here for V5.
Yeah, V5, I believe it was Rookie who did get his reset off first. You come back to lane. They actually had Wave pushing in and topside, which gave Rich that ease of access straight in, and they're able to find the invade. I feel like for Ultra Prime, you should typically be looking for like plays through mid first if you want to look to try and counterpunch. This one, not much you can do because V5 are obviously already here on the objective. And then having things available like the Call of the Forge God, you can see instantly locking up the Xinjiao so the damage is able to connect. Zoom's ultimate only connecting onto the Ornn, so not a lot of value from there when it's sitting onto the tank, and then just being left in a little bit of no man's land after he jumped in following his own ultimate.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Ultra Prime. Great for V5 and V5 fans alike. He's now Cryin, looking to see if he can make a roam towards this top side. I will say, with the amount of resets that had to come in here for V5, they won't have the priority over the Dragon, or excuse me, the Reptile just yet. Oh, but you've been caught out. You can't see when it happens, Cryin. The double distortion, maybe a flash in. Ooh, oh! Flash away. Nicely done there by Cryin, but it does stop the Reptile from being taken here by Ultra Prime.
Overall, trading flash for flash, jungle mid, I think is all right, but Xiaolongbao pulling that trigger on that ult extremely fast, not having the damage slot Cryin to like finish Cryin off. If they could, they could have potentially turned into even more kills for the side of E5. But still, looks like Rookie should be able to deny at least part of a wave from Cryin. He is pushing that one in. And with this prio, you honestly could even just look to re-lean back towards topside. Maybe a blue buff handoff going to come through as well, as Rookie very low on mana.
Yeah, Rich is thinking about going forward here. Doesn't have flash and doesn't have his Ornn Horn, so he is dead. Rich shall become poor. And whoa, look at the kill feed. Elk got himself a kill. You can see Rookie and Xiaolongbao on the top side, but they're not going to be able to do anything. We're going to need a replay on what happened bot side because Ultra Prime are taking over.
Now we're going to get plates. Now Photic's losing CS, and I mean, this is going to turn into like a 20 CS lead for Elk down here in the bot lane. And the gold is just going to completely skyrocket. I'm already a little bit terrified for V5. The like okay thing going into this game, if it goes a little bit longer and you do have to contend with this Fedzeri, at least now they have a ton of lockdown. Like, look at their whole top side. But still, like, you don't want to get in that position where you're just thinking like, hey, at least we have CC to deal with this Fedzeri, right? You don't want to be dealing with the Fedzeri.
No, you don't want to have to be in a position where you say, how do we deal with Fedzeri? That's not exactly ideal. But Cryin now, maybe in a bit of a trouble as he does have himself a bit of a knock-up to deal with. Hacker is there, but he's already put down the damage, and Cryin will go down. Not quite sure what the thought process was that for there. And now Hacker, who had to try and bail out his top or his mid laner, is also very, very low. The Spirit Rush is good. I don't know what's going on the top side of the map for Ultra Prime. They seem to be trying to just make things happen for no real reason.
Ashin, I love it. We don't know what's going on the top side for Ultra Prime. We don't know what's happening in the bot side for V5. We're having a race on our hands. Who can carry harder? We're going to get to see how this happens. Oh, being sneaky, waiting over the wall, instantly dashing in, throw out the W, get the damage. Ult proc as well immediately. Just able to run him down. I love flashing forward by Elk as well to just make sure that comes through. Elk landed absolutely everything in that first sequence of the engage. W hits, ult damage land. You have the bonus damage coming out as well, and just able to run down the Sivir.
Yeah, and all summoners were burnt, like you saw. The flashes, the cleanses, the ignite. Basically, PP God has his heal, but he only has that because it was actually on cooldown for that last fight. So still having those summoners off kilter, not having access to them at the exact same time does mitigate the power of it. We talked about it just a little bit, but now Rift Shot's been taken here. Dragon's going to be started, and it looks like Ultra Prime finally going to say, look, we just need to kind of stop trying to force things on top side. Let's stop being greedy, and let's just work to our advantage, which is what?
Great to see the readjustment, kind of accept it's going to be hard to win on that top side of the map. Kind of easy to say right now when there's nothing on the top side worth taking, but just if they can keep this up going forward, right? If next Herald comes and you're not rotating your bot lane up towards the top side, it's like, okay, looks like it's going to be tough with the advantage that they found. Just keep looking for opportunities down here. But speaking of opportunities, Xiaolongbao going to be the one. But, I mean, Ultra Prime have done a great job of keeping up this vision line in bot side river to not let these plays happen.
I see what you did there. Ultra Prime kept up their vision line. Good job.
It's too hard. You're a professional.
You're a professional. You are a professional, and that's what I like to see right now, Lyric. You know, just like to see you coming out with the big guns. You know, maybe keep a little bit of it in the tank. We still got one more series left to do. So you know, keep yourself fresh with some of those ideas. But you know, like where you're going at the moment. But Raphael gets dropped down into mid lane. Ultra Prime now trying to defend this one, and she's just crying, really trying to defend this one. But Shelly shall get to do her favorite thing. She'll get to bop her head against the wall. You almost got an Immortal Shield Bow right now for Elky as well, on his way to getting that first item completed for himself, with the first dragon picked up as well. Nice solo Drake. Actually, honestly, the two first Drakes are fantastic just in terms of their actual their value as independent Drakes who don't need no team, but don't need no soul. There you go.
Yeah.
Figure it out on the fly. And yeah, we're kind of coming back down into a low Ultra Prime slight gold lead, but it's going to come down to how they're able to utilize this area. I feel like Elk's in a fantastic position to carry this game, but now he needs to do it. Now he needs to figure it out on how he's going to make this one work for his team. Ooh,
I gotta say though, if we wait.
No, shielding. Shielding was good. Shielding was good. But now we're on the top side, 2v2. But I don't know if you want this 2v2 right now, as we are going to see there's the Ornn Horn coming out, and that's going to be Zoom dead. So guess what? I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Ornn is a counter into Sejuani. That's what it is now, because we've seen it multiple times today, and it's just not one. The Sejuani just can't do anything against it.
I just remember maybe like 2 minutes ago, you're like, hey, look at Ultra Prime. They've learned. They're getting dragged. They're playing around their bot side.
And then what did they do?
You would point out the mythic advantage there for the side of V5. Rich has his mythic Zoom, only sitting on Bomby Cinder here. They go in. They don't read that Xiaolongbao is going to make the counter gank. And then even coming out from Hacker to make sure that this comes through. And then instantly getting deleted. Even with this back, Zoom not close to his first item. Looks like he... just a very rough situation coming out for the top side of Ultra Prime.
Yeah, that's
kind of half-heartedly going towards the Frozen Heart now instead of just finishing off that Frostfire Gauntlet.
Yeah, it just feels like that is a moment of like actual question mark pings being justified. But ooh, flash by Cryin trying to catch out the Wukong. Look at the double distortion and the W slow. The Zeri is the combination you want right there. That was confident from Ultra Prime, but they knew they had the resources.
Ultra Prime at least making some big moves to punish some of the members on V5 that are large and in charge. They even got tons of good wards in the enemy jungle, so anytime Xiaolongbao is around that bottom half of the map, Ultra Prime will know. The thing we're kind of looking for is Ultra Prime to be able to catch up in items, right? Because both support and mid still sitting on no item. Hacker has the Kemplung Chainsword, but the stats you're going to be getting from the Divine Sunder are going to be quite nice, and him already being pretty close to his second item. So in a minute 30, when that Dragon's up, when second Rift Herald's up, I think this one V5 are going to be fighting at full force.
Ooh,
or maybe now.
No, Exhaust has to come out. He did get exhausted. Now Meownu in a little bit of trouble on his own. He might have to use his flash just to get away from this oncoming Sivir. The Boomerang Blade not going to connect with this combination when you have got that 2-item spike here. Now, and what I mean by 2-item, I mean the Mythic for the Yuumi and the Mythic for the Sivir. You have to respect the damage that can come out.
And, Elk having no ultimate available, just some of these like small things being the difference makers in this scenario. Even the combat sums all being up for Victory 5. As we're going to go into the replay of what we saw just a few moments ago of Cryin. Oh, I love it. Distorts over the wall, goes for the flash to be able to land the chain, and then still manages to get it off. It actually locked him down before his Mimic Distortion or was able to come through to be able to guarantee that.
These are little moments there. You won't get a kill there for V5, but you will get yourself a significant summoner advantage. No summoners now onto Meownu, and of course the cleanse burnt by Elk, meaning that you will have an opportunity to maybe burn him down with a charm or something like that. Meownu, you are by yourself, my dude. You need a lead. There are 3 members of V5. Yeah, get out. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. But now, with the rest of his team, he can start to maintain vision control. As the next Dragon's going to be spawning. If you get a second Drake here as Ultra Prime, as we mentioned before, these single Drakes have a significant amount of damage. And speaking of which, Cryin is going to lose his passive as the Ornhorn has already come out. TP comes in here for Zoom as he joins in on the fight. The W from Zeri not going to land onto anybody, but Cryin has got TP, so he's going to be able to go back and join back into this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be rough because Rookie taking extremely low as well and doesn't have that same freedom to look for the back. Oh, now up for PP God. Could be the difference maker to try to run some of the members of Ultra Prime down.
Oh, they landed on the Shaolan Bao, the perfect target when you want to try and fight for this dragon. Rich shall no longer live, and that's going to be a shutdown going over to the Zeri. That's a good final chapter, though, as Zeri does eventually fall down. Rookie is very low. He flashes, but he gets himself back over the wall. Not quite able to outplay it. Photic still doing some significant work here, and maybe wants to try and look for this one. Cryin, though, needs to be very careful. There's some decent damage, and you've got a Yuumi on your back as well, 3v2.
And looks like V5 wanting to contend. Photic just waiting in the wings. Probably just going to hope to steal it with his Q, as he's really not committing to a play whatsoever. Probably a good call, but Ultra Prime able to secure it in the end. That was a close one and a dicey one, despite the fact that Photic didn't even start off in the fight.
No, it was a 4v5 right at the back of it. And again, even the start before that was Cryin chunking out Rookie and forcing the Ornhorn. But let's have a look at this one here, because great ult from Zoom just to separate XLB from his team.
Yeah, finds the ult, and you look at the minimap, Sivir nowhere around, has to walk completely the other way. Shaolan about getting CC down, Cryin even chaining his chain along with it so they can keep just going down on these members. But look at the damage that Photic's getting off now that he's in the fight with those ricochets. And then Rookie able to join in as well. Force Hacker over the wall, and then make sure another member goes down of Ultra Prime.
I will say, though, Ultra Prime got the Dragons. That's 2 Drakes in the bag. You now have 2 items onto Elk. That works together because it's 2 of a kind, a pair, if you will. And Ultra Prime has 2 letters in their acronym. So there you go. Lots of 2s coming out. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. As we see now what the side of Ultra Prime can do with this, because I feel like V5, they're going to be the ones that need to be a bit more creative. They're the ones that are going to need to try and find out where people are. As Meownu might fancy to try and take this one out. Bot lane turret does go down. They're not going to get Photic to reset just yet, but they've got Hacker. Oh no, it's terrible. They're going to have to force the TP, but immediately you haven't committed anything, but the TP gets cancelled. Not quite sure by what. I actually think it was Zoom's ultimate. And now Photic's caught between a rock and a hard place. The cat is out of the bag as he tries to run for his life. And they get 2 kills. Yes, you are not able to get everything else out of it from the side of V5. But Ultra Prime are just running them around the map.
Yeah, Ultra Prime able to get 2 kills, able to get a turret off of that as well. So already getting more than because coming off the Herald is Rookie. Rookie's a sneaky little fella and able to get a kill back onto Elk. And I mean, it's a nice silver lining, but Ultra Prime definitely trading way up in that scenario.
I mean, it's how, Meownu. He's still trading up, my friend. He's got a Spirit Rush. You're dead. You're not going to do it. So 2 kills back. Rookie actually 100% brings that play back, at least a little bit for the side of V5. They still lose the 2 towers, so there's the structures. But yeah, V5 very much on the ropes after that.
I feel like on the Twitch poll, we have to stop putting V5 and just put like Rookie versus Ultra Prime. And like
honestly,
like that, if you're banking or supporting V5, you're banking on Rookie to get the job done. 5-1-3 on the Ahri so far. Really feels like he has to be the big savior for the side of V5 because Cryan on the opposing side also very large. 4-1-3 on the LeBlanc. Already has 2 items, the Ludens and the Banshees completed as well. We'll see a replay of how it gets done. Hacker actually backing out, not expecting Zoom to, I guess, to cancel the Ornn TP from coming through. He's able to do it. Elk already getting a ton of damage down just over the terrain with the W and with some of the Qs. Then once Hacker does rejoin up, they're able to secure some of these ones. But then
Elk,
sadly,
just go home. Why are you pushing this? Just go home.
I mean, he did go home, right? And actually,
true.
He,
It's a faster
he got home
reset.
faster. There we go. There we
Again,
go.
as I said, any other region does something that's slightly questionable. It's just like, oh, that was int. LPL does it. It's just like, nah, man, here's the reason. It's just like the massive amount of copium that we just inhale just to make sure we sound good. But
no, I think the difference is like, you can be like, that's int, but then you also have like the other end of the spectrum of like, oh my god, what was that play? It was insane, you know?
That's what I love about the LPL, though. The LPL literally lives on the line of like, oh my god, they're trolling, to oh my god, they're literally the greatest players to ever play the game. Like, that's just how LPL is. Horn, but everyone's kind of disengaging right now. Mianu going to flash away because the big old ghost goat was coming at them. And now we got Cryan who TP'd in. Photic already taking a lot of damage. He's going to be completely out of this fight. Very short range AD carry, but the charm lands onto the Lulu. It is Rookie versus the world. Rookie trying to just drag V5 as best as he possibly can through this game, and he's still not done. Still has some spirit rushes. Hacker gets charmed, but you're going to be losing Ornn. Never mind, it's a Yumi because she's absolutely full crap. And never mind, the Ignite is good enough from Zoom to take him down. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but Cryan is still hunting, and it does feel like it's going to be down to these 2 mid laners, 2 assassins looking to get on the backside.
Yeah, both of them trying to play the edges of these fights, and both doing a wonderful job. I mean, Rookie trying to source the Cryan. Not going to be able to find anything. Everyone going to back out in the end, but at least keeps Ultra Prime having the setup for the Drake. They're going to actually go for some resets right now, so if V5's members do just opt to stay on the map, they should be able to keep this up, but maybe some items, some wards going to be able to come out for Ultra Prime, deny some vision with the control wards in their inventory. I mean, this just came out of nowhere, right? V5 just randomly like, hey, pull the trigger, not able to lock anyone down. Cryan gets some good damage done, but look at Rookie on the side. Goes in, lands everything onto the Lulu, and then they're able to get away. They're able to skirt out, but oh my, I don't know if we have time for this replay. Both teams incredibly close.
Yeah, they're very, very close. The charm goes wide, but I will say, look at that. 3 items now for the Zeri. Elk is online and doing significant damage. Forgone the Infinity Edge, but Nosy has the door Dominic's regard to start shredding through this Wukong and Ornn. So now, Dragon's going to be started. As we can see now, Rookie no longer has the Banshees, but neither does Cryan. Both mid laners not without that safety as they try to go forward in. Dragon has been started and down to about 7,000 HP, but Ultra Prime, they don't want to fully commit to this one just yet. They know they need to get the poke down before they can make this one work. Rookie gets hit by a W that's not doing exceptional damage just yet. Dragon, 3,000 HP. You need to get XLB in here if you want to try and make this one work. There's the Horn coming out. He's going to try and get the Crescent Guard down. The Dragon's still doing some damage, and no one's really kind of focusing it right now. A lot of ultimates have been used. A lot of damage is coming out as we go in. Stolen! V5 will stop the stacking right now, but can they get themselves out of this fight? PB God, he's been left. Not quite yet, but Spota comes back in and says, I'm sorry, my lord. Get back into my pocket as we go back and try and take the fight. But Elk is pushing forward. Elk is looking huge. He still gets some resets. He's looking to try and take down Rookie, but not quite able to get him. The Everfrost was good enough. It ends up being a none for 1 in favor of V5. As I say that, it's a 2 for none in favor of V5, and they got the Dragon.
Yeah, and we see Rich TPing out of there before he does go down in the end. I mean, I have no idea how V5 managed to get away with all that they did. Ultra Prime were doing a solid job of like poking them out from Dragon, not allowing them to get in. And I mean, somehow, in the kite back, in the retreat of the fight, that's how V5 managed to find those kills. We see here, Ultra Prime doing a pretty good job of just like hating the Zeri W's, Cryan getting good damage off, not allowing them in the pit, and try and take the Dragon at the same time. Sadly, for Ultra Prime, Smite not there for Hacker. It does come out a little bit after foreshadowing about to make sure that they have that. And they're trying to chase down some of these members, but they actually open up for Rich to find kills. With members of Ultra Prime trying to chase down the low health carries, it allows for Rich to be able to turn it around. Hits the knockup here, and the damage from the Brittle is... You know, it brings me back to like the time before Ornn got like all those nerfs and just tank stuff in general, right? I mean, tanks have just been hit in all regards, like items, runes. And that was a little bit of a throwback of what Ornn used to do on a regular basis.
And I mean, the best dragon to get right now for the side of V5 is going to be that Mountain Drake. You think of all the extra resistances you're going to have on this Ornn and Wukong. How the heck? Why are you trying to TP Zoom? Not quite sure, but you're going to lose that cooldown. So then know that it's going to be a 5v4 for the next couple of seconds.
V5 taking advantage. I mean, they know now. Just sit in the enemy jungle. You can force on top side. If they over-aggress on a Rookie Xiaolongbao, try and find a pick, you just rotate those other 3 members up, and you pick them off. But they're able to get that pressure. They're able to steal away a red buff and keep up this vision as well if they ever decide they want to opt in some kind of Baron bait. But I think that would be kind of risky with how even the game is still on all fronts. And we kind of talked about Ultra Prime definitely having a little bit of a poke advantage just from the range of the W coming out from Elk, shooting it over terrain, and then LeBlanc, a very good champion at kind of Wing in, throwing out a Q and an E, and just being able to do that, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it does feel like right now it's V5's turning this one back, but Photic needs to be very careful. Good spell shield there from the AD carry of V5 to make sure he doesn't take too much chip damage, as Cryan needs to make sure he's getting as much damage out off with these distortions. Rookie, though, on the flank of absolute ages, will be able to cut off the wave as well should he choose it. You can see Meownu. He thought he was there. Meownu was like, oh god, we're overextended. We don't know where Rookie is. And immediately put out the Glitter Lance to make sure they didn't get caught. But Cryan now moving forward. They're not really getting significant damage there onto Rich, and he's going to be able to heal that up with the Yuumi, no problem.
I can still understand what Ultra Prime are looking
Here
for
we
as
go.
Rookie.
Yeah, Rookie's going to be looking for the fight. They're going to find out Hacker. He's all by himself. They will land the Glacial Prison from the Sejuani, but that's not going to be good enough. And now you have the inside track and the wave. V5 have come alive, and V5 are starting to put down the pressure. Ultra Prime, you have this massive Zeri, but can you make it work? You're 5v4. They're not quite able to get the damage just yet. They do lose the Banshees, or excuse me, the Spell Shield from Photic. No Banshees on Rookie, but they will break open the bases. V5 just barrel themselves forward.
And a lot of it comes down to, like you said, we're not seeing the damage stick like we were around Dragon, where Elk's W's were just hitting, chunking them down low. He had numerous times, crying as well. Rich doing a nice job of staying in that frontline formation, having TP God with him, being able to tank. Is crying, just going to fish for it, but not going to be able to find anything. And next Dragon already coming up. I feel like last Dragon fight happened like 30 seconds ago. Where's the time gone?
It's been a long game. Like, we're coming up to 28 minutes right now, nearly 30, but it's felt like we are just breakneck speed because these fights are constant, these fights are consistent, and we are starting to see full 3 items coming out right now. You finally got your 3rd item here onto Photic, so he's matching on the side of Elk, so he's exceptionally huge as well. So you get a good fight as Photic, you're not really going to be in a bad situation. With the Ghost to chase people down, you're going to be doing significant work as well. It's going to come down to whether or not Ultra Prime want to take this fight, but the resistances are significant in my opinion. Like, 2 Mountain Dragons is huge for something like a Wukong and an Ornn just to try and survive as the front line.
And with upgraded Ornn items coming through as well, right? So it is definitely going to get a little bit rough for Ultra Prime. I mean, Cryan right now doing a significant amount of damage. His target will always be that backline, but still, it feels like he's just going to get to a position where he really isn't going to be able to do all too much if Rich and Xiaolongbao just keep soaking up this damage. I feel like Cryan going to try and find an angle now.
Rookie, he's still on the flank. They don't know he's there. Now they do. They pop down
Both
the
mid
Scryers.
laners.
Yeah, they're both looking for the assassination. Now Dragon has been started. The W going down onto Rich again. Not exactly a big deal for V5. Ultra Prime now find themselves with priority over this Dragon. They get away the Banshees of Rookie, so he's going to have to be a little bit more careful with his engage. Xiaolongbao in the Dragon Pit as Ultra Prime now start to move themselves forward. The Ornhorn comes in, a flash in with the knockup, but there's no real follow-up here onto Elk, who pops down his own ultimate, and they've gotten LeBlanc. They do get the Dragon, though, on Ultra Prime, and that's sole point. They get themselves the objective, but can they get themselves the fight? Look at Elk. He's really pumping out the damage. It's a 3v3. 2 kills on either side. Flash forward! Elk wants this kill so badly, and he knows that Rookie is his target. He will have to try and back himself away just a little bit as he gets a little bit hypey. Does lose both his summoners, but gains the summoner of Flash from Rookie. But now you're in a bit of a bad situation because Zoom had to go back. Zoom had to deal with the minions, and now you're 2v3.
I mean, I can't believe V5 actually have the confidence to run this down, even if there are numbers there. I mean, you just walk the wrong way, you hit by that W. Could be deadly. I love how at the end of it all, we just end up trading 2 for 2. Ultra Prime able to get the Dragon, though, is the difference maker. Rich and company do go in, but the fact that they're not able to find ways onto Elk because of Cryan. Cryan gets in, he might go down, but forces him all into the pit. You buy space for Elk to be able to pop off, and Zoom and Meownu that whole time peeling for the AD carry, making sure they're able to take down the opposing front line as well.
It's so close, Lyric. The gold is dead even. The only difference between these teams right now is the fact that Ultra Prime in 3 minutes or 4 minutes time, realistically, have themselves a sole opportunity. They secured the dragon. They're now 4 items onto their Zeri. We are going to get back to game number 2. We are going to start moving towards critical mass, massive moments for both these sides. And it's starting to feel like... it does just feel like it's all on Rookie. If Rookie finds the opportunity, then V5 have an avenue in, but no one else is really kind of doing the heavy lifting.
And let's remember, right, he's on an Ari. Like, you're building Everfrost. He obviously has things like the Banshees. You're not going for, like, Ludens and going this full, like, pen burst out the enemy route. It is still typically more about picking people off and bringing the utility, which could be hard, because Elk, I believe he's a full item up over Photic, having that IE done, and Cryan still going to be doing work. So feels like Ultra Prime maybe out-edging in the damage department right now. Yep, having that IE completed as compared to the other side where Photic doesn't, even sitting on a stopwatch. So some extra safety for Elk, but he doesn't have his flash available. So both AD carries going to kind of be easy pickings for the opposing teams.
I mean, you can see it there. The W onto Rich finally starting to do some significant damage there onto the Yorn. And even though he is a very, very tanky man with 3 items, 3.5 items actually, he got himself a Bramble Vest as well. He is still just going to be paper in the eyes of an Azeri. I will say, very few things in life, I think, win against electricity. I think if a strong enough lightning bolt hits you, no matter what you're doing or what you're wearing, you're going to be dead. So now V5 start off the Baron, but they immediately back themselves away. You do have vision, though, of this from the side of Ultra Prime, as they were far enough up to see them back away off the Baron pit, but they start themselves up again.
V5 having the confidence because Call of the Forge God and Cyclone are available.
Zoom, Arctic Assault's out, and you can see that's very tentative right now. Cryan, gonna have to distort away. Does lose himself his flash because he got a little bit too aggressive, and that's a big summoner down now for Cryan. Won't have that available to him if the next fight does end up happening. 2 minutes till Dragon spawns there, and it looks like we're just happy to keep ping-ponging waves.
I think, like, luckily for Cryan, I mean, he's on LeBlanc, right? Has the option to have 2 dashes, so won't be the end of the world as compared to, like, other members potentially losing summoners, right? Like, if you take the Lulu summoner and she gets picked off, can be quite rough. But, yeah, it feels like it's all just bringing us back to where we've started and where we've been the whole time, which is these skirmishes around dragons. Ultra Prime, if they can get on objective first, I feel like not only the last fight that we saw them win, but even the fight before that where Rich found those 2 kills. I mean, had Ultra Prime not just tried chasing down all those squishy members and committed to taking down Rich, like, that would have been a teamfight win for Ultra Prime, right? This area right now hitting like an absolute truck.
4,000, well, 3,500 gold is the difference between AD carries. I will say, with Dragon spawning in a minute, I don't think Folk is going to have time for a reset, and I don't think he's going to have his Infinity Edge. So this is probably as good as a moment you're ever going to have here as Ultra Prime to make this one more. Look at Rookie again, hiding, putting himself in the shadows. He shouldn't be Rookie, he should be called Ninja, because the dude is just putting himself in such great positions. But the thing is, you've got yourself an opportunity now as Ultra Prime to say, look, we don't care about the Dragon. You can take it, because we'll get the Baron if you end up putting us, on the other side of the map.
Yeah, you're fine. Oh. XLB.
Elk does have to go golden. You can see XLB just flash in. You can see Photic now getting a lot of it. That's a great knock up there, and this is going to be it. This is going to be the final fight. You've taken down every single damage dealer on the side of Ultra Prime, and it was a tick, tick, boom. One small mistake. V5 will be able to take the series 2-1.
V5, they've been patient, but they found the avenue in all off the back of Rookie this game. Showing about finding the last engage, but Rookie did all the heavy lifting, and they're going to be able to finish this one off.
Yeah, you can see Zoom trying to see if he can kill him off, but I don't even think he's going to be able to do that, as finally the Nexus goes down in what was a tentative 2-1 series for V5. And honestly, still a hell of a lot to work on for their bout against Top Esports next week.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Prime pushed them to the limit. Ultra Prime made them work for that win. So, I mean, overall, like, for Ultra Prime, I feel like that's a fair showing for where you're at. You made
sure.
V5 work for it. For V5, still has us scratching our heads a little bit and kind of leaves us in the same place where we started today, right? That it all ends up back to Rookie, which, again, it works. Like, it gets you wins. Rookie's good enough to do that, but sadly, I mean, still going to need to do a little bit of soul searching to be able to beat Top Esports, but nice to see the players of V5 still being in high spirits, realizing a win is a win, nothing you can do about what happened in the server. Go back, review, and, you know, move on to the next one.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing right now is that there's plenty to work on. And, of course, you take the W right now. It still keeps you in contention for that top 2. I will say that might go away very quickly if JDG are able to win later on today, but it still keeps you in that conversation at the bare minimum. So good stuff here from the side of V5. Keep themselves going. And honestly, I think Ultra Prime can be proud of that. I think we saw a lot of good things. I think this, I will say that last fight was a bit anticlimactic. It just felt like Elk got caught, and all of a sudden the game was over.
I mean, that's what it was, right? Elk got caught, and every other fight, they were able to keep him alive. They're skirting around fights. Crying was being this distraction. We saw Zoom doing a nice job. But in the last one, we finally saw the trigger pull come out from XLB, flash into the Cyclone, able to get right on top of him because he's just kind of left by himself right in the middle of the fight, and they get it. So V5 identifying their win condition, it's like, hey, we're kind of playing slow. We're standing off. Rookie's constantly like playing in fog of war in these angles, and we wait for the moment where Elk is isolated. So at the end of the day, right, able to execute on their game plan is all you can ask for.
Yeah, I mean, it worked in the end of course, and I think the big thing is now is that there are some very, very obvious weaknesses coming out now from the side of V5, and it's going to be curious to see how they're able to change them up going into the playoffs. You know, of course, they have got a massive, honestly, just a temperature check. They're not going to get less than top 4. They might be able to get top 2 if they're able to kind of get the right results in their hands, but it's not, unfortunately, in their control. So I want to see what they're able to do against top Esports. Again, they're the best team in the league at the moment. #1 in the standings, have lost 1 series at the start of the split and gone on a 13-win streak. That one's the big one for me. And I think coming out of this series, I think that both Ultra Prime can be happy. I think V5 can be happy they got the win, but definitely a lot to work on as they move forward.
I think for V5, right, we keep talking about this matchup with TES. They shouldn't be expected to win. Like, top Esports look that good. It's possible because V5 still have, like, caliber players who can contend. But I think the good thing for V5 is the fact that, okay, even if you lose that, like we've said, they're locked into top 4. So you have a bit of time between when playoffs start and when you have to play, right? Because you get a few rounds of buys. So hopefully having enough time to be able to lock it in is, yeah, this was a game.
This is a game which was played on the LPL server. That's how I always kind of see these ones here. And yeah, I mean, like, look at Rookie's damage right there. He really was just everywhere he needed to be and still showing just how powerful this Ari pick can be given the right situations. I think the thing that always surprises me about Rookie, or specifically Rookie on Ari, is that Ari isn't considered your hyper damage late game, you know, see champions and burn them down, but Rookie makes it feel like that. Rookie just finds the damage that he needs to do.
I mean, think about it. Rookie makes Orianna this champion that finds like 5 solo kills a game. Like, this guy can do anything. These numbers are crazy. And like, you're right, Ari, not one of like the highest damage mid lane assassins we have. I remember back in spring playoffs, Ox was showing us this video of like Ari full comboing, you know, a Jhin in the late game. And Jhin survives. Jhin survives and get away.
With like a quarter of his HP as well, so it's like not even close.
Just totally vibing. So, but Rookie was able to find it, and we saw a lot of it was him skirting around those fights. That one particularly in mid lane, in the mid game, where he like goes in, picks off the Lulu, able to keep dancing around. I believe the second person he finished off maybe was Hacker, and those were the moments that really kept B5 in. When we saw the gold graph, it actually dipped to like plus 2.5, 3,000 gold for Ultra Prime halfway through this game with how big that Elk was getting. And sadly, when a game does go the distance, when we're getting close to like the 5-6 item mark, it really does come down to if one misstep happens, that's going to be the end of the game, especially when both comps, again, are so very similar, right? Like frontline, top, and jungle, assassin, proactive mid laner, like late game 80 carries with enchanter supports. Like the archetypes of the compositions were pretty much 1 for 1.
Yeah, it really did feel like it was the same compositions literally every single game, just with slight deviations from how you wanted to play it. But those small deviations prove just how good that you can be if you're able to make those decisions, if you're able to make those deviations for yourself. Rookie made the deviation. They banned away to Talia and said, look, you obviously figured it out. We know you figured it out, so we're not going to take it. We're not going to let you take it, and we're just going to take something slightly different. And it just augments the composition that little bit more. And it feels like right now as well, like especially in this series, the Sejuani and Ornn were just such worlds apart in terms of their impact. It felt like the Ornn Horns had so much more available to them. Yes, the Sejuani, very good in lane, very good at, you know, getting those solo kind of setups as well, and can run down pretty much anybody. I personally prefer the Ornn in most of these compositions just because of ease of execution. It just feels like it's just easier to deal with or to do stuff with it.
I mean, I feel like when you pick the Sejuani, I feel like Sejuani, as compared to Ornn, right? I feel like Sejuani's a lot more potent in early mid game, because like has strong trading patterns in lane. We see her taking the ignite at level 6. You can like guaranteed lock one person down in that top side. So lock down the Ornn, bring up 2 or 3 members, and look for those ganks. But that didn't happen at all throughout the series, right? It was always like playing towards bot side, or just a team that had the Sejuani kind of making mistakes, flopping on the top side. We remember in game 1, it kind of came down to the Sejuani helping Leash. I believe in that last game, the invade coming out from the side of V5 to like shut down the Sejuani and the Xin early on. So just like a lot of things like this, teams need to take advantage of these windows and of these power spikes. I mean, even throughout the series, right? A lot of times we're like, flashes are down. Why is Ultra Prime or why is this team not capitalizing on these plays?
Yeah, absolutely. And someone who definitely capitalized on all the plays was Rookie. Another MVP. He's now on 8. I want to say this, like I am so unbelievably impressed with this guy. He doesn't play half the split, and he's 1 MVP off of the top. If he was at the start of the split, he'd be on 15 and a million miles away. I genuinely believe he'd be at the top of the MVP standings.
I think on last hit, I said for me, the MVP of the split would either be like Tien or Kanavi, but I mean, with how much like V5 are struggling as a team and seeing how hard Rookie is carrying against literally everyone, might need to make me reconsider my vote, because yeah, I mean, the past few series seriously have been the Rookie show. He gets both MVPs this time. He got both MVPs against BLG. I mean, since he's come back, he's pretty much gotten like 90% of the MVPs for the side of V5. There's a chance he ends number 1 despite the fact that he missed half the split. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, misses half the split, is only 1 MVP off, still has a series to go. If he's able to win 2 games, he could technically end the split on 10, which is enough at the moment to get you up to that top spot and give you yourself that MVP standings. And of course, we'll see how that ends up going. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but it's just incredible to me. I think of like, you know, you're looking at like 369, Kanavi, Doonby's even up there in that conversation, Knight and Tien, but it's just going to be a much more kind of consistent style from Rookie, and that's the thing we've always had from him. Even back in his IG days, even when the days where IG weren't looking exceptional, it was always Rookie. Rookie looked exceptional, and Rookie is still, again, one of the best players to ever grace the game. I think I'm exceptionally lucky to have him play most of his career in LPL.
Yeah, and it's gonna be one of those things like every year that if Rookie doesn't make Worlds, I will be heartbroken. Like, this guy needs to get the Worlds.
He has to. Would you believe me?
2019.
I was gonna say, would you believe me if I told you that Scouts had more international appearances than Rookie? But we're not gonna waste any more time, because we're actually gonna send it over to Wendy, who's sitting by with Rookie to talk about that game.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Rookie from Victory 5 with us. Congratulations on today's win, and after today's win, Victory 5, you guys have 12 wins in total. So how would you evaluate on the performance and synergy for this team in summer? 那首先恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利。那赢下今天的对局之后，V5现在也来到了12个大场的胜场。所以说，你怎么评价队伍现在整体的一个表现和配合呢？
我们虽然拿到12胜的比较不错的战绩，但是就是我们最近的状态可能还是有点起伏吧。然后就今天的话，也可能也让大家能看到很多问题，然后我们也会专注去复盘一下我们今天到底出问题在哪里。然后我个人觉得我们的操作还是有的，但是配合上面还是需要磨合一点。
Although we got 12 wins, and I think 12 wins can be a very good record, but our momentum is not that stable. Like for today's game, we still have made some mistakes here and there. So after today's game, we are going to make some feedbacks to try to make some adjustments for those parts. And also, I think for our teammates, we have the mechanics, but our communications and synergies for those parts, we still have some room to make the improvements on. And definitely, we're always looking forward to a better Victory 5. But let's talk a bit more about this game. Game 2 is definitely a very intense game. And we can see you guys made some changes for Game 3 from the ban pick phase. So tell us more about the feedbacks made after Game 2. 那说到今天的比赛，第2局是非常激烈的。我们也能看到，在最后的决胜局开始的时候，你们其实从 BP 阶段就有积极的在进行一些改变和调整。所以说，在第2局结束之后，你们有进行怎么样的一些反馈呢？
可能就是打野英雄上面的一些区别嘛。就对面第二局拿了赵信，我们反手选一个佛野哥，这个对决可能在中期作用来看就没有赵信好。然后我们尽量就是前面拿到在整体上的阵容整体上的能帮助到很多英雄，然后我们就先出了猴子，然后后面就选了个能帮他就解压力的能开团的英雄，然后选了狐狸。
So I think the part that we didn't do well is the jungle champion matchup in game two because after the opponents they have chosen Xinjiang in game two, we have chosen the vehicle, but the vehicle did not manage to be that useful compared to the role played with Xinjiang. So after game two, we would like to just give Xiaolongbao this Wukong in game three, and then after that we can choose some champions that can have some skills to make the hard engage with him. So that's the reason for me to also pick this Ari. And definitely your Ari performed so good and got the MVP for game three. And in game three, the opponent's series scaled up so well, and UP got 3 drakes in total. But your Ari really had it in different places to seek the opportunity to make the hard engage. So what's your focus in the mid to late game? And also, how did you guys manage to find such a good angle to make the perfect engage for the last team fight to just close up the game? 那其实说到第三局，对面的一个泽利是有比较好的一个发育，而且他们也拿掉了3条小龙。但是呢，感觉你的阿离就一直在不停的找机会，想要去藏在各处，然后想去开团。然后所以说也想问一下，可能你的阿离在整个中后期的一些关注的重点是什么？你们又是怎么找到特别好的最后那一波的开团点的呢？
因为我们前期拿到就是很大的优势的情况下，可能在运营上面就决策上有就是出了点小问题嘛。然后就中期的话，要狐狸这个英雄本来就是要找好机会开的，但是看到泽一这么肥，我们中期就后面的话可能就没有闪现的时候，就猴子直接去开它，就我们就比较好。然后最后一波团的话。我们打野开得很好，然后才能赢下来了。
So I think in game three, although we got some leads from the early game, but we made some mistakes in the macro and we made some wrong decisions. So that's the reason for us to didn't manage to get a win very smoothly. And I think for Ari, this champion, she really needs to do so many things in the mid game to try to seek more opportunities. So that's why I did so in the actual game. And we would like to seek more opportunities to make the hard engage when the opponent's series she didn't have the flash. And for the last team fight, it's just our jungler Wukong. He just made the hard engage so well. So that's the key for us to win the fight. And let's talk a bit more about the next matchup because next matchup will be the last matchup for you guys in the regular season, and you're going to face against Top Esports, your old rival, and also they are on very good form recently. So what's your expectation for the next matchup? 那在接下来 V5还有最后一个常规赛的对手，也就是现在滔博，也是你的老对手，而且他们也是在最近表现比较好的一个队伍，所以说对下场比赛有什么样的期待呢？
下场打 top 的话，可能就是目前的，就是状态来看，他们比我们优势很多吧。但是我们潜力还是有的，然后我们尽量找好自己的状态和这些比赛上的决策问题。然后还是很希望跟 top 打的话，希望自己打好一点，然后也希望也可以打得好一点。
So for the next matchup, we're going to face against Top Esports. Compared to the forms, I must say maybe Top Esports they have a better form than us, but still I believe we still got the potential to win the game. So we're going to try our best, and also I hope I can have a very good performance. And also for in the whole team, maybe we should make more very smart decisions and try our best to keep on a high note. And also I hope I can perform good, and also I hope Jackie Love can perform good for the next matchup as well. So thank you for the sharing and best of luck for the next games. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望下一场比赛你们也都能发挥的很好。And
谢
back
谢，
to you
谢谢，
guys. Bye bye.
拜拜。
Thank you so much, Wendy and Rookie, of course. Great to hear them out. You know what, man? I'm going to say something. I think if you put the Shy, Rookie, and Jackie Love on a team, I think that would be a pretty good team. I'm just, you know what? I'm going to make a random roster there. Frankenstein's roster of some of our top 6 players coming together. But of course, big moment there. Bit of an IG reunion coming in for top esports, of course, for Jackie Love and Rookie. And yeah, I you know, they're on great form. I honestly think that V5 should be able to step up to them as long as they do their prep correctly.
I mean, let's remember, we're saying right now it's the Rookie show. They still went 7-0 before Rookie was on the roster. So the potential's there. We just need to see it realized once again for the other members of V5.
Yes, we really do. But we're going to leave V5 in the past as we're going to send it to a break and we jump into our second series of the day. It's going to be JDG versus AL, and we'll see you guys very soon.
As Dudu is going to be discovered here by Dr. Yeah, don't know about that. Once again, bit of melee range situation as the GA is going to be popped.
I do know about that. Is he just going to kill everyone? Is Dudu going to... Yes, he is! It's a triple for the Gwen! I guess he's just a big taunt on the map.
I keep on grinding, even though it starts to kill.
A bit of a tough spot. C9 pouring the damage into the health bars as Flavor stays alive, tanking on the front line, but he's finally going to drop FlyQuest in 2. FlyQuest
here comes Berserker.
It's 3v3 here on the map.
Penta angle.
Berserker is killing everyone.
There it is.
Berserker gets the penta.
How do they come? How do they fall? Bigger they are, the bigger the ball.
It's too late. TT into the pit, but Beige one left alone. There goes the jungler, and TT in full retreat on the wrong side of the map. Yao gets onto Jackie Love, but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jackie Love will clean up. Look at it go, as Jackie Love takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
You can leave there for someone else.
They're kind of running out of options. They certainly are. Vitality are just keeping XL at arm's length. They're really just chipping away at them. And
Here we go! Massive ultimate into the flick back. The solo layers of Vitality in perfect synergy. And XL, they're routed. They're running home as Nuked knows he needs to try and kill this wave, otherwise it's going to be game over.
Perfect ultimate comes in from Alfari.
Keeping on threatening. This paranoia has been so valuable so far, and especially when you have an advantage. Yep, like you say, the inhibitor turret's going to go down. Inhibitor to follow, as Shockwave is not going to find Aiming, who manages to sprint his way out, and now a Realm Walk to come on forward. Vikla just kind of, Rascal by himself, as Aiming's trying to do damage, but Zeus just denying him completely. Now Aiming's able to try and kite this one out as Ona goes golden. Aiming's still alive for now, but the rest of his team is evaporating. And KT will unfortunately fall to maybe a pentakill for Gumayushi.
How do they come? How do they fall? The bigger they are, the bigger the brawl.
Pozisyonu kovalamaya devam ediyor. Bir örgüt var, geliyor buraya. Star Screen çok fazla tankladı. Şimdi bir sıçra kaçacak mı?
Yok
Star
artık.
Screen hayatta bir de ocağın çağrısı geliyor buraya. Işınlar kullanıldı. 5 kişi olan bir Beşiktaş. Lost Star Screen'i istiyor. Ama onu koruyan bir Ferret var. 3-3 yapan bir Oli Phoenix. Oli Phoenix 4.'yü istiyor. MTX de istiyor burada. Erdemir de hemen orada bu 5'te 5'i Oli Phoenix bakalım.
5'te 5 mi? 5'te 5 mi?
Erdemir geliyor.
5'te 5.
Yardım etti Oli Phoenix'ten 5'te 5.
Always taking chances, not happy to stand still. Shouting over rooftops, jumping for the thrill. On into the ocean, dive into the deep. Live with eyes wide open, even when I sleep. Now we gotta keep closing doors, looking so dangerous. Lean so low, you're nearly falling over. A floodlit soldier, melting heart at the gate of freedom, but only in the past tense. Waiting for a revolution, flowers on a wire fence. A rabbit in a headlight, looking on the Now I'm just someone you used to know, living in the rat race, gears into reverse, moving by like clockwork, the working man's curse. Two suns in the sunset, never ending view, river flowing on, waiting for you. Now we gotta keep closing doors, looking so dangerous, lean so low you're nearly falling over, a floodlit soldier, melting heart at the gate of freedom.
G'day again, everyone. It's Hysterics here, your favorite LPL English shoutcaster, here to bring you yet another Speak in LPL. Maybe you guys know the meaning of this word already. That's pentakill. When the enemy finally gets that fifth and final kill, the casters shout, "Woo-sha!" The emotion that comes from it is the build-up of the anticipation. Woo-sha! In addition, words like first blood, 一血, double kill, 双杀, triple kill, 三杀, quadra kill, 四杀, pentakill, 五杀.
拿下了1血，再拿到一个双杀，拿到一个3杀，收获了一个4杀，一比个拿到5杀。
If you see a play that is absolutely bonkers, then you can type a series of 6s in the chat, the comments, or even the barrage. Can you remember all that? If so, I want you to go 6666666666666666666 for this episode of Speak in LPL.
我一个胡子这个2个英雄的话，刷野是比较快，然后打架也厉害，所以我经常用这个2个英雄的。如果想要拿下 AI 的话，就应该我小心就行了，因为对面打 S 最厉害的吧，所以应该我觉得我小心就行了。
The secret to getting to AL's heart is through their jungle. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. But we are going to be jumping into our second series of the day. I'm still Ushi. I'm still joined by the illustrious Lyric. And we got to talk about JDG coming in. It's all about expectation, Lyric. It's all about where we expect either of these two guys to be. And there is a little bit of wiggle room there for an upset, but it does feel like we are looking at heavy favorites versus someone who, at the moment, is looking to try and just to secure their playoffs.
Yeah, for AL, I mean, like we said, all about expectation. They've already outdone their expectations in my book. They have hard matchups left. If they can pick up a series win, it feels like they'll be in a really good spot for, like, guaranteeing their playoffs. I mean, heck, if they win here today, they actually guarantee playoffs. When for JDG, they're fighting for top 2, and what JDG needs is to 2-0 today, and then, like, hope RNG drop one game. Because if JDG 2-0 today and then RNG 2-0 their last 2 series, RNG will win out because of the head-to-head. But as long as JDG can 2-0 and RNG lose the game, they are fine. So JDG need to actually not do their thing of dropping one game, which they've done in every series. They've just done it in most of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not been a 100% guarantee, but if to go off of recent kind of bias, they actually haven't done it for a little while. As the last time they did it was in week 7 against BLG and IG, but definitely stuff that's been going to be haunting them just a little bit in terms of not being able to cancel out those particular setups. And looking at JDG, it does feel, or sorry, not looking at JDG, looking at AL, it does feel like we just saw in the interview, it is all about that jungle. It is all about Xiaohao making moves, and specifically making moves into that top side.
Yeah, I feel like we see Anyone's Legend a lot. It's playing all around Xiaohao, and we've seen a lot of Xiaohao and Forge linking up and then playing up towards ZDZ's lane, going for a lot of dives in the top side, kind of leaving Betty and Chocho to their own devices, which is surprising to me because I feel like Betty and Chocho have been having like a stellar split so far. But AL kind of living by the mantra of, I'd say, helping out, you know, probably the weakest member of their team. Not to say ZDZ's bad, because ZDZ has great moments, I think, especially in team fights. but just finding these opportunities to get him ahead, especially when he's playing such like resource-intensive champions, right? If you can get Jax, you can get Camille ahead, they're going to be able to do so much. So that's why we see Xiaohao so often lean into a lot of these early game skirmishing junglers like Lee Sin, and why he's been finding advantages for himself. It's why we see his experience difference so low, right? It's about setting up his laners and going for the aggression.
Yeah, he's not looking to set himself up. Like I said, he's the heart, but the heart just pumps blood to the rest of the body, and it feels like definitely throwing a lot of it into the head there, the top side of ZDZ. He's pointing it to it right now. See, look, oh my god, it works out. Xiaohao's holding his heart, and ZDZ's looking at his head and saying, look, that's what he's pumping blood into, to the top lane. That's how it all works together, Lyric. It's all coming together.
To set you up for a risky answer then, if, you know, top lane's ahead, jungle's heart, what's the mid lane?
I mean, the mid lane depends on a couple of different factors. You know what? Sometimes performance matters, okay?
Oh, no.
And it's all about performance in the mid lane, and we'll come back to that one a little bit later. But yeah, mid lane is still good. I think the big team fighters of Betty, they get the things going, you know? They start running, they start to get the blood pumping up there as well. So we'll come back to mid lane a little bit later, because we're going to stick towards that top half of the map. We talked about AL with ZDZ and Xiaohao. We got to look as well at the two MVP frontrunners, 369 and Kanavi, both having 9 MVPs. The guys are honestly just kind of cannibalizing themselves, but in a good way, because they're so damn good. Kanavi's having the split of his life.
Yeah, I think both of these guys have looked phenomenal. JDG as a squad have obviously looked phenomenal, which is why they're sitting in that top 2 spot right now. I feel like Yegal plus Kanavi is one of, if not like the most cohesive mid-jungle 2v2 we have. We know Hope and Missing are very self-sufficient. They can play with resources. They can play without resources. But when Kanavi and 369 are delivering so well right now, it kind of makes sense. We're seeing so much of the play be around these guys. They're extremely aggressive. Their team fighting is so good, and they're just like so not afraid of looking for these opportunities. I think it makes it very hard for enemy teams to be able to react when you're a squad that honestly has 5 threats you need to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a team that literally fought at Blue Buff at 17.5 minutes, 5-man. They just kept throwing people at them, saying, nope, we're fighting. That's the end of it. There's nothing you can do about this. We are pushing this fight here. And again, just the top half of the map between the likes of Yagao, Kanavi, and 369, they are pushing you to very limits. And even here, Weibo, they just got smacked down. There wasn't really a lot else to really say about it, because they just keep pushing. If you're looking at a team that, you know, it personifies the LPL style of fight, 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 it has to be JDG, because that's all they do.
It is seriously highest champion kills per minute in the league. They're constantly looking for the aggression. And we said a lot of it based off these two guys, 2 of the MVP front runners. And look at the solo kills, right? 369, 3rd for top laners. Kanavi actually 1st for junglers. 10 solo kills in the jungle, because he's going to invade you with the prio that his lanes give him. He's going to run you down. He's going to take your camps. Going to do a little bit of everything. Always ahead in terms of experience, like super high damage for a jungler. And then 369, I think just solid stats across the board. But almost 50% first start rate for a top laner is pretty insane, and just shows how much they put up either into giving 369 to the top lane, which is what they usually do, or even 369 leaving his lane and then like roaming to make those 5-man plays in mid or in bot to guarantee neutral objectives as a squad.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that they don't just use it in the top side, they then move it around the map. They put those resources everywhere, so everyone ends up sharing in the just shared pressure and shared winnings that you have from the side, what you've just gained from the top side.
You know,
and again, go on.
To that, they actually have they probably have the most even damage distribution out of any team in the league. Like, almost all 3 of their laners, you know, their carries, sitting around like 25% of the team's damage.
Damn.
Like, it's seriously like any one of these guys can pop off and take over the game. It's one of the reasons why I have so much faith in this JDG roster, because let's even say you camp top, like AL probably want to do this game. You shut down 369. You still got to be afraid of Kanavi, Yagao, and Hope. Like, it's just so hard. It's so hard when any lane can step up and carry.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like, again, it's why they're top 2 at the moment. It's why they're most, you know, depending on some kind of crazy shenanigans with RNG, they're probably going to get a top 2 at the end of the split, because this is a team that is able to just carry from any particular position. And it does feel like if you want to be in the conversation of top 2, if you want to be looking for an LPL championship, you have to have a top in your role, at least a conversation about it in every single lane. It can't just be you have a good mid laner or you have a good mid and jungle. It needs to be every single lane needs to be pumping it every single time. And JDG do that. And for AL, this is still a big moment for them. They haven't locked in playoffs. This is a huge moment for them. And for a team that started so brightly, they still have themselves this series and 2 more after this. They could still end up with 7-9. They play JDG, EDG, and then top Esports. It's not been a fun time at the end of the split.
Yeah, and I feel like when you're looking at those 3, right, because AL just needs to win 1. Like, top Esports is probably going to be the hardest. I feel like top Esports have just really been that, like, consistent team, which feels crazy to say after, like, all of these years of top Esports being so hit or miss. EDG and JDG are the ones they're looking at. JDG have had the funny games. They've gone to game 3 like we've talked about. And EDG look a little bit vulnerable. But it'd be nice if they could just get that out of the way. They can win today. They can lock in. And that might even just like give them more confidence or like better play going into those next game where the pressure is off and you're like, cool, we can just like focus on whatever we're trying to improve on or whatever our style is and play more loose, more freely against EDG and TES.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. You want to try and, like, obviously lock in playoffs as quick as you can because it is going to start to get tough. Someone is not going to make it. I think that's the big kind of conversation we have right now is that for AL, we had so many believers. Of course, Ox being one of the biggest believers in the particular.
Still is. Doubled down in the last hit. Actually tripled down. World Finals, he says.
But there is a very realistic world where, you know, game difference is becoming a big thing. Again, they're still very good on that as well. Honestly, out of all the teams that have yet to qualify, they're the only one with a positive game score, so good on them. But if they lose today, even a 2-1, that goes to 0. That means they're not at a positive or a negative. Then you're starting to get question marks over a couple of different things. It's definitely a scary time as AL. And for a team that started so brightly, they need to try and find that mojo that they were able to garner up at the start. So curious what they're able to bring against JDG today. I think it's going to be a very scrappy affair. I think, like you mentioned, the AL love to kind of hone in on that top side, and for JDG, they just love to be able to try to bring those advantages elsewhere. Like I mentioned, they are a team that in one of their matches full sent it 17.5 minutes around a blue buff because they could, and they just out-hands diffed you.
Like, if there is any series that should on paper be a bloodbath, it is this one. We've already said JDG kind of the most aggressive team we have in the league right now, and you look at AL and their most played champions. Lee Sin for jungle, Kalista for AD carry, Amumu for support, Lucian's one of Betty's most played. Like, just so many things that want to get in your face, that want to fight. And that's why AL have been such a team, a force to be reckoned with. Because they're also not afraid to run you down. They bring a very unique style too, because a lot of times they run these like pseudo 1-4-S compositions where they can almost always generate side pressure. Because EZ does like to lean on the Camille, the Jax. I mean, he's played the Fiora this split. So I'm very interested to see what AL brings out today, and if they're not going to be afraid of going toe-to-toe with this JDG roster.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I think JDG are at the top of our standings for a reason. I think JDG are one of the most fun teams to watch, and they are also one of the most volatile. It feels like they're a team that, yes, they do end up winning a lot of series, but I think the reason why they send a lot of series 2-3 games is that they do throw it a little bit too hard. Sometimes they do end up getting into a situation where they can't actually drag it back, and it's just about playing on that line. We mentioned it a little bit earlier between V5 and, of course, I forgot who V5 were playing against. Ultra Prime, excuse me. My brain just went blank. It was like no one played against V5 earlier. It was just V5 against V5. But LPL teams are so good at playing on that line between int and literally the best player ever to play it. So like it's that level of gameplay that I love to see from JDG. And yeah, look, sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes they end up having to go to 3 games, but they've proven consistently that this is how they want to play the game, and they're the better at it 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and you know, one of like the low-key matchups I'm excited for in this series, like we spent a lot of time talking about top side, I feel like that's where a lot of the action will be. Kind of a secondary one is bot lane. And a lot of it coming down to the fact that both Missing and Chocho, kind of 2 of the longer standing players we have in the LPL, with so many fresh faces coming in over the year, right? Missing been in since 2018, back when he was on WE. And I believe Chocho, 2017 Dan Gaming. Like, both of these guys have been around for quite a while, have a ton of experience, and both have been really exciting to split, right? Missing, been one of the best supports we have, and I mean, the level of aggression and flair that Chocho brings is so exciting and so unmatched. I mean, it just shows in the fact that Amumu still is most played champion this split of what this guy is looking to do.
Yeah, it does feel like the support matchup is going to be so pivotal. Of course, you think of missing, you think back to WE days, of course, was on the heartbreaking team that didn't quite make it to Worlds in 2021, went through literally the elation of getting all the way to the winners final and then just constantly getting knocked down in best of five, just couldn't keep up the momentum. And I will say, though, for the other side, like anyone's legend for Forge, it's been a bit of a redemption time for him. I think a lot of people very critical of him on his times underneath Rookie on IG. I think it was very much a team or a player on a team that felt like he wasn't really performing, wasn't really coming up with the best of results, and feels like finally he's found himself, his team, and they've worked together very nicely. Again, AL, a squad, the old Rogue Warriors squad, who just kept most of their roster and just kind of piecing little things together, not looking for massive names, not looking to try and just get a, like, you know, similar to V5, let's get Rookie and figure it out from there. But it does feel like, you know, as Dagda takes over my camera, that this is a team that is finally happy with how they're kind of setting themselves up.
Yeah, going on that Forge point, like, I'm super impressed with Forge. When Forge came in, after his stint on IG, like, I thought the IG stint was actually his bright spot, like filling in for Rookie when Rookie subbed out in 2019. Then, like, we had him on Vici, and it just didn't look good. Looked like Forge was kind of thrown into the deep end a little bit too soon. I was extremely critical of him. His laning, he was just getting destroyed by everyone. And now Forge is at a point where he might not be, like, decimating people in lane or anything like this, but he's found a niche with, like, his champions, the Swains, the Silases, the Akalis, and he's able to do his job to, you know, an extraordinary degree. But JDG, they recognize that, and they're saying, hey, Forge, we're not going to let you do that job today, buddy.
You know, all those facilitators that help you with you and your team kind of set up those team fights, you're not having it. Swain hasn't been seen in a little while in this particular patch, but definitely something that Forge has been absolutely fantastic on so far this split, and they're going to go with a final ban of the Kalista. So again, we talked about Chocho being on the Amumu. Do you know who pairs up great with that? Kalista. So they're getting rid of that combination straight away. And now we're going to see where anyone's legend want to go. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a Talia or honestly a Zeri right now. I still think that Zeri, regardless of her 2 losses today in the 3 games that she was played, is still a monster that you cannot let someone like Hope get their hands on.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what JDG's priorities are coming into the day. I remember in JDG's last series, they were still putting like a ton of value into things like Renata and Aphelios, as compared to now, obviously things like the Zeri being left open, Talia, another huge champion. But I think Zeri, the way to go. For JDG, they're one of the teams who I don't think have to over-index into picks like Talia, because the Yagao has just been on like a tear of Ahri. 14 games played, his most champion by far, and has just looked incredibly dominant on it.
Yeah, it really has. I think he's the most played Ahri in the league as well. I'm gonna, don't quote me on that just yet, but I'm gonna quickly verify. But you know what, anyone's really want to go for? They don't want to commit to the Sivir just yet. They're gonna hovering over a couple of different options, but honestly, it feels like you have to go Sivir's Yuumi here. Just cannot let the Yuumi. We saw how powerful the Yuumi was in Photic on Sivir last time. With the Zeri, it's just become ridiculous. It's just so powerful that there's no real counterplay to it. So feels like you're gonna have to try and go towards that Yuumi, and I don't know.
I hope they do it.
I don't.
I hope they do it,
Ashid.
I want them to do it. Do it. Lock it in.
No.
This would be the Chocho special. I'd be very curious to see how it does work out. I mean, you already highlighted the Yuumi kind of being the expected, but they don't.
Wow.
AL keeps their own flavor, and Chocho bringing out his most played once again. AL, they play for the big 5v5s, and they rely on Chocho to be the one to start it up. Now for JDG, I mean, they have the option to go for the Yuumi if they so want. Talia being another standout pick, that is still open. A lot of kind of key junglers taken off the table. We still have things like Sinjao, which we saw a lot of priority in the other series. Teams like RNG were randomly like first picking Vi in all their games yesterday. So curious to see where JDG go. So far kind of setting, I mean, right now with these 2 picks, right, Zeri, Talia, very flexible. Like you can put these in like any type of draft you want. Feels like the other picks are going to be the ones rounding out what style their composition will play.
Yeah, we will see though JDG starting to round out their composition. They are going to go back to Kanavi going on to the Vi. We actually talked about this a little bit earlier today. We were talking about the Vi as a pick within the LPL, and it's a curious kind of setup right now to see how Kanavi had 1 bad game on it, and now he's kind of forcing himself back on the pick.
Yeah, so far 3-1. Like you said, that he had 1 like horrible game on it and has kind of been a little bit apprehensive to go towards it. for the side of AL right now, hovering the Ahri, I think it makes sense, right? Go up against the Talia, try and match that roam potential and that roam potency, and now saving jungle and top lane for second half. I expect them to leave counter pick for top lane, just because of how champion pools go with what we've said of ZDZ. So it's kind of about opting into a jungler for Xiaohao on 4. Xiaohao has really loved Lee Sin and Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao would opt into giving them, I think, more team fighting prowess. Obviously able to do a lot with that ultimate to add to your front line.
Absolutely. I think that giving yourself that bit of front-to-back team fighting, of course, you will have the counter pick on the red side if you so choose it to be for your top laner. I don't see a reason why you shouldn't be giving yourself that counter pick. We'll maybe see the Lulu banned away here by anyone's legend if they really want to try again. No, taking away Missing's Alistair. This is actually an interesting kind of draft thing that we've seen from a lot of teams coming into the summer split, is that Missing, if you do not know, has basically his most played, the most famous champion back on WE was the Alistair. And we're seeing a lot of teams respect ban it coming into this split. A lot of teams are saying, look, regardless of what's meta, we're not letting you have this massive cow on the bot side.
Also does decently into the Sivir, right, in terms of like the interaction with the spell shield. Got a little bit of a buff on this patch. So I like AL kind of paying attention to what they think is important. And now we kind of highlighted the two, I'd say, expected junglers that AL would want to go for. Again, I feel like with the fact that you have the Sivir and Mumu already, it kind of makes sense to me to just keep doubling down into full 5v5s. But so far, hovering top laners, kind of surprised, not really being afraid of what JDG will pull out. But JDG did ban, I mean, 2 of the go-to blind pick top laners so far. Oh!
Nice. I love this. Pantheon locked and loaded here. That's almost certainly going to Xiaohao. Technically speaking, can be a flex, but almost certainly going into the jungle. And I love the Pantheon right now. I think the Pantheon is in such a strong position that if given the the tools in order to get ahead, can just become a monster in that mid game. Having that early spike as well with the damage you have on your Q just makes it so difficult to deal with. The extra clear speed on the jungle as well. It keeps them in line with things like the Vi, and of course with the Xin Zhao and Lee Sin that you talked about earlier. And Sejuani going to be locked in here now for 369. You know what, anyone's legend, if the previous series anything to go by, pick the Ornn and you're gonna win.
I do want to say for Pantheon, it's been extremely hit or miss so far, right? I feel like if you have the setup and you're able to win that Grand Starfall, like, and get it going early on, that's where it thrives. We've seen a lot of teams be a little hesitant on pulling the trigger to be able to make this one work. JDG going to round out with the Lulu. I think it works. You already have like a solid front line in the Sejuani and the Vi and topside. Are going to have to be a little bit careful, right? They can win out in terms of the lane if they could bully out the Amumu and dodge out on that bandage toss. But if Chocho's able to connect, then the all-in from AL will be deadly. So far, showing a couple of options.
I love this.
They go for it. I mean, this is ZDZ's bread and butter, right? Bring out the Camille. They have a lot of like punish potential on that top side. Hextech ultimatum straight into the Grand Starfall to just lock 369 down. Or heck, even roam ZDZ and kind of making this roam dive buddy with Xiaohao.
That's what I was going to say. Like, you're looking at the types of players that, you know, you want to lock down. You want to try and get this Zeri into a position where she can't just run away. The Camille is absolutely perfect at that. Just put them in a corner. You're now in the baby cage. You cannot leave until you do it. And honestly, 8 games this split here for ZDZ on the Camille has really just been absolutely exceptional on it. And honestly, it feels like he's one of the few left, I suppose, top liners that is consistently picking this. Like, we've seen it a couple of times there from Bin or maybe even from Zoom himself, but it's just been about ZDZ picking this in the top side, and he's been shown time and time again how good he can be on this pick.
Yeah, ZDZ really leaning into the carry-oriented champions. And when we look at both drafts, I think the difference is really going to be in the formation of how they want to take fights. For JDG, it's kind of like the traditional front-to-back, kite out these team fights. It's not all the dive to come through. AL, they want the dive. It's about hitting backline with Camille, Pantheon, and Amumu. They can play off flanks with the Ahri and Camille and have a lot of pressure on sides.
Yeah, it's just so much pressure that's available to them if they can get it going from. But for JDG, if you're able to control the fights, if you're able to get yourself those Weaver's Walls to pick those engages on your terms, that's when AL are going to struggle. That's when they're able to really shine on these picks. But we'll have to wait and see. Like we mentioned earlier, JDG, some of the highest kills in the game right now. They are the 2 of the bloodiest teams we have in the LPL. And we're going to see how both these teams kind of go for it. JDG still hunting for a top 2. AL looking just to secure themselves into the postseason. We're going to have to see how both these teams end up working on this rift.
Sheen, I have an important question relevant to this matchup.
That's rare.
What did you do to Dagda to become such a robot today? Huh?
Such a robot? I don't know. Dagda's been having fun with my my internet right now, and not quite sure why he's decided to take over today. But today is the day he takes over. It's just how it is. I don't make the rules.
I feel like there's one day that Dagda is always required to take over of the LPL. Let's be real. This is Dagda's world. We're all just living in it.
When did Dagda become the main character of the LPL? That's what I want to know.
You know what? He's the main character in my eyes, and that's all that matters. But getting back to the other main characters, I don't know how many main characters I'm allowed in my story. JDG,
yeah, are we a shonen? Are we a slice
or
of life?
Chocho? Chocho has main character energy. We know what we want. We want bloodthirsty aggression out from AL. You got the Pantheon, you got the Amumu. You're gonna look for these aggressive all-ins on bot side, right? Enchanter matchup versus like a tank support. It's about trying to prevent getting whittled down too much early on, and then waiting for those all-ins, or even more ideally, comboing with your jungler, because typically those engaged supports able to bring more to early skirmishes and early 3v3s.
See if they're able to make it work. I'll say that it's interesting, similar choice as well from CDC to top side. Sometimes we do see the very aggressive laning kind of TP Ignite coming out from Camille's, but I actually quite like that he's gone for the flash. It means that he knows what his job is. His job is to get on top of Zeri as quickly as he possibly can. But this ward is going to be pretty good at spotting out Kanavi, who went for actually a red to the Raptors, now trying to go towards the top side to see if he can get a bit of a jump on the top side of the map of AL. But looks like Xiaohao with this full information and level 3, he's going to know exactly where this jungler is, so might put himself in a position to be able to counter it.
I mean, even just look at the ward that Forge just got, right? They have like a pretty decent vision line up in top side, so gonna be able to play around that efficiently and try and allow their bot lane to do what they want. But we kind of saw the trade pattern, right? They go in for the all-in, but they don't really have too much to offer in terms of 2v2 all-in in my mind, especially early on, coming out when your AD carries a Sivir, not some like bursty Kalista or Lucian. That's why I think for AL's bot lane, it's gonna be more about pairing up with jungle. But speaking of jungle, Kanavi looking for an opportunity mid.
It'll be difficult, but he gets himself with the Q over the wall, so now he knows that he's not been spotted.
7-second cooldown.
7-second cooldown. He's going to have it up in about 3 seconds, so he's just kind of biding his time. Xiaohao, though, has been spotted, so they know this is going to be a native 2v2, but now Xiaohao's left. The flick back, great flash from Forge. Really good timing there, and just a good way to keep himself safe.
I mean, think about how close he was as well. He like hit that instantly. Is Chocho now getting whittled down? But okay, we don't care about Chocho getting whittled down. Seriously, Forge so fast on hitting his flash. Like, how far away was Kanavi from him? A Teemo?
Yeah,
a Teemo and a half?
Maybe a 2. Yeah, it was close. It was definitely close. Now they know that Kanavi's on that bot side because they saw the Scryer's Bloom go over the side, but that just means that you're going to lose a lot of this wave here as Betty. And yes, you don't get the kill or any summoners on the Chocho, but you get pressure. And this is what the Zeri Lulu combination brings you. They know that Xiaohao is here. They know that he's going to be looking to try and maybe make something work. But without the Amumu, like you said earlier, it's not really a lot of kill pressure available to them on the bot side.
And that's why, I mean, I'm probably going to constantly just beg for Xiaohao to look to make an impact down this bottom lane. As ZDC, oh my god, getting roughed up by 369. But to be fair, 369 is just coming off a reset, full HP, coming back with a Ruby Crystal in pocket as well. So good window for him to look for that trade.
Good windows indeed. Again, Chocho comes back and immediately loses half his health bar. The power of the Lulu. And it's kind of why I wanted to see it banned away, to be perfectly honest, because I feel like an Amumu can deal with burst and engage. I feel like he can't really deal with constant just harassing down. So it kind of nullifies this pick very much so. You need to see him here just getting constantly pushed back here with the W and the Q from the Glitterlance.
I mean, yeah, right. It's going to be rough. But they don't really have the damage in an all-in scenario to be able to win this out with the Sivir at 80 carry, which is why they're relying on Xiaohao. But let's bring it back to draft when you were begging them to pick the Yuumi. It was in your mind, Ashin. You wanted it.
I mean,
this is the world we ended up in.
It was banned.
But they could have.
They could have picked it. Yeah, they could have picked it, but it was banned afterwards. So you know, it is what it is. I don't want them to pick Yuumi. I don't like Yuumi in the meta. I think Yuumi is really unfun to cast. Just very, anticlimactic when you think someone should die and then she saves them from a stupid thing that doesn't put her at any risk.
But it could also be very exciting when someone survives on like 2 HP because of a Yuumi and you're like, ooh.
I don't even find that exciting. That feels kind of cheap.
It does. I agree. I agree. I tried to find something.
I know. It's like you do so much to almost kill somebody.
Look at this. Ignore the Yumi. Think about this. This is fun.
Not yet, it isn't. We're going to see them now pushing towards this middle lane. We will see Kanavi now getting spot out on a ward as ZDZ recognizes he's now on this top side. I will say, fair enough to ZDZ. He's got himself a tiny bit of a gold lead. Wave's being pushed into him as well. Dragon is live as Chocho tries to move himself back. Xiaohao thinking about going something here. It's kind of a 2v1 now in the mid lane. Xiaohao recognizes this. They want to make sure they still have push in this mid lane as Forge keeps pushing forward with his Ahri. So he's just going to have to hover just to make sure.
And we kind of lean into this map split, right? Because missing sitting in mid, and we have 3 members of AL. They're able to lean down in the spot, but JDG doing a nice job resetting Hope at the same time, so you can't actually like turn this like 2-man roam squad plus Betty already being there down into any kind of like punish onto Hope. And the whole time, Kanavi just playing around this top side. And look at the minimap now. Both Kanavi and 369 making their way down towards mid, but Forge at the last second backs off, doesn't give the opportunity over.
Yeah, just knows that he has no flash. Did burn that a little bit earlier there, and with Yagao TPing back in, gonna have himself a reset of items. Nice fresh palette of things and health and mana. As missing, just putting himself in between the red buff and any potential invades, but unfortunately for him, it's just a bodyguard position. Nothing really happening tonight, you know. Sometimes those jobs are very boring, nothing happens, but you gotta be ready in case something does. That's the whole point of those jobs. You gotta be prepared.
Yeah. And so they did it because no one was showing on the wave bot, right? We can see now Chocho hiding in the brush, and the wave was in like kind of an interesting place where a little bit past the neutral point, but now Xiaohao, Grand Starfall online. And one of the reasons we're not seeing this pick, I think, work out to like a ton of success is we're not seeing the opportunity found to find the engages with this ultimate. But AL are really trying to find one.
Yeah, they're just hovering down this bot side. Kanavi, though, is in position with the cease and desist available to him, so you got to be very aware of this right now if you're the side of anyone's legend. They now know that Kanavi is here, but Xiaohao hasn't committed anything just yet. He's not even losing anything, really. Here we go. There's the Grand Skyfall going to be committed full stop onto Hope, but Hope gets himself away over the wall, and a flash from missing means that he's safe as well. The Ahri's here, and Forge makes this a 4v3 as Kanavi goes very deep. The Weaver's Wall is going to be arriving, but a little bit too late. Doesn't quite land onto them. Chocho gets traded back to the jungler for support. Betty in a little bit of a 1v1 on his own, so he's going to be forced to flash over the wall, you would imagine, as he tries to keep himself away. Oh, the blast cone as Hope tries to make that one a 2-for-1 trade, but at the end of it all, it's still a 1-for-1 on both sides.
I don't know why that surprised me with how aggressive JDG went after one member went down, but they always do things like that. I'm honestly surprised they were able to turn it around into a 1-for-1 after the fact that Kanavi pretty much just got taken out right when the fight started.
It was a great start, but it doesn't really change the map state. Everyone just kind of burned a lot of summoners. Let's have a look at this one here, because again, they go into the Grand Skyfall. Everyone disperses, but then Kanavi decides, hey, I need to go in. I can get the ultimate onto Betty because he doesn't have a spell shield.
Yeah, so he goes in, not really synced up too well with the Weaver's Wall, able to come through, so he instantly gets taken down. But the whole time, while they're focusing on the Vi, Hope's able to just whittle down Chocho. And with Betty running up feels like a little bit of a mistake because he separates himself from the rest of the squad and is forced to do this flash in the end. Hope's confidence, my God, I wish my confidence level was that high. That was super. Giga chat at him, machine.
Yeah, anytime someone says confidence, I always think of it's a VTuber Corone who has like, have confidence, then she dies immediately in the game. It's like, no confidence. Like, that's what I always think of, but I don't know why. But the weird things your brains associates with words and moments. But now Kanavi, without flash, without the ultimate, is going to try and just hover towards this top side, making sure Xiaohao, who is in the area, isn't going to gain anything in terms of a top lane presence, because they know, you know what the side of AL love to do? They love to camp top lane.
I also even just like this because it's what we were hitting on in the previous series, right? That, in my mind, like, the big power spike of Sejuani is that level 6 mark because it just pretty much guarantees kill threat. Like, I think it'd be very hard to just unexpectedly, like, flash out if 369 is close enough, lands a Q, goes straight into the ult, and then Kanavi waiting in the wings. So they try to set up for an opportunity to do that, or even just waiting to see if a gank comes through from Xiaohao, and now we'll just open up for 369 to get a pretty good reset.
Yeah, and it's just going to be about probably about these Dragon and Rift Heralds, to be perfectly honest. Not a team really prioritizing the objectives as of yet. And this is interesting as well, but I've always find from JDG, if you ever watch like most of their games this split, it has been more about the fights than it is about fighting around objectives. They do prefer to go for these skirmishes before anything else and then just lead off of them. Because say, cool, we got the summoners, we got the kills, now we can turn that into an objective. Now we can turn that into more of a global presence, be it with towers or dragons or whatever it may be. And that's the difference, I feel like, between these two squads. The AL will look to try and maybe work towards that top side and get around these Rift Herald, which they are starting to contest right now.
I think it's pretty smart as well to like look towards lanes first. A lot of times we'll see teams like look to gain top before going towards the Herald, try and find either that summoner advantage or force out an ult and then pivot on. But JDG just doing it right away. Hope also having first move might make it hard for AL, but Chocho has his ult available.
Here we go, they have the ult from Chocho, and here comes the Grand Skyfall. The Rift Herald hasn't been picked up just yet, and you can see now they're going to try and force this one here as Chocho goes down. You've got Hope joining on the backside of this fight. I don't think AL needed to fight this, and I think AL are going to regret their decisions. They're going to try and trade back a kill, but they can't get anyone down. Eventually, you get Betty here, but honestly, AL, that was just not the play, and now Betty's going to be caught out here by Yagao, who will not get the flick back because he does have himself the spell shield, but that was just really sloppy from AL, and JDG are going to punish you.
Yeah, I'm surprised AL committed into that. Kind of just going in one by one. Betty nowhere close to the fight. Chocho can take that immediately. And JDG not only get the Rift Herald, but also feeling like they can take this dragon. And 369 even getting plates. They're getting everything.
Yeah, that was the straw that broke the camel's back right now. You get the Rift Herald, you get the Dragon, you're now up 3,000 gold. Let's have a look at the replay here, because again, the Grand Skyfall comes in, but look at Chocho, he's isolated. Forge can't really go into this right now.
No, I mean, he's squishy, right? And we see Chocho walk up instantly into the Sejuani ultimate, one member already taken down. Sivir nowhere near, and then just kind of being dispatched, right? Forge was never able to walk in, so two members are just tunneled into the pit, one member off to the side, to where JDG are this 5-man core grouped up, able to kind of turn to targets one by one, taking them down.
This is a big problem now for AL. You're in the hole. The hole you were digging earlier, you finally I figured out what it was for. It was for AL in this game, because right now, that's for anyone who's been watching all day. I don't know if you are, but congrats. You know what? You're the real ones if you were. But yeah, this is rough right now for the side of AL.
Like, we're in the first game of our second series, and our broadcast is now about to be at its 4th hour.
Yeah, it's been a long day so far. But I think JDG are trying to make that as quicker, quicklier, as my little cousin would say. Or quicklier of his LB bow. That's what he says.
Xiaohao?
Oh, Yagao, though, is going to be able to back away. Yeah, no flash available to. Actually, there was a flash available to him, but it didn't have the Grand Skyfall, so not quite able to fully commit.
I think Xiaohao is afraid of committing with flash because not a whole ton of vision on where a lot of members of JDG are. We do see Kanavi now making his way down towards the bot side. They've gotten a ton of plates with the fact that Hope already having a Mortal Shield Bow, just Noon Quiver and Pickaxe on the side of Betty. This one's going to be incredibly close to going down.
And no spell shield now on Betty means that he has to be exceptionally careful. They won't get the tower just yet, but 20 seconds till those plates fall. And honestly, another wave coming in. It feels like you're not going to be able to try and trade this one back. They are going to be able to maybe pepper it down. 2 more auto attacks would do it with the Zeri, but you gotta respect of the engage coming out from Chocho. I like what you're doing here. And oh, Forge, you've been caught out. He's gonna try and maybe get himself away with a flash. Yep, there it is. No flash committed there by Kanavi. Feel like he maybe had the damage, but again, getting the summoner, it's still a win.
Yeah, JDG hovering with mid jungle, not completely committing down towards the bot lane, but you lean. It gives your bot lane safety to try to just be aggressive on their own and take that turret, and forces Forge to have to wonder of like, hey, are Yagao and Kanavi already down there? Do I have to start making my way down? And leaves him in a position where they can catch him in transition like this. So overall, liked what JDG looked for in this play. And I mean, we're not even at 15 minutes. It's a 5K gold lead.
Yeah, this is what's so scary about JDG. This is why, honestly, I think that this team is really having just some of the best performances we've seen out of every individual player ever. I think Kanavi's on the split of his life. I think 369 has found a new lease on life with how his team is playing. And even Yagao, who we've talked about it before in some of our previous series, is that Yagao has never been in a league that has so many goddamn amazing mid laners. He's never been up in the upper echelons, but he's now in the conversation of kind of like, you gotta respect him. He's a very significant threat. And I think Hope, despite his not so great time on EDG previously, is finally coming into his own, finally looking like the protege that we knew he always was.
I mean, heck, 2020, Hope was looking solid despite the fact that EDG rosters were struggling. Which, speaking of 2020, like, 2021, bringing back the dominance of RNG and EDG was cool, but my dude, inject 2020 LPL back into my veins. The JDG TS rivalry was one of the funnest things there was. And to me, the best part was the fact that both spring finals and summer finals went to 5 games between those orgs, right? Like, just one of the best rivalries there was. And if JDG and Top Esports can make it happen once again, it would be exciting. AL trying to thwart it, trying to guarantee themselves a spot in playoffs with a win here. Sadly, not looking likely in this game 1.
No, I think that right now JDG have such a control right now over this side of the map. And again, the power of the Talia. Look at the goal difference right now for individual players. Forge isn't even scraping close to Yagao, and it just, or sorry, not Yagao, it's just like the top player on the side of JDG, and it just feels like AL are just trying to just kind of scale up. Yes, you've got the Sivir, yes, you have the split push menace that is going to be the Camille, but it's not going to mean a lot.
Look, Hope just finished his second item. I think Betty just finished his, like, mythic, what, like, a minute
Mythic
ago
and boots,
or so?
yeah, Mythic and boots.
Yeah, we saw in the gold difference that Hope was about 2,000 above Betty, and now having his Phantom Dancer already. So, JDG, in 30 seconds, I'm interested to see what they're going to do, because JDG being in a lead means they're in a position where they don't have to trade objectives. Like, JDG realistically should be looking to take both, so if they can, like, lean towards that top side, maybe with, 1 or 2 members. 369 might go down.
They might go down. They're going to try and jump straight on top of him, but that's because you committed so much on the top side. Yes, you get a kill. Maybe the tower as well. Not really a great way for it. It does mean that JDG get control over mid, and they get control over this dragon. So now Betty completely isolated away. Actually, had to pop his ultimate because he was getting chased down by Hope. So yes, it's a kill. Maybe a tower, but you are losing a lot on the rest of the map.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad because now they potentially lose Herald. I like that they're not giving this up because, again, it goes back to the logic. They're the team that's ahead. They shouldn't be giving up anything.
No, they should not. And Betty will be giving up his life. Chocho goes down as this area is starting to get some revs going. You are just getting burnt down by the lightning strikes of JDG. And yes, you gained a good proactive play, but unfortunately for you, AL, you're just not quite good enough to go toe-to-toe with JDG.
And JDG used it to take mid lane turret. You can see pings on blue buff, knowing, hey, buffs are objectives too. We're going to take that. We're going to take the dragon. JDG really do just want to choke AL out of this game and give them no way back in. And heck, when you're kind of running these things like an Amumu, like a Pantheon, when they start to fall behind, it's really rough to play champions like this because they only have one mode. It is go in. You don't actually have a way of getting out of a fight, right? Kind of similar to things like Rek'Sai as well. Once you're in, you are just there. And if you're in and you have no stats because you're behind, well, you do absolutely nothing. We're going to get a replay of topside, and it is very cool and cinematic. That's it.
I was going to say, AL need these, though. AL need these cinematics because they ain't going to be showing us a lot more, in my personal opinion. Is Betty, he just gets hit by the W and he's dead. Like, you don't... This is the thing with the Zeri Sivir matchup. We see Sivir being picked into it because you can just wave clear, but if you get hit in the late game, or even the mid game, to be perfectly honest, by a W and you don't spell shield it, you're dead. The Zeri just wins that particular matchup, and you're slowed, you're very short range as a Sivir. There's not really a lot you can do, and now we'll see them get themselves a second dragon. They're going for the second Rift Herald as well. JDG are 7,000 gold at 19 minutes, and honestly, this is just a testament to JDG's playstyle. They are our fastest average game time in the league for a reason. They are so damn good. And now, ZDZ, you gotta run away, my dude. You can't really stay here.
Yeah, JDG doing a nice job of transferring pressure. Look at the mini-map, completely littered with wards. They've done a great job of not allowing anyone's Legend of any information. You need to be careful, though, because when they overextend on side lanes like this, AL are the team with the global. AL could look to respond. Yagao does have his Weaver's Wall as well, but TP's coming in from forward.
TP and the Grand Skyfall comes in. We're going to have the Weaver's Wall to try and cut them off. ZDZ is going to jump straight down onto the Sejuani. That is the target. The charm is good, but it's onto missing. Not really your ideal target. And this is exactly what you called here. JDG, yes, they are good. They're in a good spot, but they're going to be able to find out a flick back there, and Chocho goes down, so it ends up being a trade of 1-for-1, and this is what JDG do best. You think you're going to be ending the fight? No. We are going to keep running at you. We're going to keep pushing you down. Betty loses about a third of his H-bar from a W.
Still, though, AL, I mean, kudos to them with the fact of how far they are behind. The fact that they get one kill is nice. But we see there why JDG were doing that lane allocation, right? They're like, okay, bot wave's pushed out. We don't need anyone there. We have like 4 members up towards the top side. Yagao can be in mid because he has the Weaver's Wall to follow up if Xiaohao ults in and someone looks to TP flank. So JDG were prepared for that scenario. Still, though, did have to give one to get one. We'll get a replay here of how it all happens. Again, 4 members are on top side, Weaver's Wall in mid. Still, AL are able to get here first. They get on top of 369 and really there's no way to go. Gets locked down by the Pantheon and isn't able to be reclaimed. And then here, I mean, AL kind of sticking around, not respecting the damage and lockdown, able to come out from JDG, and Yagao finds the seismic shove onto Chocho, and it brings one back.
I mean, Betty was so fortunate there that the spell shield lasted as long as it did. I think it was literally on the final 0.1 of a second before it went off as the cease and desist did hit. But now ZDZ, 369 is done with being your puppet. He's done with being your beaten bag. He's going to go ahead and set himself all of his teammates and say, guys, I need some help. I'm sick and tired of letting this Camille have the run of the lane.
Yeah, gonna look to assist him down towards that side of the map. And now Forge, not having that TP available, will actually just walk down to try to react to any of these plays from JDG. I love that JDG playing out through this 2-lane setup. Not gonna opt into any 3-lane shenanigans. And now looking like they'll guarantee a second charge off the Herald.
Yeah, that's 2 charges onto inhibitor turret as well. So, ooh, the ult will whiff, but they do get the tower, and they've actually cut off the escape. You're being corralled. You're being pushed into a corner here, AL, as Hope's starting to ramp up and rev up as they're looking to try and take down these health bars. ZDZ needs to get himself out alive. If they lose any more members, they could lose the game. Luckily for AL, they won't lose the game just yet, but they are going to lose their inhibitor in mid.
JDG, 22 minutes taking an inhib. Gonna keep so much pressure on the map. I would expect Bax to be looking to come through and just look to get that guaranteed 3rd Drake on the board. They're already gonna be on Soul Point and can look to start playing the map around that top side, threatening things like a Baron and trying to find picks around top lane inner turret.
3 items now onto Hope Zeri. So this is getting worse as it comes in, but this is, again, there's a great Weaver's Wall from Yagao. Separates Chocho, so he can't even look for the engage, and it means that everyone else is just corralled into a terrible corridor.
And then they're already able to find the first kill before Chocho's able to join in, so he's just jumping a certain doom. ZDZ kind of gets back into the fold because Chocho jumps in to try to help him out and then forces him to have to use a Hextech ultimatum to then be able to buy more distance to escape. So, yeah, a lot of things going wrong just from that initial Weaver's Wall from Yagao setting things up so everything would go right for JDG.
I mean, AL aren't on the map just yet. They only just saw the RE, but plenty of people towards this top side. 369 has been the proverbial punching bag for the side of AL if they wanted to try and get some stuff going. Being 2 out of the 3 deaths, but it just really hasn't led to anything else. 3-0-5 onto Yagao, 6-0-4 onto Hope. He is at an infinity edge and a stopwatch ahead of Betty right now, and this is just getting so hard. Dragon goes over. That's going to be Soul Point now for JDG. And they're going to start to look towards this Baron. Because, again, if they drag everyone away from this mid lane, the pressure point you talked about, the super minions will just start to do some significant amount of work onto those Nexus turrets.
Yeah, and I think 369 was totally fine being a punching bag if his carries are fed and his team's taking inhibitors and sending those super minions there, right? So,
for sure.
JDG definitely fine with where AL's resources have gone. But to be fair, right, AL, they've done what they could. They've only been able to make plays away from where JDG's main squad has been, which it's always been towards that top side. So now for JDG, we're going to be looking at how they look to close out from here. We know the plan is like they're doing now, get deep vision in top side jungle. And, well, ZDZ is gone.
And welcome to the express train of the Weaver's Wall. Just in case you thought you were getting some sneaky extra reinforcements on AL, it was being cut off. No tickets are valid on this train as JDG now start to push forward. And again, I talked about how these guys have the fastest average game time. They're looking to do a little bit better. Normally it's about 30 minutes in terms of their average game time, but they are now looking to win as fast as they possibly can. The Grand Skyfall comes in. That turret is ramping up. They have taken down Chocho, but they haven't taken down the turret. That's the actual objective here. And JDG will get another kill and get themselves out.
JDG looking for the aggression. I mean, they could have used that initial pick to maybe try to turn onto a Baron and force another skirmish from there. But I think they made the better call. Go for the turret, go for the guaranteed gold, even try to push further because it does the same thing, right? You pushing onto their inhibitor turret forces AL to try to engage on you to stop that from going down, and maybe you can find more picks, which they were able to find one, but sadly not able to turn into much more. But JDG know at the end of the day, even if this game just goes another 3 minutes, if they get Soul, and from there, I mean, their amount of damage will just be so ridiculous they'll be able to close out.
Yeah, it just feels like right now JDG are in total control. 10 kills up, 12,000 gold, 3 dragons. They
It
could
doesn't
go for
feel
Baron.
like that, Ashin.
It
It
does.
is
It
that.
is like that. It doesn't just feel. We don't talk about our feelings here because the LPL is all about, fighting. Exactly what JDG are doing right now because they know that they've got the momentum, they've got the speed and the violence to keep them going. Double kill for Kanavi, and Betty is left all alone in this bot side. He will eventually try and get the Camille here, but the Camille is just trying to get the TP. Kanavi says no. Application denied, and this game is going to be ended in 26.5 minutes.
JDG tried to aim to lock in that top 2 spot and keep AL from getting in playoffs themselves.
There's another TP. This is how you actually do it, ZDZ. He ends up falling down on the backside of that fight. Chocho is here, but Chocho, like most of Muumu's, has no friends and is very, very sad. JDG decimate AL in game number 1.
Look, JDG are trying to be homies to all the production staff, like working on the LPL. They're like, that first series, really long. We're going to help you guys go home, get that fast dinner. And, people who do that, true heroes. You look at JDG this game, I mean, there isn't really too much you can criticize, right? This was a complete dismantling of AL. Even the places JDG got punished, we already hit on it. It's kind of the only area that was open to them. 369 by his turret, getting caught by ganks, getting caught by dives, and goes down. But everything else, JDG were just absolutely flawless. Every dragon. I loved when they had the lead, both Dragon and Rift Herald are coming up, and they don't give over anything. Because you shouldn't. It's something I hate when we see teams kind of accept a cross map or a trade side when it's like, no, you can control mid, you can stop them from going for an objective and just look to contest wherever they go, and that's what they were doing.
I mean, yeah, it kind of says testament to when I said that, JDG might not be able to make it the top 3 in our earlier series. It's just so hard to not love this team. It's so hard to not really think that this team is going to be able to go toe-to-toe and bring that momentum. They're so fun as well. That's the crazy thing. They're such a fun team to watch and push forward. And I think the development of all their roster, the development of all their players has been so exceptional throughout the entire split that it feels like everything's just going right. It does have a couple of, small little moments where they go a little bit too ham, but outside of that, it's just so hard. When the train starts going, you try to stop that, like, you better have an unmovable object to stop the unstoppable force.
Yeah, and just no one does, right? I feel like the only thing JDG are going to end up kicking themselves over is that game difference, right? Because even if they 2-0 today, RNG can still surpass them, and RNG don't have the hardest games left in the split, so JDG will just be looking back and, like, looking at this series and thinking, why weren't we doing that sooner? But, I mean, coming out, 369's damage.
I was just about to say, 369 may have been the punching bag, but 369 was doing work on that top side. I think he was soaking in damage and giving it out as him and Kanavi fight it out to be the MVPs. Honestly, I think it could go to anybody on the team. I don't think there's a very clear front runner in my head of who did better than anyone else. I think Hope could be up there absolutely in terms of a winner of today's MVP in this particular match. And don't forget, this is JDG's final game of the split. They don't play now for another week. They don't play until playoffs after this game. And I mean, great to see them pushing forward.
There's a real chance we don't see JDG for a while, right? Like, if JDG do lock in that top 2 slot, we don't see JDG until we hit double Elin. So... kind of nice that JDG are looking to leave an impression for their temporary, I don't feel like goodbye is the right word.
Temporary leave of absence. They're taking a sabbatical. Is that the word I'm looking for?
There we go. Yep, there we go.
Taking a sabbatical. They're looking to kind of just find themselves, build up that, the karma and the chi as such. And you know what? While they're going to be taking a break after this one, we're going to take a break ourselves, give ourselves some tea and some chi. We'll see you guys very soon.
跋涉，迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住。嘲笑声也不过是雨点。 总有一天会被看见，想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结，被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延，一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇，每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火不熄灭。Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You better fight, but you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
我觉得岩雀的话，中后期会挺厉害的吧。现在就是前期会比较弱，打他的话就是前期可以多做点东西吧。他是会中后期会特别厉害的。觉得牙膏是一个挺厉害的中单嘛，因为我感觉他在各个方面都做得挺好的。然后打他的话，我觉得我们需要增强我们的中野联动吧，然后至少他们中野可以打一下吧。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are quickly coming up what could be potentially the final game of the day. Could be the penultimate one, as I can see the camera going absolutely crazy on my end. Welcome to Lyric, as he gets to deal with all of my robotical shenanigans. My internet's deciding to have a little bit of a Sunday off. Everyone deserves a Sunday off, even my internet.
I gotta say, last year I got the solo cast. It was me and all the viewers of the world having a date. It was
Every
awesome.
single one. Every single one.
Every single one. I got to know them. They got to know me. I haven't had it since. But people only care now about who the MVP is. The MVP was Hope. You know why? He picked Zeri, and if you can pick Zeri and you can play Zeri, that means you're going to end up on this screen right here, and Hope did, and he is awesome.
Yep, honestly, we talked about it a little bit before we came into the break that anyone could have really gotten it. I think that Zeri just makes sense just because of the damage he's able to put out, the consistent amount of roams he was able to put out as well. But I will say, in a kind of a small, non-secular, it does kind of set up a little bit of an interesting setup now for the final game, because both 369 and Kanavi are on 9 MVPs. If either one of them gets it, they're now on 10, and there will be no more MVPs available for the side of JDG. So they actually, looking at JDG as well, Hope's actually now on 6 for the split right now. So maybe that far behind them.
Yeah, Hope. I mean, great game from him, right? They dominated the 2v2. Like, Jojo could never find an engage. They were just whittling him out. Even when they did try to go in, they were just winning in the 2v2. Then you highlighted it. Hope was roaming. Hope and missing constantly on the map, out roaming Betty and making sure they constantly have these numbers advantages. And the damage he was putting out was just absolutely insane. Hope back on EDG in 2020 was a phenomenal team fighter, but that was about it, right? We didn't really see too many like takeover games from him unless we were going super late. He was on, the Jinxer of Felios and taking over. But now it feels like with missing alongside him, they become a lot more of a threat throughout all stages of the game. Solid laners, like look for these early skirmishes and roam opportunities. It's been great to see a player like Hope finally get this starting position and actually like take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing that we look at, is that for Hope, it was always about, can he level up? Can he get to the point of dominating in a 2v2, dominating in team fights, clutch plays as well? Because these are things to think about. When you think of some of the best AD carries that I've ever seen in the LPL, Jackie Love, you're looking at Gala, you're looking at Uzi. These are guys that just turn it on and can turn a fight that might not look great for you into a winning situation. Those are the kind of guys I'm looking at to kind of compare themselves to. And Hope has shown he's not exactly there at that level just yet, but he's definitely showing signs and sparks of life to say, look, maybe someday this young player should be able to reach those high highs.
And I think even the level he's at now is fine, right? Like, this is the
course.
level of you're good enough now with the pieces around you where I mean, again, JDG, definitely a contender for winning this split of the LPL. Now the question is, can they be a contender for, well, I mean, they are. Can they win this game too? Can they come in, show a consistent performance? They are moving over to the red side, so I'm interested to see if they do opt into banning out that Zeri this time around and maybe leave open one of Forge's champions in the Sylas or the Swain, and what kind of dynamic that could change the game, right? If Forge can get his hands on one of these more, like, potent picks where he really can be phenomenal, that could be the spark that anyone's legend needs.
Yeah, the spark that they need to try and make this one work for themselves. And they are in a bit of a hole. Honestly, I don't think anyone's going to be remiss or annoyed if I end up turning around. That slight glitch in the camera was terrifying.
I love it. I love it.
It was like my skin just got ripped off, and it was just my teeth.
I'm waiting for production to be watching and be like, we can't have this anymore. Let's go. Let's go to the stage. Let's look at some players.
Look, it happens sometimes. You're casting from the United States. I'm casting from Europe. The league is in China. We are literally between 3 different time zones right now. They're not exactly close to each other either. So we'll see now with the finally going back into picks and bans. The Vi going to be banned away from Kanavi. They just feel like it has too much early pressure. And this is something that I wanted to try and have a little bit more of a discussion about, because it feels like the Vi has just become one of those picks that the top tier of junglers are playing, and it looks great, but for like certain other players in the world, it doesn't look like it does much at all.
I mean, it's pretty much been Wei almost exclusively picking up, and then Kanavi now being at 5 games is the second one. And it goes to Gala did an interview the other day. From said right now, like the meta's pretty wide open. If you're confident on a champion, like you can bring it out. It just has to fit in the composition that you're pulling. So coming out of bans, JDG actually didn't opt into leaving open one of Forge's picks and banning out the Zeri. They did leave open the Swain, but to take away the Wukong. So Betty will get his hands on the Zeri. JDG look like they might go with the trade that we expected AL to go for in game 1. And then, honestly, probably kicking themselves for the fact that they didn't.
Yeah, getting the Yuumi on top of the Zeri is a very, very significant thing. Not that they needed it on the side of JDG, but Sivir Yuumi might be the pickup here now for JDG. Is hope after all smiles on the JDG side of camp. Does JDG look to try and make this one a little bit more interesting? Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if they look towards getting a mid laner locked in. I think Yagao has been exceptional on different picks throughout the entire split. I think Ari has been one of the big moments here where he's just able to make things work. Again, similar to Rookie, which we saw earlier today. If you know how to use this champion, she looks busted.
Yeah, and for now, right now, hovering the Lulu for the side of AL. I like this when they decided to go for it. Obviously, we got this matchup pretty much consistently in the actually every game of the last series, right? We don't have Sivir locked in yet for JDG, but having the Zeri Yuumi come on through. And now, I mean, you could look to match mid lane. The Swain was left open. That would be a little rough in my opinion. We've seen it fall out of flavor, but Forge still has gone towards it. And the other thing, which he's hovering now, LeBlanc is one of the go-to Forge picks. Has only played it once this split, but even going back all the way to his days on IG and on IG Young, this is one of the picks he was known for.
Very much so. Am I a robot or are you a robot? That's what I want to know. Am I not a robot? I don't know. You tell me. Am I a robot, Lyric? Not sure if Lyric's still here or not. I'm not sure if I'm still here or not, but I'm going to continue on as if I am because Lyric hasn't been responding to me. I will say my upload has been absolutely tanked, and I'm not quite sure why. Let's wait to see now where everyone kind of goes with the rest of this composition. The Sivir and the Yuumi has been locked in. They're going to be able to kind of push this bot lane priority to themselves and keep themselves going on that particular front. Now, waiting to see where the rest of the bans go. You imagine, yeah, I was going to say jungle bans going to be coming in for JDG as they do have the first pick. And I'm not sure if, again, I'm going to have to try and figure out if you're talking or if I'm talking, because at the moment, neither of us are talking in terms of talking together. So we'll have to wait and see how it ends up all going. But for the moment, Anyone's Legend have an opportunity now to try and maybe set themselves up for success in the jungle. Or maybe in the top lane as well. Yeah, the Poppy being banned away makes a lot of sense to me. But wait to see now where everything kind of goes. And Lyric, are you still gone? Are you with me yet? Not quite sure. We're going to keep going, guys. I am not sure. You know what? I'm going to need to text someone real quick. Yeah, Jordan. Lyric's internet has died. So I'm going to be solo casting this one just for a little brief moment. Thank you. You know what, chat? This is between us, right? Jordan wanted this to be his solo cast with chat, the viewers of the world. It's now just me and you, all right? He doesn't get it anymore. I get it. That's because the universe has brought us together. I remember when myself and Ox were casting, but it was... I'm not quite sure what production just said because it was incredibly distorted in my ear. I need them to text me via the chat that we use, but... yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a solo cast for the moment. We'll let you guys know once we're able to get Lyric back. We do apologize. But coming back into the game and how everything is all going for ourselves. JDG looking like they're trying to lock in the Xin Zhao, maybe to get themselves some early priority. We do look at the last few bans. The Gangplank being banned away from ZDZ, not letting them have those volatile, early resource intensive picks as the Kennen comes out on the side of Anyone's Legends. So, top lane taking a couple of different hits. And you know what, chat? You tell me who you think. Let me know in the chat who you think. I haven't got it open. I should have it open, but I don't look at Twitch chat while we're casting. Sadly, as much as some of the people do, I don't. But it's a little bit of a. You guys are too smart. You're too big brain. You know. I can't have you just moving me away. I'll just end up copying everything you guys do. We'll wait and see now. Anyone's Legend going to lock in the Trundle this time around. So they're looking for their early priority to take those skirmishing away. And this is a great pick. If you're wondering why the Trundle comes in, not only is he great in ganking into lanes, but if you do ever find yourself in a 1v1 against something like the Xin Zhao, you have got yourself your Q, your chomp down to be able to survive and even honestly turn that fight around with your steroid on your frozen path. So Right now, or Frozen Domain, excuse me, Frozen Path, I believe, is the, Glacial Path is the Lysandra Claw. But Gwen locked in now for ZDZ. And JDG now looking to try and make this one work for themselves. And what do you want to try and take this one here? The Gnar does make a lot of sense. Have seen the Gnar into the Gwen a hell of a lot of recent days. Does feel like a little bit of a handshake. You do have the early priority as the Gnar, but it's slowly but surely the Gwen does start to take over that matchup as the items start to get picked up. And with the changes to Gwen as well, with the changes in her R, you do end up in a situation where you can just start building full AP. You build straight up raw stats. You start with the Riftmaker, go straight into a Rabadon's Death Cap if you can, and that's where you're starting to see the R's come out here from the side of the Gwen. But both compositions have been locked and loaded, and Jordan Lyric Corby, are you back with me, my brother? I don't know, man. Dagatron has left me and gone to you. He has left me and gone to you and tried to make this one work for him. But are you back? Are you on the? Are you, more importantly, are you sending the signal back to our studio so that the beautiful people at home can hear it?
I hope so, but we're gonna find out together.
We are gonna find out together as we can see them now.
If you're talking to me and like the audience can hear you but not me, I actually find that even funnier. So.
Yeah, it's like a one-sided situation where I can hear you, and it's like a private thing. You know, it's just me and you, buddy. It's no one else. But good to have you back. As you can see on the screen there, we do have a Trundle in the jungle. Gwen has been picked into the Gnar as well. So we are starting to see a slow transition towards that more standard picks as different things come out. And I was saying into the chat earlier today, they can hear both of us, is what I've been told by production. So thank you for coming back there, Lyric. It is going to be about kind of where the junglers are able to impact again. And again, I think if JDG can get this Xin Zhao going with the Ahri, this is going to be a significant advantage for them to kind of utilize and then accelerate the game once again.
You know, I couldn't have said it better myself. If you want, I could play-by-play this. Here we go.
You can have the first. You can have the first
recall coming out from Chocho. Everyone else standing, staring, waiting patiently on the map. Break it down, Ashin.
Well, the map state's going to stay at a neutral point right now, and you can see here, I'm just going to waffle a lot and pretend that I know a lot of things, and that's how I feel.
Tempo and cryo.
And something about item spikes. In fairness, it's always really funny to me how, like, play-by-plays can just like insult, like quote unquote, like insult color casters by saying stuff like that, and you guys can do the
100%.
exact same thing to play-by-plays and be like, oh, loud noises, shouting, like it's always funny to me how like as similar as we are, we still find gripes with each other's moments, I suppose, in the sun. It's always interesting.
We do, but I'll go back to doing my job. But you know, coming out, kind of interesting to see what AL will be able to do, especially in the early game, in my opinion. Having the little block into the Ahri, we saw what this is able to do earlier on. But Yagao actually coming in, wanting to match the aggression, right? He's actually going the Electrocute this time as compared to like us seeing the Spellbook earlier. But Betty and Chocho also should have the opportunity to trade like we're seeing here and try and generate some prio for themselves as well. But Missing Hope doing a great job.
All for award. My kingdom for award, as that ends up saying. But it actually turns into a zombie board. So interesting to see that they just want to get an auto attack on it before it dies, and they get some vision now in that particular brush. Should Kanavi look to try and get something crazy going for themselves? We see both junglers starting, actually going red into a straight top side. Actually, the Trundle doesn't want to really go towards those multiple, very slow actually on the multi creature camps as such. Doesn't really take them as quickly as he possibly could. Does prefer the single target ones with the chomp down, so not really too surprising to see him take that particular route, but always love to see a little bit of creative pathing with things like a Xin Zhao, because you have so many more opportunities to make things work for you.
And I mean, heck, both junglers still going to end up on the opposite, on the same side of the map, with the fact that Xiaohao already wrapping back down to his Raptors, and both kind of having different pain points, right? For AL being strong in the mid lane, we can see Forge already generating a bit of an advantage. Looks like has a bit of a wave stacked up that Yagao might be able to equalize some of the CS and catch up, but Forge will be able to roam over if they do want to contend for that bot side scuttle. But for JDG, they have Hope and Missing there, so looks like both junglers are going to meet up.
should be crossing paths around this scuttle. They now know the two of them are on that bot side, so the top laners might get a little bit more antsy. I will say that with the changes to the Nari is a lot squishier than he used to be, as Kanavi kind of recognizes the fact that you're a Trundle. And the reason why you take the Trundle into his Xin Zhao is because you know you're just going to be stronger in that 1v1, and especially in the early stages. Yes, the Xin Zhao has got some good skirmishing himself, but it is definitely a decent counter pick. And now Xiaohao recognizing he can double scuttle here, and this is a really nice start here for AL, kind of getting control around the waves, just utilizing the power of the Troll King.
Great by AL. I mean, utilizing that and utilizing their lane pryos. I like that Kanavi didn't waste any time as well, right? He didn't try walking into River and, like, seeing what Xiaohao would do. He assumes that Xiaohao goes for the crab because Xiaohao has that pressure and just gets his Krugs instead.
Well, Kanavi gonna now run into Xiaohao as Pillar of Ice is going to be dropped down. Traffic Cone is there. 369 is in Mega, though, so he's got some pretty decent resistances. So Kanavi feels comfortable to look for that trade as both junglers kind of just mirroring each other across the map, being in the same place at the same time, just trying to see what kind of advantages they can build. Kanavi, though, now going to walk straight into the Trundle again. The Pillar not quite back off of cooldown just yet, as it is a monstrous cooldown, level 1. And it's just going to protect that ward. I like that from Xiaohao, recognizing, look, they probably saw us put down a ward, so we need to make sure that we don't lose that vision so JDG can do trades like this.
Yeah, so utilizing that, but Kanavi still sticking around as well. Looks like trying to help 369 get the wave in to get a reset, but with both jugglers just posturing around, doesn't look like it's going to happen at all. And I mean, look, right? Camp's already starting to come up on like the second rotation for both junglers. But they're not leaving.
They're staying, and it's going to be both junglers coming in. 369 trying to drop down a ward, but he's going to be able to hop over the Pillar of Ice. Kanavi has not shown his position. It's going to be key here, but you can see now Kanavi, it's going to take a long time here to try and make something work out, especially with the wave and the position it's in.
And now 369 will be able to get this in and find his own recall. Wave will come back to him, so should be in a good spot once he gets back to lane as well, and can kind of go unperturbed in terms of the 1v1. And now opens up for Kanavi to start setting up around his bot lane again, where we can see Hope and Missing have actually found a pretty decent advantage for themselves just in terms of that 1v1. Get some vision down, clear out your camps, and make sure they can keep abusing this lane.
It's all about about abusing and gaining advantages from there. I do like the Merc Tread start here from 369. Not only does it give you a little bit of extra magic resistance coming up against the LeBlanc and the Gwen, but also the Tenacity is very, very nice going up against something like the Trundle with the slows and whatnot. So see what they're able to kind of go for here. The Charm lands, and that's going to be Forge losing his Mimic, and that's a pretty big cooldown no longer available to him, and he's got to be a little bit more careful with those trades now in the mid lane.
Not expecting Kanavi to be around mid, which is funny, because Forge in the pregame interview talking about, like, hey, mid-jungle. Mid-jungle is what it's going to be all about. We need to be wary of what's going to happen. But Yagao and Kanavi kind of finding the better so far. They're going to guarantee a bot side scuttle. Again, going to give their bot lane some safety and security to keep pushing, to keep looking for the advantages they were able to find earlier on. We already know no early dragon probably on the table, so waiting for that moment when Herald spawns, about a minute and a half. AL have been keeping up push in topside, and the fact that we've seen Forge winning out some of these trades could open up AL to be able to get it, especially Chocho and Betty are able to roam over, right? Easier for Chocho to roam over as opposed to the Yuumi, because definitely not as safe for Missing to look for those avenues.
I just noticed that when a champion has the Yuumi attached to them, their level box gets like cat ears. I did little things like that. You just never really notice until you start looking at it really intently, and you're just like, huh, they just gave them cat ears, I guess, for whatever reason it was. But we'll see that.
As a huge weeb, you should be a big fan.
Yes, but it's still a Yuumi. So, you know, like there's a caveat to it. You know, it's just like Yuumi's in the game, but I don't want to get bothered up by Riot's game design, being like, oh look, cat ears, ooh, and I'm just like, no woo woo to you. I can't let this away with this. You know, I can't let this happen.
Yeah, but Asheen, to pivot the topic randomly, here we are, 8 minutes in the game, and this is nothing like Game 1 so far. This is actually as far away from Game 1 as you can get. And I mean, AL this time around, I mean, if they can go into mid-game even, they might be looking pretty solid, right? They have the Zeri this time around. We already saw the combo of poke that Zeri plus LeBlanc can do. You add a pillar on top of that to prevent entry from any members of JDG. If they get on, like, objectives first, it's going to be quite a terrifying combo.
Absolutely. I think as well, the combination, I love that you kind of bring it up, because I think something we always kind of talk about in any kind of league whatsoever is always the mid-jungle combination. It's always something that is brought up as a big, stickler for a lot of different teams, and we always talked about it for LNG specifically, of like, oh, Tarzan and Doom be one of the best at one point, mid-jungle combinations we had in the LPL, but, ooh, okay. 369 goes fully engaged down to JDG, but he wants to try and clear this wave. He wants to crash it. Xiaohao is here. Xiaohao has a subjugate flash in. No hop available. 369 has no life, and 369 will be first blooded, not hitting that ultimate right at the wrong time. He loses everything.
Yeah, I have to assume just a miss, because I don't know why you look to just clear out the wave there with your ult, because then Herald's already up, right? Then you're just setting up a potential Herald where you don't have your ult, JDG does, and now you can have some aggression.
Have a lot of aggression coming in here. Forge already losing his clone, as we can see a flash away and gets the blast count. Now Xiaohao here, kind of by himself right now. Does have a smite available to him in about 2 seconds. Should be able to use it to keep himself alive. No, it wasn't quite open time. And that's some great mid-jungle synergy right there between Kanavi and Yagao. That was the point I was trying to come up with.
And right after anyone's legend actually punished JDG for 369, making a mistake, JDG turned it right back around. Yagao with the beautiful charm once Forge tries to jump back in. We'll see it here. AL wanting to commit after winning that fight in the top side. Actually not trying to roam the Gwen over. So it is just a straight up 2v2. A ton of damage coming off onto Forge right away. He's forced to back. And now Xiaohao left in this precarious situation where he is just by himself. So JDG opted into running him down. I think Forge getting a little bit ahead of himself, trying to save his jungler, and just opens up for a second pick to go over to JDG.
I love the patience there that we saw. Oh, get the exhaust down on top of one, of course, is the ultimate out. But I do love the patience we saw from Yagao. Still had his flash, kept the last Spirit Rush for the last second, kind of saying, look, I'm going to wait until I see exactly where the rest of this fight's going to go before I commit to either target. Most Aries we see in the league will just try and go see red in their eyes and all of a sudden go, right, Forge is super low, I need to go onto him, but he doesn't. He waits to see how the fight's going to pan out. He waits to see who is going to be the actual priority target, and he goes for the exact correct composition, the exact correct setup to make sure he got the most out of it. So really well played from Yagao. And now JDG got themselves an advantage. This is the JDG that is going to be so scary for someone like AL to deal with, because similar to what we saw in game 1, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Now Betty, without his ultimate, needs to be very careful. That Prowling projectile, the Q is just landing, and he's already down to a quarter of his HP.
And look at where Kanavi's on the map. Kanavi's down here towards the bottom side. Now both junglers might meet up once again. No ultimate on Yagao, so they do need to be a little bit careful if something breaks out, but looks like that one's actually going to be up in only a couple of seconds.
Only a couple of seconds, as Kanavi does end up roaming himself down towards this bot side. Yagao with him in tow.
And they have Herald.
Yeah, they have Herald, and they have a lot of pressure. Remember, they have to get the reset coming out from Betty, like you mentioned, so they're going to be able to push this wave in on bot side, maybe get themselves a little bit more of an advantage. There's no real vision here for anyone selected to try and contest around this dragon. It looks like it's just going to be a free objective available to the side of JDG. And again, this is where it gets problematic for AL. The small stacking of things are starting to build up, and you're starting to get into serious problems.
And I really like this dragon take coming out from JDG, right? Because we've talked about how taking early dragons could be a little bit rougher because it does have more health. But JDG with the vision still started up solo with only Kanavi doing it. And you realize, hey, if anyone steps too far, it isn't too bad for us to move. But 369 might go down.
Yeah, 369 now going to be, again, the punching bag at the top side. AL, they always focus towards the top lane. They like to get ZZ these resources. It's all about how Kanavi can react. It's all about how Kanavi can reset this one, as Betty has full vision on top of him. He will not get caught out just yet. As I say that, though, you got Yagao coming back in. The charm misses, and Betty keeps himself alive. The flash in with the Q. Hope not quite able to make it with a TP coming in from Forge. JDG tried to force it, and AL held their nerve.
Great job by Betty. He was able to dodge out on everything. Like, we can say JDG missed, but at the end of the day, right, Betty still had to move out of the way of these projectiles to be able to escape. So overall, JDG not able to capitalize on a cross-map play towards the bottom half of the map. And we will get, oh, we're just going to get a replay of literally what we just saw. I thought maybe topside, but goes in, misses the W, is able to get the knock-up, but backing out with the turret ramping up. We see Q, doesn't get the second half of the Q, misses the charm. The Q misses from Sivir as well. And Betty, looking like a bit of a stud, just being able to get away scot-free.
Getaway scot-free. Well, almost scot-free. Does lose his flash, sadly for him. As you can see that Shelly will get her bonk off in the mid lane. About 100 gold pretty much about across the board there for every single player there. So not going to be too dissatisfied, JDG, as they aren't actually accelerating this gold lead as quickly as they maybe would like to. And like you said, similar to, or dissimilar to game one, where we had just action, such a quick and breakneck speed, AL have been pretty good at just surviving the onslaught from JDG. And if they can get the Zeri onto 2-3 items, that's where this game opens up a little bit more for them.
We can already start to see the item advantages come out, you know, in different areas, right? AL been targeting top, ZDZ already being on that Riftmaker, not close to Mythic 4369, but same goes for bot lane. Already Kraken Slayer for Hope. We've never crossed in mid. No Mythics built on opposing sides for AL mid or bot lane.
We'll see what both sides want to try and prioritize right now. You can see without Forge having no teleport, Yagao is happy to say, look, I'm taking this 1v1 right now. You can see the gold difference here. There's actually a little bit of a gold lead here for Forge as he looks to try and just contest one here. Needs to be careful though. There is a Spirit Rush available. Yeah, you need to get some help right now from Xiaohao. It's charm there from Yagao just to make sure in case he tried to come back for some XP. And he would be caught out and almost certainly killed. But 2 minutes down to the next Dragon, a minute to the next Rift Herald. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit funky here for both sides. You have got the Luden's Tempest finished up here alongside those Sorcerer Shoes for Forge, so he's at a very powerful spike.
In order to be keeping your eyes on Forge, see, you know, if he could get behind the members of JDG, try and find a pick on Yagao or Hope as the fight's starting out. You can already see that lane allocation coming through. Bot lanes in mid and putting soul laners down in the sides. More quickly rotate over to these objectives, especially with Herald coming up so soon. Kind of like the play. No TP on either mid laner, though. So Forge potentially has a window to push this out. Maybe even another one, but then it'd be nice to see him start roaming up if AL are looking to contest his objective.
So you know the way... This is a complete non-secular, has nothing to do with the game, by the way, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. You know the way LEC has a year of the duck when they're talking about new duck? They're trying to hype him.
Yes.
So why don't we have stuff like that?
We do. I literally ripped them off, and I said Year of the Mole all of 2020.
You did. But I'm talking about like a good player. Like, sorry, that was too easy.
Hey! My internet will go out again if you don't shut that mouth right now.
It's all right. I'll draft in. I don't know. Like, I'll draft in Dom or something like that. I'm sure he's coaching.
You know what?
Right
JDG taking Rift Herald 369, getting some good damage on the top turret. But look at anyone's legends. They equalized in bot lane. They took one turret themselves. Now looking to make a play on mid.
Yeah, they are looking for the Yagao play, but not quite able to make that one. Not able to make that one stick right now, but it is pressure nonetheless. It will be traded back up at topside though, because 369 gets himself a free lane, and we are just waiting really for these next big objectives to spawn, which is going to be the Dragon in 30 seconds. And I feel like if JDG are able to get that, they're not quite able. They're not going to be able. Or sorry, if JDG can get it, they are going to be able to put themselves into a very good position to try and just force fights on their terms.
I'm also just really surprised, like, that AL were looking to give all of that up so JDG can do exactly what you're saying, right? I mean, they opted into taking bot lane turret. It gave topside turret over to JDG, also a Rift Herald. Now, I mean, at least they're on the map first because they did make that play bot first so they can move into river, keep controlling vision where they already have wards down and prevent JDG from coming in. But once JDG come back on the map, I mean, they had a lot of golden pocket. They should be looking incredibly strong right now. As we can see, Hex Drinker now picked up for Kanavi. Hope getting incredibly close to that Phantom Dancer.
Some great PP wards coming out here, but I was going to say, JDG puts himself in a position to be able to be there for the fight. It's not a bad call, but there was a great ward just behind JDG there where they could have maybe looked for a flank, but maybe he was afraid it was going to be pushed back. Nonetheless, AL will secure themselves the Drake. Rift Herald will get dropped down in mid lane. And that might be a tier 2 because you don't have the inside line right now, and 369 is going to be hitting his Mega very, very soon, so they can keep them all here. AL, the fight's done. You got the objective. You need to leave.
this honestly could be another charge, and maybe even inhibitor turret for JDG. They're going to be a little bit cautious now, but no. They're still trying to threaten. They're still trying to posture, so AL can't go.
Yeah, hopes are to keep pushing on the bottom left there as we can see a massive Gnar ultimate from 369. It's just to delay everybody now. It's a 5v4, but look at these health bars. They're so low. The Gwen is dead, and finally Hope has come into this fight as he really starts to put down these health bars. AL got the dragon, and then they were in choice paralysis, Lyric. They just said, this was too easy. We can't just let this one go. The last auto attack lands on the Forge. AL, it's crumbled for them.
I mean, Rift Herald might even get the inhibitor. You can see it's still going right now. Chocho now taking down JDG. My God, completely making them run around. It did. It took the inhibitor. It's going to get another charge. No.
Oh, Lord. Shelly, is that going to be the inhibitor? Or no, it's not quite because they're able to kind of move the minions' focus over. But that is very little. Not even 100 HP. It will regen a little bit, but not a significant amount. That's heartbreaking for AL. They made the right call. They got the right decision. They got the right result. And they just didn't know what to do with themselves. They just kind of said, right, we should have fought. We're going to fight anyway.
It's now been like 2 rotations in a row that JDG have outmaneuvered them. We're kind of coming into this late just for the brunt of the fight. But ZDZ goes in. 369, amazing flash over. Get numerous people knocked back into that wall. Allows for the damage to come out from Yagao and Kanavi to find the initial kill. And then just keep running them down. They have enough dashes. Spear Rush comes out. Just kind of playing on the edge of the fight to get the damage down. But really felt like the brunt of the work was one down to the call from JDG, right? I feel like the call was actually much more impressive than the fight itself. But then 369 seeing that perfect opportunity to flash in with that ultimate.
And now, out of nowhere, 4,000 gold lead. JDG have pure power across the map. Yes, the Zeri's going to get a lot of work into the mid lane because you did take the inhibitor, but this is the thing I always kind of say. Like, yes, taking an early inhibitor can lead to more resources going over to the enemy team, but it's what you use with that time. It's what you use with that pressure. And right now, you're just trading across the map because you know that you're just going to be stronger in a fight like this. You know you got pressure. Look at the minions. They're going to take that tier 2. They're going to take that Nexus turret if they're left for too long.
That's the thing, right? JDG's not one of these teams that's going to sit and watch. As 369 should be able to get out of here. But yeah, JDG's not one of these teams that's going to, like, just let you farm those super minions, right? We can already see them trying to force around that bot side, take more turrets, and kind of constantly make you weave between two lanes. As 369 feeling incredibly confident now to run ZDZ down.
ZDZ doesn't have a huge amount of mana right now. You will see them kind of pushing forward. Red Bull has run out for 369, but it's kind of just a really nice kiting right now. And oh, he's going to have a hop. He's going to have a boomerang in 2, 1. No, the immunity is too good, but he's still pushing forward because he knows how powerful he can be. Keeps fighting. It's a dance. It's a duking and a ducking right now as ZDZ gets hit by a house and he still survives.
Forge is here.
Forge is here. Welcome to the new challengers. 369 now finding himself between a rock and a hard place, but he's got his ultimate. As 369 says, bring your most worthy of challengers. I will fall, but the rest of your base will die because they've just out-macroed them again, Lyric.
369 fighting everyone, like you said, taking them on one by one. Gets to the point needing pretty much 3 members committed to take him down. But another turret goes down for JDG. It feels like it sets up so easily for JDG to look for the rinse and repeat if they want to just open up that in him as well. Dragging up in 1 minute, so you assume probably still going to want to like stay in the proximity of mid to be able to contest Dragon once that one's up, but start clearing out some of AL's vision around top side first, and just make sure they can't go for any kind of like cheeky Baron base themselves.
I mean, this is just so good from JDG. Like, they're just forcing AL into bad decisions. They're just forcing these really odd setups from the side of AL, and JDG are capitalizing, saying, cool, if you don't deal with this top side, one, you probably get ZDZ die or lose a tier 2 at minimum, but at the same time, you're also losing bot side. You can't really engage because of the inhibitor in mid lane. There's so many little things that JDG are saying, cool, we have all these advantages. You have to make a call, and regardless of whichever one you choose, you're probably going to lose something.
We need to remember, JDG want the 2-0 desperately. If they get the 2-0 and then RNG drops a game, they will be able to get that top 2 spot and get the bye all the way to double elim. And for AL, I mean, if they can bring it back and then take a game 3, they will be locked in today. So today's series actually having a ton of importance, but JDG so far, like you've said, just completely outmaneuvering AL.
They really are. And honestly, like, this is great from JDG. We've criticized them not because of the games, the series they've lost, but the games they've lost. They've got a lot.
Some people were non-believers, Ashin.
Some people were. No, well, I might have some recordings that say differently. But we're gonna maybe have another fight here. As you've got 369 just off to the side, taking the dragon. There's a TP coming in. That's gonna be ZDZ here. This is your final throw. They're trying to see if they can make this one work. 5v4. 369 has actually got no HP to even join this one. Kanavi flashes away, and there's the needlework as ZDZ tries to make this one work for his team. The Crescent Guard's going to provide them a lot of time as we can get the exhaust coming down to the forward, so he's completely away from this fight. They finally take down the jungler, but here comes 369. He flashes in and lands under two of them. But like I just said, he was coming into this fight with literally 0 HP. Hope flashes away, but Hope is no more as AL finally pull the trigger, and it looks like JDG got just a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, JDG trying to play for both sides of the map, opens up for the TP to come out from the ZDZ. 369 finds a great ultimate, but one member's already down. Your other members are being forced away by Xiaohao. It was messy, and AL find an avenue back into the game.
Find their way in, and honestly, like, again, you kind of look at this TP. It's a great TP coming in from ZDC, and AL just kind of say, all right, now you're taking the piss. We need to try and punish you right now because there's no way you should get away with taking Dragon as well as pushing 4v5 on top.
Yeah, JDG trying to have their cake and eat it too. Kanavi buys a lot of time with the ultimate, but still, you have 5 members in. Forge was forced out away, but now Yagao forced to flash. Hope being taken away. 369 finds a beautiful ultimate, but damage wasn't close enough to be able to capitalize. Hope finally gets in range, which kind of just puts him in harm's way. The ult in opening for 369 kind of baits him in, and then Yagao has a lot of threat down. Had a skill shot or two hit, he could have picked up a few kills himself, but doesn't in the end.
Yeah, and brings the goal back just a little bit. 3,000 now only is the lead for JDG, and they're not quite close to a soul point just yet. Getting that single Drake will help them out quite a bit, but gotta be wary. This Gwen is getting pretty big right now. When we start to get a little bit scared, we start to get a little bit shaky. It was looking so great from the side of JDG. It still is looking great. They've got the base open on 2 lanes. They basically just have to walk up and take the inhibitors whenever they can. But for AL, they are scaling. The Zeri is getting big. You're nearly onto an Infinity Edge here. You actually have Yagao TPing
We don't
onto
stop.
the side. Yeah, I mean, it's JDG, man. What did you expect? They win fast, they lose fast.
They do, and yeah, this one's definitely getting tense. Like you're saying, AL definitely having a lot of damage as this game goes on. And Hope was the one who had a sizable advantage over his counterpart before. Now it's pretty negligible. Just the pickaxe difference between the 80 carries. So Betty gonna be feeling like he's at the full force of his strength. As observers want to show, the repeat play is possible. Forge is the one with his TP, but JDG not gonna present the same opportunity this time around. Looks like JDG might just be more comfortable kind of waiting for that next dragon to come up. Hope does have his IE now, so this is a pretty sizable spike where if JDG find a fight, that could be the difference maker.
It could be. You are at a very, very big power spike here for the Sivir, like you mentioned, but I'm gonna need JDG to think about stuff right now. They're being a little bit disrespectful to AL. AL still a very, very solid team in our playoff picture. Not quite confirmed
I love
for
it.
playoff.
I love it, Ashin.
But they're
Keep
going for it. They're going for it. They're going to try and keep pushing the narrative. Honestly, AL are nowhere near this, and AL are not going to get here on time.
No, and they're even like playing very reserved. Like they're coming in slowly. They're afraid of a pick potential being here, and that fear is enough for JDG to get a Baron.
It's enough for them to get a Baron and maybe even a fight afterwards. We're going to see the Charm land down there as well. We're going to see Forge going to go straight back to his clone. He's got nowhere to go though as the Gwen is dead. That was really your win condition right now. As I say that, Betty trying to do as much as he possibly can. We can see now Chocho taking a lot of harassment as the Charm did land onto him. Nobody else will go down, but JDG, they're ramping up and they're feeling good.
JDG now going to try and take everything away, steal these camps in the jungle, already get a push going in mid. You probably want to send 369 to deal with this top side and take down this last outer turret.
The ward! The ward! Always be aware of the ward. I don't think that we're going to see a ZDZ or Forge TP, but maybe we will. Actually, you know what? I take that back. We might see a TP, but with that Scryer's Orb being used, Hope is in a lot of trouble, and Hope is dead. So now we'll see. 369 rolling a bit of a 3 on that one right there, but they do get the kill off of the Cryan right now, so not quite able to survive off of the initial burst. CDZ is TP'd onto the backside of this fight and now looking to try and make this one work. They know he's there. Gwen is being very sneaky. As you can see, Zeri putting down those Qs, just constantly harassing. Tickle, tickle, tickle. You're not really enjoying this one right now. As Yagao goes forward, confident, knowing how powerful he is. And they're not going to let the Gwen be a part of this fight. Now with the Wild Growth down, as I say that, the W is ridiculous. How is this champion not considered broken? Betty gets out after doing all of that particular damage, and Gwen's left all by herself. ZDZ trying to see if he can make this one work with the needlework, but not quite able to do it through the exhaust. Gets shoved right back by 369, and eventually JDG find themselves a fight after the Baron.
I love that once JDG realized the Gwen's coming in on flank, they're like, hey, we need to commit to this 4v4 quickly before it becomes a 5v4, able to start whittling down some of the members of AL, and now going to try and turn that into a Drake. We're going to get to see the exact details of how it all happens. CDZ using the TP. They've already taken down one member. Forge is down as well, but JDG instantly being like, hey, the Gwen coming down behind us. Let's just try and all in on this member. And ZDC kind of making a mistake. He's over the wall, so he's actually go the longer way around, opens up for Yagao to use a Spirit Rush in, find another kill instantly, and then leaving ZDZ in a bit of an awkward position.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of said, as you said, he's over the wall, and then with Betty basically being out of the fight as well, he's just 30 seconds too late, which means the side of JDG can turn onto him. They can take away that fight, and they know exactly where they're going to be going with this one here. So really well played by JDG. Again, it's still scrappy, but 7,000 gold is still a pretty damn good place to be. They're going to try and put pressure now down in mid and in bot to try and take away these inhibitors. But you are looking at 3 items on the Zeri. You are looking towards a 3-item Gwen as well very shortly, and Baron's going to be stopped now in 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, even Shaha now getting quite beaten on this Trundle. Going to be a little bit annoying to deal with, but Kanavi doesn't care.
Kanavi does not care. Kanavi wants to kill off Xiao Hao, but Supplicate alongside the Wild Growth keep him nice and safe. They get the mid lane inhibitor as they keep pushing forward. The bot lane is not really long for this world either, so you're going to have 2 super minions coming in. They're going to put the immunity up for ZDZ, so he's not going to have those resistances for the fight. Flash in, they land a stun, and they're going to try and take down this Gwen. They know it's the only real big problem they have left, and he is dead. Now with the inhibitor down and the minions pushing in on that Nexus turret, you can see the extra damage that was done earlier today is coming back to haunt AL, as they went through choice paralysis earlier, and now they're not given any choice at all. Betty has to flash after getting charged, and JDG looking like they're going to be able to take themselves a 2-0. They're going to try and pad the stats just a little bit more, but with the death of Gnar, they take their win, and they are going to end the split at 14-2.
I like that Kanavi's like, guys, I am not letting you pad your stats. Just go straight to the Nexus and starts hitting it in the end. And like you said, JDG, I mean, there we go. That was their regular season. They are now done, 14-2, sitting in a pretty solid spot. I mean, V5 not able to catch them. Only RNG realistically is the team that could look to match. And heck, JDG theoretically can even make their way up to first with the fact that Top Esports still have 2 series left to go. So JDG sitting pretty, looking like strong contenders heading into playoffs. They have great games like Game 1. They have games like Game 2 where it's like, okay, boys, calm down, put on some chiller music. Maybe, you know, My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion, you know, near, far, that one. And, you know, just vibe a little bit and, you know, take it smooth to a nice ending.
Honestly, I think that's the best way you can just vibe. Is just what JDG are, a vibe. They are just so
They actually are.
They are such a vibe, man. I don't even know how to describe it. They are just
like,
so good.
Like, I could just see it, right? I could hey, Sheen, how you doing today? I'm doing pretty JDG.
Yeah, I'm you know,
me too.
Yeah, it's okay, man. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks, you know?
Yeah.
Seeing what happens.
And, you know,
but go on.
And almost everything's sticking. Almost everything. It all works.
It does. You know, you're a vibe. You're throwing stuff at the wall and you're seeing what sticks, but at the same time, as I said, it's all sticking, so you're feeling good. The vibe is still going. You're just chucking it out and seeing what happens, and all what's happening is good times. But we'll see if those good times continue on. Of course, JDG now finishing off at 14-2. They have put themselves in a great position to get them into the top 2. It isn't really in their hands as of right now. They're giving themselves a great shot, but because they did lose the head-to-head to RNG, and RNG are only 4 games behind them in the game difference, it literally comes down to that head-to-head, which is absurd when you think about it. 1 game is probably going to be the difference between getting yourself immediately into double limb and having to go through the gauntlet.
I mean, again, they're going to be kicking themselves. What they're going to be doing right now is they're going to be like, hey, TT, let us scrim you. And they're going to be like trying to train TT
for
up
sure,
into
for
these
sure.
crazy like world contenders. And then TT will take down RNG for them, and then they'll high five them, and they'll all go eat hot dogs.
And everyone clapped.
Except RNG.
Except RNG and RNG fans. But yeah, great from JDG. I will say, even though AL did lose 2-0, I still liked a lot what we saw from in terms of the play we saw them specifically in the second game. I think they were able to slow down a lot of what JDG were kind of going for. Eventually, the dam did just become overfilled, though, and it just became too much to handle. But the ideas were there, a little bit more polish on the execution. And again, I still think this is a very solid potential playoff team. With only a week left to play, they still need a win, preferably, but definitely feeling good if they can make it into playoffs.
I mean, heck, for AL, right, the early game was solid. It was only in that mid-game where we saw them kind of making these decisions, trading down against JDG. It's like, okay, commit to bot side. Don't even want to contend for the Herald. Give that over to JDG. JDG also get a top lane turret. The one player on Dragon where like you were saying, they get on Dragon first, but JDG have Herald, JDG just go mid, and then AL look kind of flustered about, well, what do we do? Like, do we want to fight? Do we not want to fight? Do we just recall and try and stop the push? And that one choice just made them, they regret that massively, right? Instantly ballooned into like a 3-4K gold lead for JDG.
Sorry, I'm doing some maths, okay? Doing some maths in
those.
my head. So top esports play against say against V5 on Tuesday, which we know randomly will happen, and then they play AL. So AL have an opportunity to maybe get their win off of that. Maybe, we'll see. But if top esports lose both of those games 0-2, and RNG win their final two games 2-0, how does that work? Because then we end up rock, paper, scissors of JDG beating top beating RNG, and RNG beating JDG. Who's our top three then?
You know, I don't know, but I want us to be there.
I want to be there.
You know, we just had another bracket in the double elim.
Sorry, let me just like read. By the way, all top esports have to do is lose that game against V5. Oh, their game difference is still fine. Top esports, okay, never mind. It would have to be that, but then we'd end up with that kind of thing. My maths was off. If top esports do lose, though, we could end up with 14-2, 14-2, 14-2, which would be kind of high. I don't know why I said it like that.
So all we've learned from this thought experiment is that Ashin
is bad at maths. That's another little thing that separates us. You say math, I say maths. You know, we had an S at the end.
I think maths sounds much cooler, if I'm being honest. But my God, look at how hard Betty tried. 40% of his team's damage. But then again, right, 40% of his team's damage might not mean much if there was not much damage done.
Namaste.
Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna. Okay, Hakuna Matata. I will say another little arbitrary thing there. Yagao had an exceptional game on the Ari. I actually think he's going to get MVP for this one as well, which, funny enough, screws over Kanavi and 369 as well, because they're going to be sitting on 9, which means they're not going to be able to get up to 10. So we might see the likes of Doonbeat, Knight, Tien, or Xiaohu actually steal that away from them, or even Shun, to be perfectly honest, if IG get their last game out there. So there's actually a lot there. Imagine Shun's your MVP. That'd be so funny. Like, just like the end of the split, your fifth last team is has the MVP of the split. That'd be awesome.
It won't work like that, because even if you end up with the most votes, you don't necessarily end up as the MVP, right?
I know.
Even Yagao now gonna make his way up to, well, assuming he gets it, we're projecting our own taste.
A little bit, my opinion.
No. As Yagao gonna make his way up to 5. It's just kind of weird talking about like our own taste and just remembering back in the day, right? That the JDG Zoom meme with the wine and like the high class lifestyle. But now it's gone. Now it's gone because now Zoom not here on Ultra Prime.
He spent all his money on wine and steak. He had too much of a high lifestyle. Now he's on Ultra Prime. It's unfortunate.
But now 369 has a chance to make it there. And 369, that last game, right? Kind of very hit or miss. Some ultimates, oh my God, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? And then he had those 2 that were like, okay, maybe we need to bring
What are you doing?
We need to bring in Karsa to give the motivational beatdown and then, start like going through the process once again.
Absolutely, I completely agree, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see how the end of the season goes because Lyric, we're done week 9 now, as we're gonna have Yagao as our MVP. He's ruined it for the two of the top lane in the jungle. He's got himself up to, I think it's his 6th one, no, his 5th one now coming in for Yagao. So honestly, you combo in all the MVPs. It's just exceptional how it's not just like we mentioned earlier at the top of the day. It's not a one-threat team. They have threats across every lane.
Of course, right? I mean, and it just goes to show the fact that pretty much all of them, I think even Hope sitting at 4 MVPs, right? Missing only... Oh.
Yeah, I think Hope's actually higher.
missing only at 2 is kind of the one. But hey, getting a support MVP in LPL is incredibly hard. We've actually given out way more support MVPs this split than we have like any time since we've been here. But JDG, just a team that has to be feared, right? We saw it. We saw Hope and missing in game 1, completely dumpstering. We saw this game, Yagao, Kanavi stepping up, 369 having those big moments in team fights, but heck, 369 has been dominating in lane all split long. So, yeah, JDG are going to be such a tough cookie to crack. I hope they don't choke going into playoffs. I don't think they will, because I don't think they did in spring. I think in spring they had a very respectable performance. Even when they ended up getting eliminated, it went all the way to 5 games. So we need to remember, coming into this year, JDG made huge roster changes. 3 roles, completely different. So I don't think they'll have the same stigma that they did last year with like some of their performances. So JDG are a team. I'm excited to see where they go. Ooh.
Yeah, we are going to send it over to Wendy, who's speaking to the MVP Yagao right now.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Yagao from JDG with us. Congratulations on today's very smooth 2-0 victory. And after today's game, you were able to reach the record of 1,500 kills on the stage of LPL. So how do you feel at this moment, and what does this record mean to you? 那首先恭喜你们，今天又是非常漂亮的2-0。那在今天的 BO3 结束之后，牙膏也是迎来了在 LPL 赛场上的1500杀的里程碑。所以说感觉怎么样？觉得这一个里程碑对你来讲意味着什么呢？
就感觉打了很久了吧，就感觉杀了1500个。
So I really feel I played so long on the stage of LPL is already reached 1,500 kills, and and definitely we all believe this record will go long in the future. And let's move on to today's game. In today's game 1, it seems that AL's draft have to get some leads from the early game, but it ended up with you guys were able to push the lane, win the first Herald team fight, and also snowboard the advantage. So tell us more, what's your focus from you in the early game? 那其实说到今天第一局比赛，感觉 AL 的他们的阵容选出来以后，可能是要在前期开始就滚起雪球的阵容，但是呢，你们确实能不断的推线，然后非常漂亮的赢下第一波先锋团，然后最后也是不断的扩大优势，感觉是比较顺利的拿下比赛。所以说，可能你们在第一局前期的一些关注的重点是什么呢？
就前期就安稳发育吧，然后找机会吧，就看跟队友配合就蛮好的吧，然后我们先锋团所以能赢。
So from the early game, we would like to just do some farmings and also seek some opportunities to make the engage. And in terms of that repair team fight, we were able to have a very good synergy to win the team fight. And yeah, that's a very gorgeous performance from you guys. And also in game 2, your Ari got another MVP. Your Ari got 80% win rate and almost 100% Q participation in game 2. So what makes your Ari so different? Because I think this is your 15th Ari pick this summer. And are there any tips you would like to give to all the Ari players? 那其实，在第2局牙膏选手的阿里也是当之无愧斩获了 MVP 嘛，这好像也是你在这个夏天第15次拿出这个英雄，而且你也是有80%的胜率。然后呢，在第2局的时候，你也是有近100%的一个参团，整个的数据都非常好。所以说，你觉得能让你的阿里这么与众不同的原因是什么呢？有没有什么小小的 tips 给到所有喜欢阿里的玩家？
我觉得阿里这个英雄的话，就是前面要安稳发育一下吧，然后有一定装备的时候，这个英雄就找机会能力特别强，然后清线特别强，所以说我觉得蛮适合我的。
I think for Ari, this champion, she really needs to do some farming to scale up so well from the early game. And after that, she's super good at seeking more opportunities to make the engage. And also, she's very good at clearing out the waves. And I really feel this champion is a champion that really suits my playstyle. And definitely, I totally agree with that. And after today's game, JDG, you guys ended up your regular season's journey with 14 wins. Definitely is a very wonderful record, but you guys still have some time to do some preparations for the playoff. So I'm very curious, are there any aspects you guys would like to improve on during this period of time for the playoff? 那在今天的比赛结束之后，京东呢也是积累了14个胜场，结束了常规赛的征程。当然，这是一个非常好的一个数据，但是呢，你们还是有一定的时间，然后来准备接下来的一个季后赛。所以说，牙膏选手觉得可能队伍在哪些方面还可以继续的来进行一些调整和提升，然后来备战季后赛吗？
就季后赛还有很久嘛，然后就看看前面队伍他们的理解版本理解是什么样的吧，然后就我们多加强一下应用词跟配合就好。
Yeah, we still got some time for the playoff, and definitely we're going to start the preparations made before the playoffs, and we will start the playstyle of different from other teams and try to enhance our understanding towards the meta. And also, we would like to practice more to enhance our champion pool, and also we would like to improve on our synergy and also the team's communication as a whole. Thank you for the sharing, and best of luck for the playoffs as well. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们季后赛也能加油。拜。
Thank you so much, Wendy, and of course, Yigao. Always nice to get the insight there and kind of talking about. I love the questions as well about, like, you know, the matchups and stuff like that. I feel like getting those rare insights to how a champion kind of functions and stuff works.
Yigao said we need to improve our synergy. I feel like JDG's a team. I mean, how much further can your synergy go? I feel like that's one of their strengths, right?
I was
is how well as a 5-man unit they play. So I don't know. Yeah, Yigao sees a future that I'm excited to see.
Yigao does see a future, which we were all excited to see, and of course they can look towards the future with playoffs, depending on where they start. They might be in round 3, might be in round 4. We don't know, but if you're just joining us, we got ourselves some results. You've come at the wrong time. We are finishing up for the day. In fairness, it's not been that long, but it's been a relatively long-ish day, you know. It's an average day, I suppose, as V5 took their time to dispatch Ultra Prime and get themselves up to 12-3 before their bout with Top Esports, which is happening in 2 days' time. That is a significant game now available for V5 as they come into it. And then JDG got their 2-0. They finished their split. They're 14-2 in AL. Sadly for them, 7-7. And they got 2 big games coming up now, yet to secure playoffs.
Luckily for AL, at least they got to that 7 point, which again is what I feel like the bottom end of playoffs will be. Will be a team on 7 wins. But going back to V5, we know Rookie's in form. Their bot lane's still strong. I don't think they've been as carrying like recently, but they're still a bot lane you can rely on. You still know Foti can carry and PBGod will perform. It's that top side we really need to see step up for V5 if they want to make that play to beat Top Esports and keep climbing the standings.
Absolutely. V5 will play up against Top Esports this week, and there's still a hell of a lot to play for in the standings, but like you mentioned, AL not locking in themselves into playoffs. So that means that BLG, even IG to a certain extent, we don't really count them in that much. I think one more win or one more loss, and they're out. But BLG, FBX, and the rest of the playoff contenders, there are now 4 spots, 6 teams, all vying for a spot. And yeah, we are in the last 7 days. Sorry, 7 teams. His IG is still there, but I'm going to say 6 because I don't think they're going to make it. I'm sorry, Lyric. I'm sorry.
Gene, that is a fair point. Because if TT don't win games, I'll actually be incredibly disappointed considering their schedule coming up. But we got to look.
Speaking of schedule.
Tomorrow! Woo!
Yes,
Jazz hands!
Tomorrow's games and have ourselves a nicer one as we start our final week of the regular season for LPL. TT versus RNG. RNG, if they win that, they put themselves in such a strong position to be able to get themselves guaranteed in the top 2, and then a massive game for BLG, which they would be expected to win, and that could put them into 7-9. Then all of a sudden, they're done for the split. They have to wait for the rest of the results.
I mean, tomorrow, incredibly important, right? RNG needs to 2-0 TT tomorrow to make that run for top 2. TT obviously wanting the win, and then BLG as well. Just a lot of playoff implications. We get to say that every single day, which is really cool. And Sheen, you're pretty cool, and the fans are cool. And you know what? our broadcast is going to end, and we didn't go for like 20 hours like I thought we would after that first series, which is great.
Yeah, V5 definitely made us sweat a little bit, but that is the end of our show and end of our broadcast. Thank you, Lyric. In true technical difficulties between the Dagatron killing your internet and my camera, it was all there for today. And of course, thank you to everyone for watching, and we will see you guys at the same time at the same channel tomorrow.